I don't think we should circuit in your father's memory banks. I think they're confusing the other circuits.
How could they?
Well, by introducing irrelevant data. 4 times it came through. Cancel CICSP. There's no significance to those letters as far as the machine's concerned. It's gibberish.
Very improbable they would have produced the same letters 4 times in a row unless it did have some meaning.
CICSP. What meaning could it possibly have, sir?
Wait a minute. Let's try grouping the letters differently instead of running them all together. C-I-C-S-P. SP. Space Patrol, perhaps.
Oh, but what about the other letters? CIC.
CIC. Commander-in-Chief.
Cancel, Commander-in-Chief, Space Patrol?
Remember? Cancel is also the computer's word for destroy. It means we're to destroy Commander Corey.
It's uncanny. How does the machine know Corey?
It doesn't. It deals with relationships of ideas. And remember, my father knew Corey. The idea of Corey is in my father's memory bank.
But they were friends. Why would your father want Corey destroyed?
Gilson, think a minute. That computer doesn't want anything. It's solving a problem. The problem's a cold, logical, mathematical problem. My father wouldn't have hesitated to wipe out Corey's chessmen in a friendly game of chess. Now the problem is how to preserve Future Incorporated.
The answer is destroy Corey.
Right.
But, Mr. McDermott, we can't get rid of Corey.
Yes, we can. Tomorrow morning, Corey and that cadet are going to drive a surface car over the mountains to the Space Patrol testing grounds. It won't be hard to find out what car they're taking. You can conceal a cylinder of sleeping gas under the seat.
Sleep gas?
Yes. Imagine what will happen on that mountain road if they get drowsy at the wheel.
But the Space Patrol's sure to find the wrecked car. And even if it's smashed to pieces, the sleep gas cylinder's likely to be found.
Yes, you're right. And they'd know it wasn't an accident. Then we've got to make the Space Patrol suspect somebody else. Oh. Wait, I've got it.
What?
This gadget Fergus left here, his check projector. And Fergus has a grudge against Corey. That's our answer, Gilson. If they find Corey, they'll blame Fergus. Come on.
Gee, Commander, this is sure terrific scenery. I didn't realize these mountains near Venus City were so big.
And we've always flown over them before. It takes a view from a surface car to make you really appreciate them.
Well, the engineers who built this road sure did a great job.
Yeah, they certainly did.
Wow. And that would be some drop, especially along here.
Mm-hmm. Over 1,000 feet.
Oh, excuse me, sir. That sleep I had last night, I wonder why I'm so drowsy.
Want to stop and let me drive a while, huh?
Oh, no, sir. It's only a few more miles to testing grounds. I can make it all right.
Well, I'm a little drowsy myself.
Commander, there's a patch of fog on the highway up at the next turn there.
Huh? I don't see. Oh, yes, I do.
It's even foggy inside the car.
Happy, look out. We're heading for the edge.
Huh? We're going over the cliff!
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, gang, talk about a putt-putt. Just listen to this jet cycle. Yes, it's just a putt-putt, because all it has in it is ordinary fuel. But pour in some super fuel, and you get a super start, like this. Wow, that jet cycle is supercharged now. Yep, supercharging takes just one thing, super fuel. Now, to really get going, you have to get supercharged, too. And, gang, here's Buzz Corey's way of doing it. He eats the super cereals, Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. Good? Why, man, they're so good, you grab the biggest bowl you can find, you shake in Chex, pour on milk, sprinkle on sugar, and that's it. You've got a bowl of the swellest tasting cereal in the universe. So try Rice Chex or Wheat Chex today. And remember, inside of every package, there's a mysterious magic space picture. The super cereals that help to supercharge you, Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And now, back to today's Space Patrol adventure, The Immortal Brain. Anson McDermott has secretly perfected a means of using the brainograph tape recordings of his late father's vast knowledge in his electronic calculating machine. When the machine revealed Commander Corey was an obstacle to the success of McDermott's dishonest schemes, the inventor determined to destroy the commander and throw suspicion on one of McDermott's own clients, Brandon Fergus. Knowing Buzz and Happy were to travel from Venus City to the Space Patrol testing grounds in a surface car, McDermott concealed a sleeping gas cylinder in the car, together with a check projector belonging to Fergus. Now, on a dangerous curve in the Venus Mountains, Happy has drowsed at the wheel and is heading for a 1,000-foot drop into the gorge below.
You can't stop, sir. We're going over. Let go of the wheel, Hap. I'll take it.
We didn't go over.
The rear wheel's caught on a boulder, hanging right over the edge.
How are we going to get out of the car?
Climb into the back and out the rear doors.
All right, sir. Wow, look down there.
Had a close call, all right. Move carefully now. I don't know how long this car's going to hold.
Okay, sir. Hey,
What's the matter?
look what's in the back part of the car. A cylinder. Sleeping gas.
What?
Here it is, sir. Must have been hidden back there and got bounced out when we hit the boulder.
It's got a time release on it. That's why we were getting drowsy. I shut off the valve.
And what's this?
What?
On the floor back here, sir. It looks like a pin of some kind. No, it's a tiny atomolite.
Let's see. Oh, it's a check projector.
Who does it belong to?
It's something the Venus City Space Patrol lab can tell us when they take it apart.
Then we'll know who put the sleep gas cylinder back here.
Our trip to testing grounds is off, Happy. We're going back to Venus City. I'll space a phone for a part. Mr. McDermott, here's an extract from that data we got from the government computer memory tape.
Well, let's see it. Good, Gilson. It's printed up in government regulation form, just as I ordered.
You want me to take it to Fergus?
No, he's coming here to the office in a few minutes. I'll give it to him then.
Oh, very good. Mr. McDermott, will it be absolutely necessary to go ahead with the rest of our plan?
You mean doing away with Fergus?
Yes.
Of course, Gilson. We know that Corey and the cadet left Venus City for the testing grounds on schedule. That means that by now the sleeping gas has worked, and they've lost control of the surface car.
Isn't the check projector enough evidence against Fergus?
It might be. But if Fergus is later found with information that he could have stolen from Corey, it will provide a motive. However, if Fergus is given a brainograph test, he could prove his innocence. So, the only alternative is to give Fergus top-secret data, and then do away with it.
How do we do that?
When Fergus sees this information, he'll blast off for Saturn to take advantage of it. When he's out in space, his air supply will fail. We'll see to that.
And the Space Patrol will have an open and shut case.
Exactly. If they find his ship, they'll find the secret data on him. Their only possible conclusion is that Fergus stole it from Corey. Oh, that's probably Fergus now. Let him in.
Yes, sir. The Venus lab came up with something very interesting, Happy.
On the check projector?
Yes, they cut it apart and projected the signature cell under ultraviolet light.
Whose is it?
Belongs to Brandon Fergus.
Brandon Fergus?
Yes, I had some trouble with him several months ago on Jupiter. He was involved in an illegal transaction. I stepped in and broke it up.
Well, then it must have been Fergus that planted the sleep gas cylinder in the surface car.
Ah, it looks that way. I can't figure out a motive. As far as I know, Fergus has been sticking close to the law lately. Either he holds a grudge a long time, or he's planning something new and wanted me out of the way.
Well, he sure came close to succeeding.
We'll make sure he doesn't come any closer. I've assigned some men to trace Fergus. When they locate him, they'll let me know. Then you and I will find out.
Are you sure about this, Gilson?
Positive. Commander Corey was seen coming out of the Venus City Space Patrol headquarters.
Could we have missed? He did take the surface car that you put the sleeping gas cylinder in.
Yes, but the car didn't go over the cliff. It was brought back to Venus City. Damaged, but not badly smashed up.
This puts us in a spot. Well, we've got to get rid of Fergus before Corey questions him.
Well, what about Corey?
We'll have to get rid of him later. The important thing now is to get rid of Fergus. Let's get to his spaceship.
I just checked with Spaceport Operations Commander. Fergus' ship is on blast-off ramp 27.
Good, Hap. According to one of our agents, Fergus has left his apartment, so he should be here at the spaceport soon.
Wonder where he's going.
I don't know, Happy. He must have decided to leave Venus City within the last few hours. He'd made an appointment with the doctor for a day after tomorrow and then canceled it.
Well, then something must have
Happy.
come up.
There he is, making his way through the crowd.
Where is he?
He's heading toward Gate 6. Let's follow him. We'll keep well behind him. He may be planning. That ought to do it, Mr. McDermott. The air supply should fail about 2 hours after blastoff.
Fine, Gilson. By then, Fergus ought to be so far from Venus that no help could reach him.
Well, let's get out of the ship and get back to the office, sir. I'd hate to be caught here.
All right. Now we've got to figure out a way... Oh, wait.
What is it?
Look, the starboard viewport. Somebody's coming toward the ship.
It's Fergus. What'll we do?
Oh, don't get excited, Gilson. I'll tell him I learned some new information.
Yeah, but what are you going to tell him?
It won't matter. He'll never have a chance to check the truth. Gilson,
What's the matter?
who's following Fergus?
The Space Patrol.
Yes, Corey and his cadet.
We've got to get out of here.
Wait. This is a chance to simplify our whole problem. Come on, Gilson. Get into one of the aft compartments.
He's going up the ladder into his ship, sir. Hadn't we better hurry?
All right, Ham, but he can't blast off until he checks with Venus Space Patrol.
It doesn't look as though we were going to meet anybody here.
No. Evidently, Fergus has been working alone. All right, Hap, up the ladder into the ship.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute, Fergus. Don't close that hatch.
What's that?
We're coming in. We want to talk to you.
Why, Commander Corey, I haven't seen you for almost a year.
Yes, but I've got something here that belongs to you.
Oh, it's my check projector.
I thought you might explain how it happened to be in a surface car I was driving to the testing grounds outside of Venus City.
Surface car? Why, really, Commander, I don't know what you're talking about. I lost a check gadget recently, but I haven't the slightest idea how it got into your surface car.
Then I'll have to ask you to come along with me for a brainograph test.
Now, see here, Commander, I've important business to attend to.
Search him, Happy.
Yes, sir.
But this is outrageous. I assure you I've done nothing against the law since our last dispute. And you have no right to hold me here.
He doesn't have any weapons, sir. Just this identification folder and some documents.
I'll take them, Happy. Thanks.
Now, see here, Commander. I resent this. And believe
Hold
me...
it, Fergus. How did you get this?
Why?
This is government information, top secret, and it's an official document form. So you were going to Saturn, were you? Where did you get this information? Perhaps I can explain, Commander. Get your hands up. You too, Commander.
McDermott.
I warn all of you. Any movement, I'll use this ray gun on you. Gilson, watch him closely, especially Corey.
Yes, Mr. McDermott.
I don't get this, McDermott. What's the idea? I'll tell you, Commander. This greedy fool Fergus had nothing to do with the attempt on your life in the Venus Mountains. I planned it. You did? Why? Because my electronic computer informed me that you were the most dangerous obstacle to my success. You can't be serious. Furthermore, it informed me that the government computer on Terra should be put out of commission.
Then you sabotaged the Terra calculator.
That's right. My calculator also determined that if you remained alive, the Space Patrol would probably discover that I destroyed the Terra machine.
So you put the sleeping gas in my surface car.
Yes, but that plan failed. So I'll have to be sure that this time I succeed. I'm going to do away with Fergus, and also you and your cadet right here in Fergus's spaceship.
McDermott, I can't understand this. Your father and I were friends. He was a great man, a brilliant man. The kindest man I've ever met.
That's rich, Corey. Do you realize that it was my father's decision that you should be eliminated?
That's impossible.
Do you remember those brainograph tapes? The idea you and he were working on to transfer those tapes to the memory banks of calculating machines?
Yes, but he passed away before we could...
Not quite, Corey. He told me the process. I'm the first man in history to add the contents of a human brain to an electronic thinking machine. And it's ironic, isn't it, that my father, your friend, should decide that you should be destroyed.
That's very interesting, McDermott. But tell me, did you transfer all of your father's brainograph tapes to your electronic calculator?
Of course not, just the important parts. The facts, his reasoning processes.
That's all I wanted to know, McDermott.
Get Gilson, Happy.
Yes, sir. Give me that gun, Gilson.
Good work, Happy. Keep them covered.
Yes, sir.
All right, McDermott, on your feet. Let's take them to headquarters, Happy.
Yes, sir.
McDermott, when you put your father's electronic calculator together, you forgot one thing.
What was that?
Your father's brain wasn't merely a collection of facts. That's all you preserved. You threw away the important qualities, sympathy, kindness, and love for humanity.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you don't. McDermott, you can build a substitute for the human brain, but you'll never build a substitute for the human heart.
In just a moment, an action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure.
Come in.
You wanted to see me, Commander?
Oh, yes. Come in, Captain Tupel. Captain, you understand, don't you, that today is the last time we can offer the gang on Earth a Space Patrol projectoscope?
Yes, sir, I do.
Then be sure to mention that when you talk to them on the radio today. I don't want anybody to get left without one. Now, look at this projectoscope I have here. You ever see a better model of my rocket?
Never, sir.
Take a look at how easy it flashes signals.
Perfect.
Look at the steady beam of light it throws. A real flashlight in the shape of a rocket.
And, of course, it's also a film projector. It flashes pictures on the wall. Pictures of Hap and me and 4 of our greatest Space Patrol adventures.
Say, what's that, Commander?
Oh, my radio beam relayer is on. The boys and girls have been listening to us all the time. Hi, gang. Glad you're listening in because now you already know that I want you to send in right away for a projectoscope. Remember, this is the last time we can make this offer.
That's right, gang. To get a projectoscope, do this. Buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then, with your name and address, send 35 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 35 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in the basement of a museum near some prehistoric fossil pits on the Martian desert, searching for valuable gems.
These gems look real to me, Commander.
They are, Happy. I think we've found the man who smuggled them in.
Commander, what's that?
Stay where you are, both of you. Now, Commander, you may have found me, but this machine will keep you from capturing me.
Well, what kind of a machine is it, Commander?
It's a disintegrator for removing rock from fossils.
That's right. And it will destroy anything, Cadet. Do you understand anything? That means no one will ever find a trace of either of you.
Join us again next week for the mystery of the Martian fossils, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present another exciting adventure on Space Patrol! Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are locked in a laboratory on the planet Venus, where 2 villainous scientists have developed a new type of bacteria, which they're using to spread an epidemic. Suddenly, the voice of one of the scientists comes over a loudspeaker.
We've taken enough of your meddling, Corey, and the people of Venus City are going to suffer for it. Watch what happens when I throw this switch.
Commander, what's that?
He started a gas compressor.
I'm building up pressure in the germ well. In a few moments, they'll burst. Bacteria will be scattered all over the city.
Well, listen to reason. Turn that off.
Don't worry, Corey. The germs won't harm you. You'll be destroyed first by the explosion.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Indestructible Germ.
A cyclone? Just Danny Fields rushing out the door to the grocery. He's just heard there's a swell surprise inside of every new package of checks.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Danny's found the surprise.
A magic space picture. Wowee.
Wowee is right. With the Magic Space Picture Gang, you can have the time of your life. First, you stare at the mysterious picture. What is it? Who is it? It's hard to tell. But then you'll look up at the sky or at a wall and...
Jumpin' Jupiter. I can see a flying saucer in the sky. Gosh, this picture really is magic.
Magic and how? Why, with the Magic Space Pictures, you can see all kinds of objects floating in space. Objects so big and clear, you'll think they're real. Flying saucer, rocket ship, planet Saturn, Buzz Corey, Cadet Happy. Those are just a few of the Magic Space Pictures. Altogether, there are 24, all different, and you get one inside of every new package of checks. So, gang, start collecting the entire set of 24 Magic Space Pictures today. Just look for the packages of rice checks and wheat checks, with Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the Magic Space Picture on the inside. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Indestructible Germ. On the planet Venus, several hundred miles from the capital city, is the community of Euphoria, known as the health capital of the solar system. Even in the 30th century, Euphoria is unique. For in these past 3 years, not one man, woman, or child has missed a single day of work or school because of illness. But about 2 weeks ago, an alarming thing happened. All over the city, people of all ages began complaining of weakness, disturbing headaches. Medical authorities are completely baffled. But although there have been no fatalities as yet, the situation is extremely serious. So serious that the city manager, Dr. Simon Kendall, has gone to Terra, seeking aid from the United Planets government. Now, at the request of the Secretary General, Commander Corey, Cadet Happy, and Dr. Kendall are flying to Euphoria to conduct an investigation.
What's our estimated arrival time, Happy? Well, we should reach the Euphoria space locks at 17:43 Universal Star Time, sir.
Good. That'll bring us in about 2 hours ahead of the Emergency Medical Corps.
I do hope these Terra experts will be able to find out more than my own staff has.
The Emergency Medical Corps hasn't failed yet, Dr. Kendall. They've been up against some tough problems.
Commander, do you remember my telling the Secretary General that I regretted not coming to him sooner?
Yes, Doctor.
Hell, it was a matter of pride. As city manager of Euphoria, I hated to ask for outside help, even in a crisis as serious as this. I was sure that our own medical authority could find the answer.
Well, I'm sure they could if it were an ordinary problem.
I'm afraid that we citizens of Euphoria have become like so many greenhouse plants. Our environment is so carefully controlled that our own bodies have lost some of their natural ability to fight off a new disease.
Oh, but, Doctor, if this disease is something new, then anybody might catch it, whether they lived in Euphoria or not.
That's part of our job, Happy, to see that medical security regulations are enforced to prevent the sickness from spreading to other cities and to other planets.
That's rather ironic, Commander, your last statement.
How do you mean?
Now, for about 25 years, Euphoria has considered itself the only real, pure spot in the universe. We've been very smug about our superior health record. We've made our visitors go through a complete health examination before they entered our city. And now, we're the ones everyone is afraid of. We, the pure ones, are the source of contamination.
I'm sure there's a logical explanation for this, Doctor, and we're going to find it.
Miss Braden.
Yes, Garn, what is it?
Well, I know you don't like to be interrupted when you're in a lab, but I thought this was important.
Is it about Euphoria?
Yes, the city is quarantined. No one can enter or leave without an official spatial permission.
Oh, that's not so good.
Not good. It means we won. We never dreamed our indestructible germs would be that effective.
Yes, but what about our agents there? They'll have to stay in the city now.
Yes, that's right. I never thought of that. If they have to stay there, they may come down with the sickness.
Better if they do, then they won't attract attention. But if they get panicky and try to escape, they'll be caught and expose us.
Then hadn't we better shut down the lab and leave Venus City?
No. Venus City will be the headquarters of the scientists trying to stop the epidemic at Euphoria. We'll stay here so we'll know every move they make.
Well, we won't need this germ-breeding apparatus anymore. Euphoria is completely contaminated. We have to get rid of it.
You amaze me. We've spent 2 years perfecting this culture process. 1 year building it and another creating a new type of bacteria. And you want to destroy it.
But we achieved our purpose. Dr. Kendall is ruined professionally.
You know, if this disease ever gets a name, it'll probably be called Kendallitis. But we've got something big here, something important. What worked at Euphoria can work in other cities.
You mean you want to infect other cities, too?
Perhaps. Just think, Scarn. You and I both hate Dr. Kendall for getting us discharged from Terra University faculty.
Yes, and we have the right to hate him.
But we've done him more harm than he ever did us. So let's forget him. We can become rich and famous.
How?
We've produced an indestructible germ right here in our laboratory. Suppose we keep working and find a way of destroying this new type of bacteria.
You mean develop a cure for the disease?
Of course. Then we can start an epidemic all over the solar system. Before the smartest scientists can begin to make headway, we step in and offer a remedy.
Yes. Then we'll be heroes. We'll be the scientists that saved the universe from Kendallitis.
That's right, Scarn.
Oh, wait a minute. Suppose somebody beats us to it, discovers a cure before we do.
Oh, that's very unlikely.
Well, frankly, I'm getting worried. Suppose there's an accident here in the lab. Suppose we get infected.
Oh, we've taken every precaution.
I know, but an automatic process is very complex. Something might go wrong when we're not here. The germs might escape.
I've taken care of that. If there's any leakage in the apparatus, a warning bell will ring. If we're here, we can correct the trouble. But if we're not, the entire lab will be seared with fire. Not even these germs will survive that.
I suppose you're right.
But nothing's going to happen. Now, let's start working on a cure for our super bacteria. May I come in, Dr. Kendall?
Of course, Cadet. Is the commander with you?
Well, no, sir. I thought he was here picking up some of those bacteria samples.
Oh, they're in that case, ready for him.
I guess he'll be along pretty quick. So you finally isolated the bacteria, huh?
Yes. It seems to be a variety. It has an amazing resistance to ordinary germ-killing chemicals. In fact, it almost seems to thrive on them.
Wow.
We've never seen a single type of bacteria that can endure such a wide range of adverse conditions.
No wonder you can't stop the epidemic.
And it's getting worse. Our industries are being forced to shut down for lack of workers.
Well, what if it spreads to other cities, Doctor?
I'm hoping that the scientists at Venus City will be able to find a way of destroying the bacteria without harming human beings.
Well, they've done it with nearly all the other diseases.
Yes, but over a period of centuries. We scientists have been boasting of the fact that we found permanent cures for all the serious diseases. Now we've got this new one. It's as though nature were telling us you're becoming a little too conceited, little men.
Oh, there you are, Happy. Oh, I thought I'd wait here with Dr. Kendall, sir.
Good. Doctor, do you have those germ specimens?
Right here, Commander.
Fine. I'm doubling the security guard here at Euphoria. One of your citizens jumped quarantine.
What?
An employee at the atmosphere washing plant, Lyle Vosper, left the city without permission.
Was he infected?
Yes. He was told to report to the hospital. Instead, he managed to steal a doctor's credentials and escaped in a surface car. He's believed to be heading for Venus City.
He's got to be stopped before he spreads the sickness.
I know. I've alerted Venus City Space Patrol, and Happy and I are blasting off for there right away. Get the bacteria specimens, Happy.
Vosper, what are you doing here?
Where's Miss Brayton?
She's not here right now. How did you get out of Euphoria?
I had to. I've got the sickness.
And you came directly here to our lab, you fool. Come in so I can shut the door.
Scarn, you and Miss Brayden have got to cure me.
What makes you think we have a cure?
We've got to have. You told me nothing would happen to me. You said all I had to do was put some of the bacteria in the final stage of the atmosphere purifying system, then come back here after the epidemic started.
Yes, but we underestimated the strength of the bacteria. We didn't expect a quarantine to be slapped on the city so quickly.
You've got to help me. I'm sick, Scarn, sick.
Let go of me. Control yourself.
Help me, Scarn, help me.
I'll help you. That'll keep you quiet.
What's going on in here, Scarn?
Oh, Miss Braden, it's Vosper. He jumped quarantine. I had to hit him to keep him quiet.
So did you have to hit him that hard? He's hurt. Oh, well, lock him up till he comes to. Then we'll decide what to do.
Stop the car here, Happy, and turn off the light.
Yes, sir.
Now, from here, we can watch this whole row of buildings.
Which one is Vosper in, sir?
We can't be sure, Happy. Our agent trailed him to the neighborhood and then lost him. One thing's sure, he hasn't left the area.
You'll have to come out to get something to eat.
Yes, or someone will bring him food. If we watch carefully, we might be able to get a tip-off on where he is.
You're right, Scarn. We'll have to dispose of Vosper. He's alive. He can start an epidemic here before we're ready. Or else the Space Patrol will find him. Come on, let's get him.
Lacra, look. The door's unlocked. Oh, Vosper's gone. Somebody's let him out.
Don't be a fool.
But Vosper couldn't have broken out by himself, not in his condition.
He did, though. Look at the marks on the inside of the door. Well, he couldn't have gone very far. Go on, Scarn, find him.
Commander, look. Somebody just came out of that building.
Yeah. He seems hurt. Look how he's staggering.
He's coming right toward our car.
He's in bad shape, Happy. Come on.
Help me. Help me. He's falling. Help me. Help me. I've got him, sir.
Easy now. Let's have a look at him.
Smoking rockets. It's Vosper.
Vosper. Vosper.
Who are you?
We're space patrolmen. We want to help you. Tell us what happened.
He's not going to tell you anything. I'll see to that.
Look out, Commander. Commander!
That goes for you. I'll fix you for meddling.
Scarn, who are they?
It's the Space Patrol, but I've taken care of them.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment.
How does he do it, Space Patrollers? He sees flying saucers in the sky. He sees a robot man on the wall. He sees the planet Saturn floating in the clouds.
You bet I do. And sometimes, up there in space, I see a rocket ship or speeding jet car.
How does he do it, gang? What magic power does this boy possess?
No magic power to it. Magic face pictures. That's my secret.
Yes, sir, Space Patrollers, that's the secret Magic Space Pictures. And with these wonderful pictures, you can see flying saucers and robot men in the sky, too. You can even see pictures of Tonga in the sky, and Major Robertson, and Carol. Pictures so big and clear, they practically look real.
It's fun, gang, and it's easy. You just stare at the magic space picture, look up into the sky, and zowie! The magic goes to work. There in the sky, you see the magic space picture real big and real clear.
There are 24 different Magic Space Pictures, and you get one inside of every new package of checks. So start collecting those wonderful Magic Space Pictures now.
Swap them with your pals. Be the first one in your gang to have the whole set of 24.
Here's all you do. Just get the new packages of rice checks or wheat checks with Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the amazing Magic Space Picture on the inside. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Indestructible Germ. The community of Euphoria on the planet Venus has been famous as the healthiest city in the solar system. But a mysterious epidemic has struck suddenly, and medical authorities are powerless to treat the strange malady. The cause of the epidemic is the super bacteria developed in a laboratory in Venus City and introduced into Euphoria's atmosphere plant by a confederate of Lachra Braden and Mondo Scarn. When the Confederate Lyle Vosper contracted the sickness, he fled from the quarantine city and came to Lachra Braden's lab. There, he was severely beaten by Scarn. He managed to escape and was found by Buzz and Happy. But while the space patrolmen were questioning Vosper, Scarn surprised them and knocked them unconscious before they could defend themselves.
They were trying to get Vosper to talk.
Did he?
I don't think so.
Then we're safe. All we've got to do is take Vosper back inside the lab building before these space patrolmen come too.
Well, you aren't going to leave them here.
Why not? Let's take their weapons away from them. Oh, and rob them.
Rob them?
Yes, go on. Take their watches and whatever valuables they have on them. I want to make it look like a plain robbery. With Vosper in our hands, they'll never be able to prove differently. Hurry up before someone comes along.
Happy, all right?
Oh, not too good, but I'll live.
Did you see who hit us?
Not very clearly, sir. He was a big guy, though.
There was a woman with him. I heard her voice just before I passed out. How's Vosper?
Vosper? Hey, Commander, Vosper's gone.
And so are all of our weapons.
And my wallet. And watch.
It's a cover-up, Happy. Whoever hit us wanted to make sure Vosper didn't identify him. That means Vosper was attacked by someone he knew.
Uh-huh. Somebody in that building.
We're in no condition to go in and investigate right now. By this time, they've probably taken Vosper to another part of the city. We'll space upon a couple of agents to watch this neighborhood, then we'll go to headquarters for a little medical attention.
We're going to have to take Vosper away from the lab to dispose of him. The space patrolman may have seen him come out of this building. That means they'll send someone here to search.
Oh, what about the bacteria process equipment?
Leave it just as it is. Unlock the door and get Vosper. We'll carry him out the back way.
He's gone again.
The window.
He pried the bars apart and removed the plexiglass. What are we going to do?
We're going to find him, of course.
Good morning, Commander.
Good morning, Happy. How do you feel?
Oh, still a little groggy, sir. The doctor says I'll probably have to wear these bandages for a week.
Both of us are looking as though we made a crash landing.
Anything new from the lab, Commander?
They made a few tests on those bacteria samples, but they merely confirmed what Dr. Kendall found out. It's a new type of bacteria with amazing resistance, discovered, strangely enough, in the least likely place of all, in Euphoria. The authorities are constantly making bacteria tests of air, water, food, everything.
Yeah. You'd think a new type of bacteria would be discovered quicker than a six-legged elephant at a dog show.
Commander Corey here. Oh, yes, Sergeant. Who? All right, send him in. You have a visitor, Happy. Lyle Vosper.
Vosper?
At least that's the name he gave Sergeant Clary at the reception desk.
Commander Corey?
Yes, come in. You are the Lyle Vosper who jumped quarantine at Euphoria?
Yes, Commander.
And the same man we found last night on Pollock Street?
I don't recognize you. I was pretty dazed.
But you seemed to be ill last night, so ill you could hardly talk.
Yes, I know.
Happy, would you say this was the same man we saw last night?
Well, it sure looks like him. He looks a lot healthier.
Perhaps we should find out who his doctor is.
I haven't been to a doctor. I guess I just healed quickly.
We'll go into that later. Vosper, why did you leave Euphoria? You knew the city was under quarantine.
I know, Commander. I was frightened. I knew I was coming down with that sickness.
And yet you endangered the lives of others.
Yes, I know I was wrong. But jumping quarantine isn't my worst offense. I'm here to give myself up and tell you the whole story.
Let's hear it.
I was sent to Euphoria to start that epidemic.
You started?
Yes. I was hired by a woman named Lachra Braden to plant the bacteria in that city.
Well, why would anyone want to do that?
Lachra Braden and her assistant, Mondo Scarn, wanted revenge against Dr. Kendall. He got them fired from Terra University a few years ago, and he discovered they were embezzling university funds.
Then it was Scarn who followed you last night and beat up Cadet Happy and me.
That's right. They planned to do away with me, but I got away again.
Do you know where they got the new type of bacteria?
By artificial selection. They have an automatic breeder. When they get several million bacteria in a sealed vat, they add a weak solution of poison.
Then they let the survivors multiply and add a stronger poison solution.
Exactly. They did this again and again with thousands of generations of bacteria. Each time they got a stronger variety. Germs that could stand heat and cold.
Well, smoking rockets, how long did it take?
About a year. You see, these bacteria divide every 20 minutes. They had 25,000 generations in 1 year. I heard Lachra Braden say once that was equivalent to nearly 1 million years in the life of the human race.
All that effort creating an epidemic just to get revenge against one man.
I didn't know it would be this bad, Commander. Honestly, I didn't.
That doesn't excuse you, Vosper. However, your coming here may help to keep this sickness from spreading. Dr. Kendall is here in Venus City. I'm going to send you to him for an examination, and you'll be returned to Euphoria under Space Patrol custody.
Yes, sir.
Happy, turn Vosper over to a guard, and we'll go pick up Lachra Braden.
The door's locked, sir.
Lachra and Scar must have decided to get out of the city after Vosper got away. Let's have a look. Use your electronic key, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go in.
Here's the lab, sir.
Take it easy, Happy. There may be someone in there. I'll go first. Nobody here, but the equipment's working.
Wow, look at all those vats and tubes and stuff.
It's probably the bacteria incubator system.
Then they're still growing those germs.
Yes. There are probably billions and billions of them in those vats, ready to be turned loose in other cities.
We ought to smash them all to bits right now.
Start an epidemic right here in Venus City.
Oh, that's right.
This is a job for a bacteriologist, Happy. Don't touch a thing.
That's very good advice, Commander.
I suppose you're Lachra Braden.
That's right. And may I ask why you're intruding here in my private property?
We've talked to Lyle Vosper. He told us how that epidemic started in Euphoria.
Lyle Vosper? Who's he?
The man you hired to put these bacteria in the atmosphere plant. The man your assistant, Monda Scarn, followed last night.
Oh, really, Commander, I don't know who this Vosper is, but he's an outrageous liar. Actually, I'm trying to develop a cure for that disease.
Very interesting. And where do you get the bacteria to experiment on?
Why,
You had better come along with me to headquarters, Lachra. Where's Scarn?
Scarn? I don't know.
Commander, there's a man looking through the glass there in the next room. He's motioning to Lachra.
Oh, that's Mr. Scarn now. He's in the control room. I'll get him.
Just a minute, Lachra. Stay here. I'll get him. Stop her, Happy.
Yes, sir. Hey, don't shut that door. Miss Braden, open this door.
Commander, your authority doesn't carry much weight around here. And your meddling into our affairs is very unfortunate for the people of Venus City.
Commander, what does he mean?
Watch what happens when I throw this switch.
Scarn, what are you doing?
I'm building up gas pressure in the process control system. In a few moments, the vents will start to burst, and the bacteria will be free.
Listen to reason.
And a few moments later, the entire lab will blow up. Germs will be scattered into the air of the city. But you won't have to worry, Corey. The explosion will take care of you.
What are we going to do, sir?
They left the control room. Quick, use your electronic key in the door.
Hey, that's right. I forgot about that.
Now work fast, Happy. Pressure's building up in those vats.
There it is, sir.
Let's go. Oh, just in time. One of the vats blew up. Get Lachra and Scarn. They can't have gone very far.
Come on, Lachra. Let's get out of here before the whole lab explodes.
The explosion won't hurt us in this part of the building, and I've got to get the records of my experiments. We can't leave them here.
What does it matter now? Corey!
Grab Lachra, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Drop that ray gun, Scarn.
Hold still, Lachra, and you won't get hurt.
Scarn, there's another gun on the desk.
But he won't be on his feet long enough to get it.
Nice going, Commander.
All right, Lachra. We're going back to the control room so you can stop that explosion.
Can't be stopped now. It's too late.
All right, then let's get out of here. Happy, take her to our surface car. I'll bring Scarn.
Yes, sir. Wow. Lucky we were out of there.
Yes, but those germs will be spreading all over the city.
Commander, The lab must be on fire. Listen.
Well, that's good if it can be kept under control. It'll destroy most of the bacteria. Come on, let's get these two over to headquarters. I just checked with the Atmosphere Control Center, Happy. They made careful sample checks all over Venus City. No harmful bacteria.
Good. Then the explosion and fire killed them all.
Apparently. They're going to continue the check.
What about Lacra and Scarn?
Well, first I intend to send them to Euphoria to help find a cure for the disease they spread there.
Yeah, they know more about the bacteria than anybody else.
But Dr. Kendall doesn't think that'll be necessary. So Lacra and Scarn will be sent directly to a criminal rehabilitation center.
Commander, you mean Dr. Kendall has found a cure for the epidemic?
Not exactly, but he's discovered the disease is its own cure.
Huh? Well, that doesn't make sense to me.
The epidemic is over in Euphoria. Those who were sick are in better health than ever. You remember how rapidly Vosper recovered?
Yes, sir.
It was because he had those so-called indestructible germs in his system. They speeded up the healing process. That's happening to several other cases in Euphoria. New arrivals who have been suffering from other illnesses are completely cured.
You mean one disease cures another?
That's what it amounts to. This is what happens. Lacra and Scarn developed a type of bacteria that has one outstanding quality. That's the ability to adapt to changing conditions and survive. When people in Euphoria got sick, the chemical change was sent by the bacteria. Some instinct made them realize they couldn't survive very long in a sick body, so they fought each other until a healthful balance was reached.
Well, then these germs aren't harmful after all.
At first, yes. That's why the epidemic lasted for weeks. But in that time, several hundred generations of bacteria learned the secret of self-preservation.
That's a good joke on Lacra and Scarn. Hey, instead of creating a terrible epidemic, they made Euphoria healthier than ever.
It's amazing, Happy, how nature seems to work for the best, no matter how hard some human beings try to make things worse.
Yes, sir. You know, I guess I've had the wrong idea about bacteria. Even a bad germ has some good in him, if you give him a chance.
An exciting preview of next week's Space Patrol adventure follows in just a moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yes, sir, Space Patrollers, there are 24 different Magic Space pictures. And Buzz Corey wants you to have all of them.
There's 3 of Buzz Corey, and they're all different.
There's 2 of Cadet Happy.
And 2 of Tonga.
There's a Magic Space picture of Buzz Corey's insignia.
And the Space Patrol badge.
There's a space liner pilot.
A picture of Major Robertson.
A jet car.
A flying saucer.
A rocket ship.
The planet Saturn.
A space pirate.
The deadly Iron Fist.
And all kinds of other Magic Space pictures.
They work real easy, gang. First, you stare at the mysterious picture.
What is it? Who is it? You can't tell.
Then you look up at the sky, or at a wall.
And hocus pocus, the magic goes to work. You see a giant space picture floating in the sky.
And it's so big and clear, it almost looks like the real object, or person. Fun? Man, oh man.
Gang, start now. Collect all 24 of the Magic Space pictures. There's only one place to get them, and that's inside of every new package of checks. So look for the new packages of rice checks and wheat checks, with Buzz Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside and the swell Magic Space picture on the inside. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits examining the wreckage of a long-lost spaceship that crashed under strange circumstances.
From the looks of the wreckage, that ship didn't hit head-on. It came in at an angle right over those low pinnacles of rock. How old would you say it was, sir? Judging by the fragments and what's left of the instruments, I'd say it was at least 100 years old. 100 years old? Caracas, what a story this old ship could tell. Hey, Commander, somebody or something shooting at us. It's a spaceship coming in low. This time they won't miss. Come on, get out of here before they fire again.
Join us again next week for the exciting story, The Treasure of Planetoid 60, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Louisville, Kentucky, and Boston, Massachusetts. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Stephen Robertson, Bela Kovac, Virginia Hewitt, and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again present the new exciting Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits, examining the wreckage of a long-lost spaceship that crashed under strange circumstances.
From the looks of the wreckage, the ship didn't hit head-on. It came in at an angle right over those pinnacles of rock. How old would you say the ship was, sir? Judging by the fragments and what's left of the instruments, I'd say it was at least 100 years old. 100 years old? Smoking rockets, what a story this old ship could tell. Hey, Commander, somebody or something shooting at us. It's a spaceship coming in low. This time they won't miss. Come on, get out of here before they fire again. Yeah, but Commander, why would they fire on us? If we don't get under that ledge of rock, we'll never find out.
We'll return in just a moment with today's Space Patrol adventure, The Treasure of Planetoid 60. Say, gang, did you ever try a cereal that tasted so good you felt like bouncing right up to the ceiling like a spring? Well, if you haven't, try Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. So good you just can't seem to get them out of the package fast enough. Mmm. And when you see that bowl full of bite-sized biscuits looking up at you, why, man, oh man, you can hardly wait until you pour on the milk and sprinkle on the sugar. And wow, when you dive into Chex... Well, sir, that was you bouncing right up to the ceiling because you like your Chex so much. So try 'em, Space Patrollers. Rice Chex. Delicious, nutritious, bite-sized, shredded rice biscuits. Hollow inside so they can fill up with milk. And Wheat Chex, a bite-sized treat made of energy-rich whole wheat. The super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, the only cereals in the universe that bring you a magic space picture inside of every package. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Treasure of Planetoid 60. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have just finished inspecting Space Patrol units on the planet Neptune. Now, in the Neptune City headquarters, Buzz is showing Happy a fragment of bluish rock streaked with bands of violet.
It's an odd-looking rock, sir. What is it?
It's called transplutite, Happy. It was brought here by a gem expert named Hollister. He wanted it examined by the Space Patrol scientists.
Transplutite? I don't think I ever heard of it.
Very few people have. Outside of a few specimens in museums, no transplutite has been seen in nearly 100 years. Hollister says that yesterday 2 men came into his shop with several chunks of this rock. He couldn't believe his eyes. The men refused to say where they got it.
Well, why did Hollister bring it here? Does he think it was stolen from a museum?
Yes. We're checking by Space Patrol now with museums all over the solar system.
Oh, then this transplutite must be pretty valuable.
Extremely. Not because of the rock itself. It's the arcturium in it that makes it valuable.
That's another new one, Commander.
And you've never heard of Captain Hartog?
No, sir.
Well, Captain Hartog was a scientist and space explorer who lived about a century ago. After a long space trip, he showed up on the planet Earth with samples of this blue rock. Some strange new gems that he'd ground into microscopic cutting tools.
Uh-huh.
The amazing thing about these gems was that they emitted radiation when a small current was sent through them. They provided their own light for the most delicate analysis under a microscope.
Oh, I see.
Instantly, there was a tremendous demand for the gems, and Captain Hartog was the only one who could supply them. When he was asked where he got them, he just laughed and said from Arcturus.
Arcturus? Well, that's impossible.
Of course. Arcturus is a star 32 light years away, but the gem was called Arcturium just the same. And the rock itself was named transplutite, indicating that it came from beyond Pluto.
Well, didn't Captain Hartog ever know where he got it?
No. No, he blasted off on a space flight and nothing was ever heard from him again. No trace of his ship was ever found. Naturally, that cut off the supply of arcturium. No substitute has ever been discovered.
Well, is there arcturium in this piece of rock, Commander?
Yes. Well, here's a chance to use your new Space Patrol microscope. Have you got it with you?
Oh, yes, sir. Right here in my pocket.
All right. Focus it on one of those violet streaks in the rock.
This sure is a terrific little microscope, sir. I've been making fingerprint tests with it just for fun.
Well, you'll find it comes in handy in hundreds of ways, Happy. For a long time, we've needed a small, compact, powerful microscope. I'll bet I turned down a dozen models till the security lab came up with this one.
It's a beauty, sir. It's light and still plenty rugged. I've got the microscope focused, sir.
Now, just watch that violet streak.
Yeah, it looks like tiny sparks of light are shooting through the rock.
That's the action of the arcturium, Happy. You could see it better if the rock were polished. If electric current were applied, the arcturium would really glow.
Should I hook it up to a current, sir?
Now, let's wait till we get over to Hollister's shop. I want to return the sample to him before Corbo and Rupp get there.
Corbo and Rupp?
Well, they're the two men who brought in the transplutite. If one of their samples is missing, they're going to get suspicious. That is, if they're up to something crooked.
Let's get over there right away.
All right, Hollister, where is it? Quit stalling. We left 4 rock samples here, and we've only got 3. Where's the other one? Come on, Hollister. What are you up to?
Rupp, what are you doing?
Trying to make him talk.
Leave him alone. Take your hands off him.
Might as well, I guess. Must have hit him a little too hard. He's unconscious.
That was a stupid thing to do.
But, Corbo, what business has he got holding out on one of our samples?
Maybe he wasn't sure what it was and turned it over to another mineral expert.
Why didn't he say so?
Professional pride, maybe. Anyway, we'd better shut this door to his back office and get out of here.
You got the other samples?
Yeah, here in this case. Come on, let's go.
You, sure you searched every place here in the outer office?
Yeah, even the safe. It was unlocked. We'll blast off for Saturn and have the samples tested there. And next time, Rupp, no strong arm stuff.
All right, Corvo. Let up, will you?
Uh-oh. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hi.
Where's Mr. Hollister?
Oh, he stepped out for a few minutes. Just wait, he'll be right back. We're in sort of a hurry, if you'll excuse us.
Oh, just a minute. Are you Frank Rupp and Kent Corbo?
Us? Why...
What if we are?
You fit the description Mr. Hollister gave me. Then this must be one of your samples.
Why, this, that's right.
It's transplutite, all right, with arcturium in it.
Oh, fine. May I have it, please?
Oh, wait till Mr. Hollister returns. Where did you get these samples?
We don't actually know where they came from. We got them from a space prospector we met on Jupiter. We're acting as his agent, so to speak.
You came directly here to Neptune from Jupiter?
That's right, Commander.
Well, if this prospector friend of yours has discovered a source of arcturium and wants to keep it a secret, that's his affair and yours.
Fine, then we'll be going along.
Commander, what's that?
It came from the back room. Check on it, Happy.
Yes, sir.
You two stay where you are.
Sorry, Commander. We've got other plans.
Hey, what are you doing?
And this'll take care of you, cadet.
That satchel of rocks makes a nice weapon, Corbo.
Come on, Rupp. Let's get out of here, quick.
Happy. Happy, are you all right?
Commander, you get away?
Yeah. We've only been out a couple of minutes. I'll call spaceport and have a guard put on the ship. Check the back room, Happy. They've probably done something to Hollister.
Yes, sir.
You take care of him, then we'll head for the spaceport. Here's Corbo's ship, Happy.
It looks like we got here ahead of him.
They may have seen the guards and got scared off. We'll get them. First, we'll examine the ship. Up the ladder, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Leave the hatch open after we get in the airlock.
Right, Commander.
Oh, wait, Hap. Look at this white dust on the floor of the airlock. Wonder where they picked that up.
Certainly not at any regular spaceport.
We'll gather up a sample of it later and examine it under the microscope. Now, let's go to their spacesuit locker. Open the inner hatch.
Boy, they sure tracked in a lot of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. By the marks on the floor, they were wearing spacesuits. That's why I want to check the locker.
Spacesuits? That means they've recently been on one of the moons. And this white stuff is probably powdered pumice.
That alone isn't much of a clue. There are a lot of moons, partly covered with pumice. Now, here's the locker. Now, let's examine the boots and these suits.
Hey, they must have been wading in pumice halfway up to their knees.
Get your microscope out, Happy. I'll scrape off a sample.
Yes, sir.
Mere magnification may not tell us too much, but it might tell us if it's worthwhile making a more thorough test at the Neptune City lab.
The microscope's all ready, sir.
All right, I'll smear a little of this powder on the slide. Slip it into the stage clamp. Now I can look through the lens.
It's in focus now, Commander. There's some dark flakes of something mixed with the powder. You want to see?
Thanks. Mm-hmm. It'll take a spectrographic analysis at the lab to tell us exactly what those flakes are.
Yeah, then we'll have a line on where Rupp and Corbo have been.
We'll also disconnect their vector computer and take it with us.
The vector computer?
Yes, if they didn't clear the settings after they landed, it may show us exactly where they were before landing on Neptune. Let's take these spacesuits.
Corbo, look at our ship. They got guards around it.
Corey must have come to and alerted the spaceport.
We better get away from here quick.
Yeah, we'll get out of the city.
How?
In a surface car. We'll drive out through the surface locks at the north side of the atmosphere shelf. The space phone route to pick us up in a spaceship the other side of the hills.
We'll have to have spacesuits to transfer to the ship.
They're already in the surface car. Come on, Rep. We've got to get out of Neptune City before they put a guard at the surface locks.
I just checked with the infirmary, sir. Mr. Hollister's okay, and he's on his way back to his shop.
Good. Reports have come in from the museums, Happy. No transplutite exhibits are missing.
Well, I don't get it, sir. If Ruff and Corbo didn't steal the transplutite, why would they beat up Hollister and attack us? What have they got to be afraid of?
I think I've got part of the answer, Happy. Ruff and Corbo apparently have stumbled onto something more than Arcturian-bearing rock. I think they've found out what happened to Captain Hartog.
Wow.
The lab has carefully analyzed those spacesuits we took from the ship. Remember those dark flakes in the powdered pumice?
Yes, sir.
They're bits of enamel, apparently scraped off of metal when Rupp and Corbo walked over it in their suits. Enamel that was once used to coat the interior of spaceships.
But how does that connect up with Captain Hartog, sir?
Because enamel of this type hasn't been used in 90 years. Of course, Rupp and Corbo might have been tramping around the wreck of another old hulk, but when they also show up with transplutite, there's only one conclusion.
Then Hartog's ship was wrecked here inside the solar system. If we only knew where.
The vector computer from Corbo's ship gave us a clue. Corbo didn't come to Neptune directly from Jupiter. The formula for the vector curve indicates that they came from the direction of planetoid 60.
Planetoid 60?
Yes. It's one of the thousands of planetoids that have never been officially observed at close range. Its orbit is so freakish that old 60 has been out of the regular space lanes for 50 years.
That's where Hartog's ship crashed?
And that's what we're going to find out. Let's get out to the spaceport. We're blasting off. Cut our velocity, Happy. Even at this distance, it won't take us long to completely circle the planetoid.
Yes, sir. Sure is small. Not more than 10 miles in diameter. Oh, I think I see something in the view scope, sir. Sort of a dark area on the white surface.
You're right. Increase the sensitivity. More. Hold it.
It's a wrecked ship, Commander. What a crash that must have been. Chunks of the hull are scattered all over.
We'll put on our spacesuits and set the ship down. I want to get a close look at that wreckage.
Give me the controls, Rupp. I'll take her into the landing.
Corbo, look. There's a spaceship on the planetoid right near the wreck.
That's Corey's ship, Terra 5.
How did he know this is where Hartog crashed?
I don't know, but this is a good chance to get rid of him.
You mean blast his ship and leave him stranded here?
No. Look, they're in spacesuits poking around the wreckage. We'll blast them with a space cannon and land. You blast off in Corey's ship.
What for?
We don't want anyone to find a trace of Corey's ship on that planetoid. When you're out in space, I'll join airlocks with Terra 5 and you come aboard. Then we'll cut Corey's ship loose.
I get it. They'll find Corey's ship maybe, but they'll never know what happened to Corey.
Right. We'll be able to keep searching planetoid 60 for the rest of Hartog's treasure. All right. Train your gun sights on Corey.
From the looks of the wreckage, to me, the ship didn't hit head-on. It came in at an angle right over those pinnacles of rock. Yes, sir. Is it Hartog's ship, sir? I don't know, but by the fragments and what's left of the instruments, I'd say it was at least 100 years old. Hey, look at this. A blue rock. A chunk of transplutite. Yes, and there are more chunks scattered around. There must have been tons of it in the cargo hold. Commander, somebody's shooting at us. It's a spaceship coming in low. Corbo, quick, get under that overhanging ledge. Yes, sir.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Hey, Space Patrollers, how would you like to go along with me into a hidden world? A world your eyes alone cannot see. What am I talking about? How can you do it? Well, I wish I could tell you this very moment. But until the end of today's Space Patrol program, this great, wonderful trip is a deep, dark secret. This much, however, I can tell you. To get into this hidden world, you need a magical scientific instrument, an official piece of Space Patrol equipment. It's a surprise for you from Commander Corey, a new and different surprise you'll really go for. So stand by, have pencil and paper ready, and be all set to hear this exciting, wonderful news at the end of today's Space Patrol adventure. And now, back to the treasure of Planetoid 60. Through some tiny fragments of enamel found clinging to the boots of a spacesuit, Commander Corey, with the help of the new Space Patrol microscope and other laboratory equipment, has partly solved a mystery. He has discovered that Captain Hartog, a space explorer of a century before, crashed his ship on Planetoid 60. While examining the wreckage, Buzz and Happy were attacked by Rupp and Corbel, who fired blasts at them from their space cruiser. Now the two criminals are hovering above the scene, looking for a trace of Buzz and Happy.
Looks like we got him, Rupp. Not a trace of him.
Yeah, that last blast not only finished him, it buried him.
From the rock ledge, left right on top of him.
Nice, neat job. Nothing to tidy up.
Except to get rid of Corey's ship. Get into a spacesuit, and I'll set our ship down.
Okay. After I blast off in Terra 5, where do I head?
Point it out toward the Pluto orbit. Then I'll join airlocks and bring you back aboard. Before you leave Corey's ship, cut on the automatic emergency signal on the space phone. That'll bring the Space Patrol after the ship. And no one will bother about Planetoid 60.
Happy, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Very faintly.
Are you all right?
I think so, sir, but I can't move. I'm buried under a pile of rock.
So am I, but I think I can work loose. There. My head and shoulders are out now. Lucky these helmets and suits are built to take a lot of punishment. I'll be free in a few seconds, Happy. Once you're able to move, these rocks aren't heavy. There isn't much gravity on this little planetoid. There. Now, Happy, Oh, I see the top of your helmet.
They sure came close with that space cannon. I was sure that last blast was our finish.
Evidently, Rupp and Corbel thought it was, too. Here, I'll roll these rocks away from around your helmet so I can grab you under the shoulders. There. Now, here we go.
Thanks, Commander.
Better turn up the power on your suit transmitter, Happy. I can barely hear you.
All right. Is that any better?
A little.
It's all the way up. And you're pretty faint yourself.
That fall of rock must have damaged our transmitters.
Hey, Commander, our ship is gone.
Rupp and Corbel are smarter than I thought.
What do you mean, sir?
It won't take the Space Patrol long to find the ship. There won't be anything to make anyone look for us here at Planetoid 60.
And with our transmitters damaged, gee, Commander, we're stranded.
Yes, until Rupp and Corbel come back.
If they do.
Well, they probably will. If they didn't intend to, there wouldn't have been any point in taking our ship instead of blasting it right here.
Well, suppose they do come back. They'll finish us off if they see us.
We'll take care of that when the time comes.
Commander, look, one of the shots that Corbel and Rupp fired us hit the wreckage.
Uh-huh. Churned it up worse than it was. Oh, what's this?
What's what, sir?
This transparent plastic case. There's writing inside and a small lump of metal with a chain on it.
It looks like some sort of a bracelet.
It's engraved. Captain Jules Hartog.
What's the writing about, sir?
It's dated January 15th, 2853.
100 years ago.
Hartog wrote this, Happy. Listen. This is written just before what may be my last voyage in space. When found we were able to control our ship,
and that a crash was inevitable, we bailed out in our spacesuits. We drifted here 4 hours later. Now, the three of us, Mowbray, Clayton, and myself, are about to blast off on an emergency space raft. Our hope of rescue is slight, but it is better to be out in space, headed for the unknown, than to wait on this planetoid for the inevitable end. We leave behind a treasure. With luck, we shall return to claim it ourselves. You who read this perhaps are here by chance. Forgive us, then, if we selfishly decline to make it easy for you to obtain what we have discovered.
By years of sacrifice and the risk of our lives. And assigned Captain Jules Hartog.
3 men in a tiny space raft. No wonder they were never found. And all this happened 100 years ago, but I feel like it just happened.
I can understand why they took the space raft rather than stay here.
We're in the same fix, and we haven't got a space raft.
At least Captain Hartog left us with something to do to pass the time.
What's that, sir?
Look for the treasure.
I wonder how long it would take us to search this whole planetoid.
Several days, probably. You know, Happy, I've been wondering why Captain Hartog left this lump of metal here with his letter.
Well, what kind of metal is it, sir?
It looks like platinum. Happy, do you have your Space Patrol microscope where you can get at it?
Yes, sir. It's in the belt pouch of my spacesuit.
Well, let me have it. I want to take a look at these scratches.
Yes, sir. Here it is.
Thanks. You know, from the shape of this platinum lump, it just might be a model of this planetoid.
Oh?
Now, if I can get these scratch marks into focus. There. I was right, Happy. Captain Hartog left us a map of planetoid 60.
What?
There are letters here, letters so small they can't be seen without the microscope. Planetoid 60. There's a cross marked in the face of this tiny lump. Under it's the word cave.
Cave? Then that must be where the treasure is.
If we can pick out the spot where we are now, we ought to be able to locate the cave. See, over there to our left is a sort of knife-edged ridge of rock. To the right, 3 small pinnacles in a sort of triangle. Now, if there's something like that on the metal lump.
Can you find it, sir?
Yeah. Now, here it is. The cave is about a third of the way around the other side of the planetoid. Let's get going, Happy.
Okay, Corbo. Before I left Corey's ship, I turned on the automatic emergency signal on the spaceophone. You can cut the Terra 5 loose now.
All right, Rupp. By the time the Space Patrol picks up the signal and comes to investigate, we'll be thousands of DUs away.
You sure it's safe to go back to Planetoid 60 right away?
Sure. With Corey's ship out near the Pluto orbit, Planetoid 60 would be the last place they'd look for Corey.
Then let's go back and load up all the transplutite we can find.
We must be getting close to the cave, sir. We're on the rim of that saucer-shaped depression that shows on the metal lump.
If I read the map right, the cave should be right behind that rock.
Commander, it's Hartog's cave.
Yes. Dug back into the bluff. Flash your atomo light in there, Happy.
Yes, sir. Say, look at that. It's full of boxes, packed clear up to the top of the cave.
See if we can make out the labels.
Transplutite. Most of these on the left side seem to be transplutite, sir.
Mm-hmm. Millions of credits worth.
Wow.
Cast your light up there on the wall of the cave, Happy.
It's an astrogation chart.
Yes, the solar system, with one orbit marked in red.
It must be a comet orbit, sir. It loops clear outside of Pluto and then comes in fairly close to Sun.
Once every 100 years. Happy, that isn't a comet orbit. It's a planetoid. Look what the chart says. Hartog planetoid.
Named it after himself, I guess.
That must be the original source of the transplutite, a rock that contains arcturium.
And he used Planetoid 60, a sort of way station and storage place.
Right.
If we can only get this nose to the... Hey, Commander, look.
The spaceship. Corbo and Rupp are back.
Oh, they'll probably land back at the wreck, and here we are 10 miles away.
Let's hurry, Happy. Maybe we can get back there before they blast off.
Yeah, on this low-gravity planetoid, we can make pretty good time.
We got a pretty good pile of transplutite here, Corbo. Should we carry it into the ship now?
There's a lot more scattered around. We might as well get all we can while we're here.
Okay. There are a few chunks over there by the rock where we blasted Corey.
We'll go get them.
Corbo, would those rocks be like that if Corey and the cadet were under them?
They've been moved. Corey and the cadet got out.
Where are they? Suppose they've been picked up?
Maybe, but I doubt it. There hasn't been enough time. If they were, there'd probably be Space Patrol ships around waiting for us to come back.
Let's get in the ship and blast off.
Hey, don't get panicky. Let's see if we can locate Corey and the cadet. If they're still here, we'd better finish them off. Come on. Let's try this direction.
They're walking away from the ship now, sir.
Keep down, Happy. Don't let them see you.
Yes, sir.
They're looking for us. When they go a few more yards, we'll run for their ship and keep low.
All right, Commander.
Better not talk anymore. I don't think their suit spacephones are on our frequency, but we don't want to take any chances.
I hear them in the airlock, sir.
Then they finished loading the transplutite in the cargo hold. Stand back on the other side of the hatch, Happy. They'll get clear inside the ship before we rush them.
Yes, sir.
We'll blast off and make a careful search of the planetoid at low altitude.
Yeah, it won't take long to find them on this dinky hunk of rock.
You're right, Rupp. It won't take long at all.
Rupp, go for your ray gun.
Oh, no, you don't.
Now, Corvo, does that convince you, or do you want some more?
You got us, Corey.
All right, Rupp. On your feet.
Yeah, sure. Corvo, what did you do with my ship?
It's heading out toward the Pluto orbit. The automatic distress signal on the spacephone.
I'll check on that with the receiver after I lock you men up. Incidentally, Corbo, I thought you might like to know that there's more arcturium here than you ever dreamed of.
What do you mean?
We found a cave full of it.
Yeah, and an astrogation chart of the planetoid where Hartog got it originally.
You would have had a share of it, Corbeau, if you'd played straight.
Rupp and I figured Hartog used Planetoid 60 as a storage base.
But how'd you find the cave? We've been over this whole planetoid a dozen times with a fine-tooth comb.
A fine-tooth comb? Well, that's where you made your mistake. You should have used a microscope.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Gang, here it is. The announcement you've been waiting for. The big new surprise Buzz Corey has for everybody. The surprise that'll give you a glimpse into a mysterious hidden world you've never seen before. Get pencil and paper set. Here's Buzz Corey with the entire story.
Space Patrollers, this is your lucky day, because now you can own an official Space Patrol microscope kit. Just think of all the important work the Space Patrol microscope did for us today. It showed us that there were enamel flakes mixed in that innocent-looking white powder. And it showed us that Captain Hartog had scratched a secret map on the top of a small lump of metal. Now you'll be able to examine all kinds of tiny particles and objects with your Space Patrol microscope, too. Wait till you get it. You'll agree the Space Patrol microscope is a mighty important instrument to have.
Think of the fun. Think of all you can learn. An honest-to-goodness scientific instrument with the power to magnify objects 15 times. Gang, you can see the wing of a butterfly 15 times actual size. The feelers of an insect 15 times actual size. The texture of paper, the petals of flowers, human hair, grains of sand, all 15 times actual size. And imagine seeing the living creatures in a drop of water. You can do it with a Space Patrol microscope.
It's made of sturdy green plastic, and it's so compact you can carry it in your pocket. Small but powerful, just 5 inches high, yet it magnifies objects 15 times actual size.
But remember, we're offering you an entire kit, the Space Patrol microscope, plus 4 clear acetate slides for mounting specimens.
Plus a 5th slide containing a fiery atomic particle.
Gang, the lens tube is not cheap cardboard. It's real plastic. It will not wear out or slip out.
Don't wait. Send for this exciting new Space Patrol microscope kit today.
Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are on a space platform off the Mars orbit, investigating the theft of supplies from the emergency space station. Right now, they're walking down a corridor toward the control compartment.
The automatic camera in the control compartment should have a film of all ships that dock at the platform, Happy.
Commander, what's that?
A meteor warning system. A meteor's on a collision course.
Well, can't we cut on the power and move the platform?
It's too late. We're hit.
Join us again next week for the exciting story, The Winged Spies of Venus, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Louisville, Kentucky, Huntington, West Virginia, Boston, Massachusetts, and Heartland, Vermont. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devery. Other players were Ken Mayer, Norman Jolly, and Bela Kovach. Dick Tufel speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is heard overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
Space Patrol! Are you
adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are in a space platform off the Mars orbit, investigating the theft of supplies from the emergency space station. Right now, they're walking down a corridor toward the control compartment.
The automatic camera in the control compartment should have a film of all ships that dock at the platform, Happy.
Commander, what's that?
The meteor warning system. A meteor must be on a collision course.
Well, can't we cut on the power and move the platform? Too late, we're hit.
And now for the complete story of today's thrilling adventure of Space Patrol. Space Patrol agents have been vainly trying to find out how members of a highly organized gang of space bandits communicate with each other without use of spacephones. Reports of mysterious activity in the Atlas Mountains of Venus have spurred Commander Corey to visit the region, thinking this activity may have some connection with the gang. Flying over the Zerda Valley, Buzz and Happy had noticed a crashed robot space freighter and near it a private cruiser. As the commander's ship approaches for a landing, two men on the ground carrying crates from the damaged robot ship come to a halt. One of them turns to his companion.
Doris, I tell you, it's a Space Patrol ship. Let's drop this crate and blast off.
I know it's a Space Patrol ship, but if we're run now, we'd be sitting ducks. The Space Patrol would know we were looting the ship, and they could blast ours before we get off the ground.
You can't bluff it out. They'll land and start asking questions.
Oh, they'll land all right, but they'll never get close enough to ask questions. Look, Prentice, I can carry this crate by myself. I'll lug it into our ship and go back after our instructions.
But they're landing now.
I know it. If we keep acting as though we had every right to be here, they won't get suspicious until it's too late. Go back for the green box. I'll cover you from the hedge of our ship. If the Space Patrol tries to stop you, I'll stop them with the blast gun.
All right, Happy. Open the outer hatch.
Yes, sir. Those fellows must be with the company that owns that robot, all right. They're still unloading it.
Maybe, but that's not a commercial ship. Come on, we'll talk to the man carrying the crate. His partner must be in the ship. Down the ladder, Hap.
Hey, he's running toward his ship, Commander.
Hold it a minute. We want to talk to you.
Hey, someone's firing at us from that cruiser.
With the blast gun. Quick, rush the man with the crate. Stop him before he gets to the ship.
Oh,
Happy.
my shoulder.
Keep down. I'll get this fellow with the crate. All right. Stop right where you are. Might as well put up that ray gun, Commander. My partner will pick you off with a blast gun. He won't dare shoot now, or he might hit you. Now put down that crate and tell your partner to come out of his ship. Thornton!
Get away from me, Prentice. Give me room to shoot.
No, you don't. Come back here. Let go of me. If it's a fight you want.
Get away from me, Prentice, so I can blast him.
So you want to get in on it, too, huh?
Prentice, grab him so I can slug him.
I've got him.
There, that takes care of him.
How about the other one?
I'll give him a blast. It's jammed. Get to our ship, quick. The cadet's got a ray gun.
Stop right where you are.
Run for it, Prentice. He can't hit us when we're in the ship. We forgot the crate. Never mind the crate. Leave it there. Get to our ship.
Oh, stop or I'll shoot.
We're out of range. Into the ship and blast off as quick as you can.
Commander.
Happy. Did you get them?
No, sir. They're in the ship. Well, there they go, sir. I fired at them with my ray gun, but I missed. I had to shoot left-handed on account of my shoulder. I should have got them, though.
At least you drove them off before they finished me. Let's see your shoulder, Hap.
I don't know what hit me, sir. Certainly wasn't the blast gun, or I'd have been knocked out.
The blast probably chipped off a piece of rock.
Lucky it wasn't worse. How do you feel, sir?
Groggy, but I'm all right. That ship, it's unmarked, isn't it?
Yes, sir. No identification on it anywhere.
No use trying to blast off after it. We'll make a spacephone report to Venus City headquarters.
Those guys must be real scavengers, Commander. The robot couldn't have been grounded more than a few minutes, and here they were, looting it.
Here's the crate the man was carrying when I jumped in. Now, look at this, Happy. This box is addressed to the Atlas Mountains Experimental Farm.
You mean Brother John, where we were going?
Yes, but evidently the thieves didn't read the information in the box very carefully. These are honeybees, Happy.
Bees?
Right, very angry ones. Being dropped on the ground.
Well, why would those two men want to steal bees?
They probably didn't know they were bees. The box were going to the experimental farm. They figured it was probably valuable equipment of some kind.
Wow. Would they have got a surprise when they opened the case?
Happy, we might as well deliver this case of bees in person. Come on. There's the experimental farm, Happy, on top of the plateau.
Oh, it's beautiful. But where do we land? The whole plateau is under cultivation, except for that row of buildings.
We'll land at the base outside the fence.
Yeah, it looks like it'd be pretty hard for a criminal to escape from that farm, sir.
None has ever tried, Happy. Brother John seems to keep the men busy and contented.
I don't see any farm machinery from here, sir.
The men use only hand tools like rakes, hoes, and small plows. You won't find any spacephones or any mechanical or electronic equipment on that plateau.
Oh, Commander, if Brother John doesn't believe in modern methods, will he use this new Space Patrol microscope you're going to give him?
I think he'll appreciate the fact that a microscope would be quite useful on his farm. He can study insects that are attacking his plants, and examine plants themselves for traces of disease.
Boy, this microscope is sure come in handy for us. What I like about it is it's so small. It's small enough to carry in your pocket, and yet it sure is powerful.
It saves us a lot of time, all right. We can make a quick comparison of fingerprints right on the scene of a crime instead of waiting for a lab check.
Yeah, now that I've got a microscope I can carry around, I realize how much fun it is to magnify ordinary objects. When you look into a Space Patrol microscope, it's almost like looking into a different world.
I like to see every boy and girl have one, Happy. You can learn a lot with a microscope and have fun besides. Hap, while I'm setting the ship down, get that crate of bees out of the aft compartment.
Yes, sir.
I want to thank you again, Commander, for delivering this crate of bees. I'll have Rexford transfer them to an empty hive. I hope they're all right. Well, they're probably angry right now. But Rexford has a way with bees. Rather strange fellow. You know, he's technically not an inmate. He voluntarily came here 6 months ago. Now he has complete charge of our bee colony. I actually think he knows every single bee by name. I'm afraid all bees look alike to me.
Yeah, me too.
They're fascinating creatures. Rexford's always receiving new varieties and sending other types to beekeepers on other planets.
Well, what do they fly over that way for? There's no flowers on that part of the farm.
They're flying over the edge of the plateau to visit the flowers farther down the valley. Then they come back to their hives with the nectar and pollen. Oh, by the way, I brought you something you might be able to use here on your farm, Brother John. Well, it's a microscope. Mm-hmm. It's a new Space Patrol microscope. Small, but very powerful. I thought it might be helpful in studying plant diseases. Very thoughtful, Commander. I appreciate this very much. Now I'll tell you why we came here. Have you noticed any unusual or suspicious activity here in the valley around the plateau? Why, I don't believe so. Well, frankly, I don't have much interest in what goes on beyond the rim of the plateau. I imagine your farm keeps you very busy, but we've heard rumors that unmarked spaceships are landing and blasting off in this region. In fact, one of those ships looted the wrecked robot freighter. I wish I could help you, Commander, but I can't give you any definite information. However, in the future, I'll pay more attention to the ships flying over. Thank you, Brother John.
Hey, this is some view from up here. You can see for miles in all directions.
That's why I figured Brother John might be able to help us. I'll do my best, Commander. One of our agents will check with you from time to time. Now, Happy and I better be getting back to our ship. No? Must you leave so soon? Yes, we've got to investigate a space platform off the Mars orbit. Tremendous amounts of fuel, liquid air containers, and food were taken, and no record was left. I see. We've installed an automatic camera. Chances are we've got a picture of the ship that the thieves used. Happy and I are going to pick up that camera. I wish you luck, Commander. Thanks, Brother John. Come on, Happy. The microprojector's all ready, Sorensen.
All right. Here's the slide with the bee on it. Slip it under the lens. Ah, that's it. Turn it on. Hey, the wing isn't quite in focus. A little more. How's that? Good. Now I can make out the message. Space Patrol has installed automatic cameras on emergency supply space platform. Corey will check on platform in Mars orbit. Fine, Rexford. All right, shut it off. Oh, that means the Space Patrol will have a film record of our ship. That's a good thing we don't have a registration number. Yeah, but Corey is likely to recognize it anyway. We got to get to that platform before he does. Suppose we're too late. We can't afford to be. Come on, get to the ship.
I've got the platform in the view scope. And we are too late. Corey's ship is connected to the airlock.
No, we're not too late. We're just in time. We can get rid of the evidence against us and Corey, too.
You're going to fire on the space platform?
That's right. And no one will ever suspect us.
What do you mean? Oh, meteor cannon.
Exactly. When Space Patrol agents see the jagged hole in the hull of the platform, they'll assume a meteor hit it. Press the loading switch. I'll aim the projectile at the platform control compartment.
The control compartment is at the end of this corridor, Happy.
I sure hope the camera got a good picture of the thieves' ship.
If they entered the control compartment, we may even have a picture of the criminals themselves.
What's that?
The meteor warning system. A meteor must be on a collision course.
Oh, can't we turn on the power and move the platform? Too late, we've been hit.
Buzz and Happy, in an emergency space platform in the orbit of Mars, are investigating the theft of supplies. They hope an automatic camera on the platform will reveal the identity of the thieves. Meantime, the criminals have learned that Commander Corey is at the platform, and from their spaceship, they've launched a projectile with a jagged outer shell, hoping Space Patrol agents will believe the platform was struck by a meteor. As Buzz and Happy stand in the corridor, the projectile crashes through the control compartment of the platform structure.
Commander, I can't breathe. We're losing all our air.
Close the compartment door quickly.
There. Hope this compartment is airtight.
It should be. Stand still for a few seconds. Let's see if the air pressure builds up in here.
I think it is, sir.
Good. Then the meteor didn't tear through the air supply system for this part of the platform.
Sure was lucky we weren't in the control compartment.
I just hope that camera wasn't wrecked.
But how can we get it now, sir?
We can't, not without spacesuits. Go back through the corridor into the airlock, Happy. We'll put on our spacesuits in the ship.
Yes, sir. Open rockets, what was that?
Sounds as though the platform got hit again.
By another meteor? But why didn't the alarm ring?
Probably the first meteor tore out the alarm system.
We must be in the path of a swarm of meteors.
Get to the ship quickly, and let's hope that the last one didn't tear through our ship, too.
Before I open the compartment door, Happy, check your spacesuit air supply indicator again. It's all right, Commander. Okay. Wow, what a mess. The meteor sure ripped things apart in here. Look at that control board. Where's the camera, sir? Up above the console behind the secret panel. Let's get the camera out. Oh, it doesn't look damaged. Can I help you, sir? I can manage it, Happy. It's not heavy. Okay, let's take it back to the ship and see what we've got on the film.
Brandon! Brandon! Yeah? Come out forward.
Well, what's up, Thorson?
I just got a spaceable message from Orcott on Saturn. The job came off like clockwork. They got 250,000 credits worth of argonium.
Great. When do we get our share?
As soon as Orcott disposes of it. He let us know by shipping Rexford some bees at Brother John's farm.
I wish it was a quicker way.
Oh, there isn't any that's safer.
Yeah, I guess you're right. They'll never think of anyone using messages microfilmed on bees' wings.
Yeah. Well, even if they do, how are they going to locate the right bee?
When Rexford first came to us with that idea of using bees for messages, I thought he was crazy.
That's the beauty of it. It is crazy. So crazy that those logical Space Patrol master brains would never think of it.
And speaking of the Space Patrol, have you heard anything on the emergency frequency?
Nah, not a peep. Corey's finished. There's no doubt about that.
The projector's ready, sir. Shall I start it up? All right, Happy. I'll cut our controls to automatic. Let her go. There's a ship on the screen, Hap.
Private cruiser, Class D. Oh, what are those numbers on the strip at the side of the screen, sir?
That's the date and time the ship approached the space platform. The camera cuts on when the viewscope picks up an object. There, it's coming up to the airlock. Happy, that ship.
It looks like the same one that was looting the robot.
Yes, and it's unmarked.
Hey, what's wrong? The screen went black.
The automatic camera cuts out when the ship joins the airlock. It saves film. And now look, it's picking up inside the control room.
Yeah, it's two men. Hey, the same ones that we had the fight with by the robot freighter.
Yes, they're looking around.
Yeah, looking for something to steal, probably. No, there they go. Back through the compartment door.
And there's the ship leaving the airlock. The time strip indicates it took them 1 hour and 15 minutes to load their ship with stolen supplies.
Now here comes another ship.
That's the commercial ship that discovered the robbery. We can speed the projector past this strip, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Now slow it to normal. Let's see what we've got.
Hey, that's our ship approaching the platform airlock.
Mm-hmm.
Should I cut it off, sir?
No, wait a minute. Let's see if the camera's fast enough to pick up those meteors that hit the platform.
The screen's black again. Uh-oh. Another ship. Yeah, but it's awfully far away.
It must have been out there while we were on the platform.
Hey, what's going on? Did you see that flash?
Space cannon.
What are they firing at? It looks as though they were aiming right at the platform.
Look at the time strip, Happy. That was just the time the meteors hit.
Look at that streak. Right from the ship toward the camera.
Well, that explains it. Those jagged holes weren't made by meteors. They were projectiles. What kind of a ship would you say that was?
Private cruiser, Class D. Just like the one that looted the platform earlier.
They must have known we were coming here. But how?
Well, Commander, I hate to say this, but... Oh, Brother John knew our plan.
I know what you're thinking, Happy, but John would never have a hand in anything like this.
No, I suppose not. And anyway, how could he get the information off the plateau? He hasn't got a spaceophone transmitter, and the guard at the foot of the plateau wouldn't let anyone through the gate.
Still, Happy, the answer is somewhere in that valley in the Atlas Mountains. You go back to Venus and search carefully, then make a tour of investigation on foot.
Prentice, get on that phone. We got work to do.
Oh, what now?
And we're blasting off Arena City.
We just got back from that platform job.
It'll only take a couple of hours. I just picked up a spaceophone message from Turner. It's in Venus City, but our cut on the Lower City job.
Well, why didn't you say so?
Yeah, I thought that would wake you up. Come on.
Want me to check the nectar dish down the hill? Maybe Rexford's sending us some more messages.
We'll interview the bees when we get back.
Okay. By the way, have you seen my Geiger counter?
Have you lost it again? Yeah. Well, it's around here someplace. Come on, let's go to Venus City.
Head south of the plateau again, Happy, right down the valley.
Yes, sir.
Hey, look down there at the foot of that low hill.
Oh, you mean where there's a scarred place on the ground?
Yes, it's all green except for that one spot. Looks to me as though a spaceship might have used that for a landing strip.
It certainly does, Commander.
Set our ship down the north side of that hill. We'll get out and do a little scouting around. By the looks of it, Happy, this patch of ground has been used by a spaceship several times.
Yes, sir, but why? There's nothing around here, no buildings or anything.
Wait a minute. Look up the slope of the hill. What does that look like to you, just to the left of that big rock?
Why, it's a building. And pretty well camouflaged, too.
Let's go up and have a look.
I can see it plainer now, sir. It's nothing more than a shack.
All right, hold still, Happy. Don't move.
Uh-oh. Bees.
Some of Brother John's bees, probably.
Yeah, but what are they interested in this part of the valley for? There aren't any flowers here, just grass and weeds.
Hey, listen, Happy. Hear that?
I just hear the buzzing of the bees, sir. Oh, that clicking sound. Some insect in the grass.
Listen again.
Hey, if we weren't clear out here in the valley, I'd say that was a Geiger counter.
Come over here, Happy, but move slowly. There's what's attracting the bees, Hap, that bowl of liquid.
Yeah, and look what's lying beside it. A Geiger counter. And it's clicking like mad. Yeah, there must be uranium in the ground or some other radioactive mineral.
That could explain why a certain spaceship was making visits here. Let's make a few tests with that Geiger counter, Happy. Take it easy. Don't get the bees aroused.
I won't, sir.
Oddly designed counter. The detector is the end of a long rod.
We'll move the counter away from the radioactivity, sir.
We'll make a few tests. I'll hold it right over the bowl again.
Uh-oh. Well, there goes the bees. Most of them.
Happy, it's either the bowl or the liquid, or perhaps the bees themselves that are radioactive.
Hey, one of them fell into the liquid.
I'll fish him out with a detector rod. There.
Poor little guy. He's sopping wet. He can't fly.
He'll dry out in a few minutes. Happy, listen to that counter. This bee is full of radioactivity. Now watch, I'll move the rod closer and pull it away again.
Smoking rock, it's a radioactive bee.
There's another one on this leaf. I'll test him. Nothing. Odd that one bee should activate the counter and another from the same swarm register nothing.
Yeah, what's this guy been eating?
Happy, have you got your Space Patrol microscope with you?
Oh, yes, sir, right here in my jacket pocket.
I don't suppose we can tell anything by looking at him, even with a microscope, but there seems to be a strange blue dot on one of his wings.
Yeah, you're right, sir.
Happy. My eyes are playing tricks on me. Take a look through the microscope. Careful now.
Yes, sir. Hey, through the lens, the blue dot seems broken up. Commander, those are letters. Letters on the bee's wing. Why, it's like looking at a piece of microfilm.
Exactly. Let me have a look again, huh? Shipment of Floridine leaves Mercury City at 1400 hours Thursday.
A message on a bee's wing.
Yes, and a secret message at that. Now we know how these criminals have been communicating with each other.
Yeah, with bees.
Right. They can ship bees from planet to planet and pick out the messenger bees with a Geiger counter. Probably there's a tiny speck of radioactive material fastened to its body or fed to it.
Commander, here comes a spaceship. And it looks like it's going to land near here.
All right, quickly up the hill to that shack. Hurry before anyone sees us.
Not bad for a 2-hour trip, is it, Prentice? 20,000 space credits apiece.
No, Sorensen. Not bad at all. Open the door. Hey, you know, with all the money we're making, I'm getting kind of tired of living in this shack. Why can't we turn this end of the work over to somebody else?
You can't trust anybody else, Prentice.
No, not even a bee. Corey, get your hands up, both of you.
What's this all about? We haven't done anything.
We've been checking your winged messengers and your microfilm projector. We've got a line on most of your gang.
Yeah, Rexford at Brother John's farm, Orcutt, Turner, the whole mob.
Plus the film record from the space platform.
Well, Corey, I guess you've got the evidence, but you'll never use it. All right, Prentice. You through playing games?
Yeah, I've had enough. Now get up, Thorson. That's it.
One thing I want to know. How did you find out we were using bees to carry messages? Well, I'd say that that's none of your business.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol story. Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits investigating a suspicious-looking meteor that's recently landed on the 6th moon of Jupiter.
It looks just like an ordinary meteor to me, sir. Now look carefully. I'd say these marks were made by an atomo torch. Yeah, but who... Commander, there's a spaceship coming in for a landing. You must be crazy. The landing strip is over there. He's coming right for us, with his forward rockets on. Can't help seeing it. He's trying to crush us.
Join us again next week for this thrilling adventure with the Space Patrol. High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol.
Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are in their spacesuits at the base of a volcano on the planet Saturn, searching for a missing scientist.
Dr. Ramsey ought to be very close to this spot, Happy. It's rough ground. It's hard to see more than a few yards.
The doctor may have fallen into a crevice. Hey, Commander, listen. What's that rumbling? The ground's shaking. It's a volcano. It's going to erupt. We'd better find Dr. Ramsey in a hurry. We're too late, Happy. Get back to the ship. Boiling lava will be pouring down this mountain in a matter of minutes. Yes, sir. Watch your step, but hurry. Hey, Commander, our ship is gone. We're trapped.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Sleeping Demon of Saturn.
Say, Say, what kind of jet jalopy are we riding in, Captain Tufeld? We'll never get to Terra City at this speed.
Well, I know what's the matter. This surface car's just got ordinary fuel in it. Let's drive into this filling station here and fill her up with super fuel. Let's try her now.
Wow, this jet cycle is supercharged now.
Sure thing. It's got super fuel. And Space Patrollers, there's a lesson in this for you. Ordinary fuel for breakfast, you're just a putt-putt. Super fuel for breakfast, you're supercharged. My advice is eat the super fuel Buzz Corey has in the morning. I mean Wheat Chex and Rice Chex, the super cereals that help to supercharge you. Real swell tasting, and they both have that modern bite-sized design for easy eating. So, gang, don't be a putt-putt. Eat the delicious super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And remember, inside of every package, there's a mysterious magic space picture. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are in the commander's flagship, the Terra 5, approaching the planet Mercury, where a few hours before, a minor quake shook a small section of that innermost planet. There were no casualties and no damage to property. Yet, within the hour, every planetary capital, every scientific laboratory was buzzing with excitement. Furthermore, it caused Commander Corey to make a special trip to Mercury. Why all this interest in a harmless quake? Because it was predicted 8 years before, almost to the minute. Intently now, Happy scans the viewscope screen as the cracked and fissured surface of Mercury spins below.
We're getting close to the scene of the quake, Commander.
I'm afraid it won't look any different than the rest of this part of Mercury, Happy.
Well, I suppose not, sir. But I'd like to be able to say that I was one of the first to see the location of the first scheduled quake. Didn't the Spaceophone newscast say that the doctor pinpointed the exact location and named the time 8 years ago?
Dr. Ramsey's predictions may have been just a coincidence. That's why I sent Tonga on ahead to Mercury City to contact him personally.
Well, predicting quakes isn't exactly new, is it, sir? I mean, in a general sort of way?
Up to now, it's been very general. Scientists have spread their predictions over areas of hundreds of square miles and allowed themselves several years leeway.
Assistant Security Chief Tonga, calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5. Tonga, calling Commander Corey.
Corey here, go ahead.
I've contacted Dr. Ramsey, Commander. He's in Mercury City.
Good. Did you talk to him about this Mercury quake?
Yes. He says the news reports are basically true. He did predict the exact time and location of this quake 8 years ago.
Well, tell him I'll see him as soon as I reach Mercury City. That'll be in about 30 minutes. Corey out.
Commander, look. There's something down there in that clearing.
What's it look like?
A wrecked spaceship.
A wrecked spaceship?
Yes, sir.
I'll set the ship down. You get our spacesuits out of the locker.
All right, Hap, into the ship. Yes, sir. Be careful you don't puncture your spacesuit on that jagged metal. Yes, sir. Commander, there's a man in here, collapsed over the instrument panel. Now, let's take a look at him. At least he's in a spacesuit. He's still alive. Quickly, Happy, let's get him to our ship. He needs oxygen.
Just checked with Mercury City Space Control, sir. They're clearing Space Lock 3 for us.
Good, Hap.
How's that passenger, sir?
Oh, he'll be all right. He's resting back aft. It was close. If we'd been a few minutes later, he'd have been finished.
What made him crash?
Defective rocket equalizers. Lucky he wasn't killed. He told me he bought the ship at a bargain.
Some bargain?
Yeah. From nose to stern, that ship was fitted with obsolete equipment. Cheap metals covered with Endurium plating. He tells me he bought it from a man named Fran Gresham.
Fran Gresham? Name sounds familiar.
He was working a petty swindle game on Mars a few months ago. Our agents broke it up, but they couldn't get anything on Gresham. Well, there's nothing petty about selling defective spaceships. That's potential murder. And this time, we're really going after it. Well, Gresham, did you close the deal?
Our client insisted on inspecting the ship. The only thing we found in working order was a danger sign in the atomic power compartment.
That's the third sale you've muffed this last week, Gresham. It's costing me quite a bit of money to keep up a front here in Mercury City. What we need to do is create a demand for small spaceships. Something that'll make people want a ship and not be too particular about the condition it's in. Or the price.
That's a large order, Shrike.
You know. If we could start a fake uranium rush, say to one of the moons of Jupiter or Saturn, or some kind of panic. Panic. That's it. Get people frightened and then offer them a means of escape.
How are we going to get them frightened? And of what?
Did you hear about this scientist who predicted a quake here on Mercury?
I heard something about it. I didn't pay much attention.
His name is Ramsey. 8 years ago, he predicted a quake in a certain part of Mercury and called it almost to the minute. The quake hit yesterday.
So what?
Suppose we pay him some money and get him to predict what city is going to be hit with a quake within the next few weeks. We can sell those ships in a few hours.
Suppose there isn't going to be a quake near a city.
There won't have to be one. The very fact that this guy Ramsey is making a test near a city will make people worried. Then we'll start a few rumors.
Shrike, I think you've got something.
I'll call on this Doc Ramsey. And I think I know just the city that's ideal.
I'm all ready, sir. There's a service car in front of headquarters waiting to take us to Dr. Ramsey's apartment.
Oh, we'll wait here a few minutes, Happy. I'm expecting a report from Tonga and this man Gresham.
Oh, yes, sir. Oh, how's the man we rescued from the wrecked ship?
Oh, he'll be all right. But he's in bad shape financially. No company would insure that ship of his because he didn't have a Space Patrol inspection certificate.
So the poor guy has to stand the loss himself.
Mm-hmm. It's an expensive lesson for him.
Commander,
Oh, yes, Tonga.
I haven't been able to find out much about this Grand Gresham, but I've learned one thing. He's here in Mercury City, or at least he was within the last 2 days.
Where can we locate him?
I don't know. But he's been seen with a man named Rupert Shrike.
Oh, probably he's planning to sell Shrike one of his broken-down ships.
No, Happy. Apparently, Shrike is backing Gresham, helping him to put up a front to impress clients.
Tonga, assign 2 of our agents to tail Shrike. Find out how he contacts Gresham, and we can get a line on them.
All right, Commander.
Okay, Happy. Let's get over to Dr.
Mr. Shrike, I find your offer very attractive.
Well, then you'll accept, Doctor?
Well, I'd like a little time to think it over. You see, I hardly expected to be called on to predict quakes for a private person. Tell me, Mr. Shrike, what region are you interested in?
Kepler City on Saturn. I have some property there.
You don't need to worry, Mr. Shrike. Kepler City is safe probably for centuries to come.
Well, then you've already tested it?
Years ago. But you can rely on the assurances of other quake experts.
But Kepler City is fairly near a volcano, Doctor.
I know. The sleeping demon. That volcano is all but inactive. Sends up a little smoke occasionally. Even if it did erupt, which is unlikely, the city is in no danger.
But suppose a quake shifted the strata under the cone. Wouldn't that cause a violent eruption?
It would take a fairly violent quake to do that. And that's most improbable.
Make a test anyway. I'll raise my offer to 2,000 credits.
No, Mr. Shrike, thank you. Any further test would be a waste of time.
Look here, Ramsey. I came here with a legitimate offer. Don't pull this high-toned devotion to science business on me.
I'm not interested, Mr. Shrike. Now, will you excuse me?
You listen to me, Ramsey. I can make you mighty anxious to make that test if you don't listen to reason.
Is that a threat?
Take it as a threat if you want to. I've made up my mind. You're going to make that test. If I have to use force. Get rid of him. I'm not leaving here till I get what I want.
Very well. Dr. Ramsey? Yes. Come in. Come on. Yes. Commander, this gentleman is Mr. Shrike.
How do you do, Mr. Shrike?
Nice to meet you, Commander.
Mr. Shrike feels he has urgent business with me.
We can discuss it later.
On the contrary, I'll discuss it right now. Commander, I think this is something you should know. I never saw this man until a few minutes ago. He comes into my apartment and threatens to force
That's
me...
enough of that, Ramsey.
Let him talk, Shrike. You'll have your turn later.
Yeah, well, it's my turn right now.
Put away that ray gun.
Look out, Commander! Give me that gun.
Get back to that. You
Oh, fool! Oh.
You realize what you've done.
Yeah? I shot the commander-in-chief of the Space Patrol and this cadet. That ought to convince you I mean business. Now, come on, Ramsey. Let's go.
Where are you taking?
To Saturn. You're going to predict the destruction of Kepler City.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, gang, how are you at imitation? Well, this is Captain Dick Tufeld speaking, and here's my idea of how a cosmic surface car sounds with just ordinary fuel in its tank. But. Well, now here's that same car with super fuel in its tank. But. Yes, sir. That cosmic surface car is really roaring now because it's supercharged with super fuel. And the same is true with you, gang. What happens to you when you have ordinary fuel for breakfast? Well, you move like this. But. That's right. You're just a putt-putt. But when you fill up your tank with super fuel, man, you're supercharged. So eat a power breakfast with rice Chex or wheat Chex and get supercharged. Flavor galore in every bite-sized biscuit. Rice Chex, wheat Chex. And inside of every package, you get a mysterious magic space picture. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Sleeping Demon of Saturn. Dr. Ramsey has perfected the method of predicting quakes. Two criminals, Shrike and Gresham, plan to force the doctor to predict a quake and eruption of a volcano near Kepler City on the planet Saturn. This, they figure, will create a near panic in the city, thus enabling them to dispose of defective spaceships at an enormous profit for people anxious to leave the danger area. When Dr. Ramsey attempted to tell the commander of Shrike's threat, Shrike whipped out a ray gun, rendered Buzz and Happy unconscious, then forced the quake expert to accompany him to Saturn. Now, an hour later, the two space patrolmen are regaining consciousness in the doctor's apartment in Mercury City.
I almost had him, Commander, but he turned the gun on me.
He must have been out for about an hour. Shrike could be off Mercury by now.
Where's Dr. Ramsey?
Shrike probably took him along.
What kind of business would he have with Dr. Ramsey?
Whatever it was crooked. The minute Dr. Ramsey started to tell us, Shrike pulled a gun. Let's get to Mercury City headquarters and send out an alarm.
Where are we now, Shrike?
We just crossed the Mars orbit. How's the doc?
I slipped something in his coffee to put him to sleep. That'll hold him till we reach Saturn.
Good. We'll keep Ramsey pretty well under cover. But we'll be around with our quake detecting equipment, setting it up in the region of the volcano. We'll be seen by spaceships and atmosphere cruisers, lugging heavy equipment up and down the slope of the sleeping demon. Every 3 or 4 days, we'll come back to Kepler City looking very grim and worried.
Like we found out bad news, huh?
Exactly. Then we'll drop a few hints, just enough to get people worried.
Like the volcano is going to erupt?
Yes. The wise boys will figure the authorities aren't letting the people know what's going on. So everybody will try to outwit everybody else, save his own skin.
How long is it going to take?
It'll have to work in about 3 days. So we can have our men sell the ships and then clear out. By the time the Space Patrol gets wind of it,
Happy, are all those agents' reports in?
All except Jupiter and Neptune, sir. All negative. No word on Shrike, Gresham, or Dr. Ramsey.
It's been 3 days now. Shrike may dispose of the doctor just to keep him from talking.
Oh, sir, there's a message for you here to call Jupiter City headquarters.
Is it from Tonga?
I don't know, sir. It just said Station 22.
Shrike is supposed to operate out of Jupiter City. Maybe Tonga's found out something. Commander Corey at Mercury City headquarters calling Jupiter City Space Patrol headquarters, Station 2-3. Commander Corey calling Station 2-3, Jupiter City headquarters.
Jupiter City headquarters, Station 2-3, Tonga.
Have you located Shrike?
No, Commander. We can almost be certain that neither he nor Gresham came to Jupiter City after they blasted up from Mercury.
And you probably haven't anything on Dr. Ramsey either.
No, except a rather ridiculous rumor.
What kind of rumor, Tonga?
Heard it from an engineer who just got in from Kepler City on Saturn. He repeated it only because he thought it was a joke. Some people in Kepler City think Dr. Ramsey is making quake tests around the sleeping demon.
The inactive volcano near the city?
Yes.
Well, it doesn't make much sense. If Dr. Ramsey were there, he'd let the authorities know he was all right.
The engineer says he talked to 2 intelligent men in Kepler City who are convinced that the sleeping demon is going to erupt.
Well, it's impossible. It's a dangerous rumor if it catches hold. I'm glad you told me about this, Tonga. I want you to contact Professor Hammond at the Jupiter University.
Professor Hammond?
Yes. He's also an expert on quakes. Tell him to go to Kepler City, explain the situation to him, and tell him that we want a public assurance from him that the city isn't in danger.
All right, Commander.
And Tonga, when you reach Kepler City, check on the source of those rumors. Corey out. Professor Hammond may be able to make people disregard the rumor, but I'd like to find out what's behind it. You and I'll pay a surprise visit.
Strike, we better get out of here quick.
What's the matter, Gresham?
Just found out that Corey's assistant security chief is here in Kepler City.
What about it? That doesn't mean she's looking for us.
No, but she showed up with another expert on quakes, Professor Hammond from Jupiter University. Just released a statement that the public has nothing to fear. The volcano won't erupt. No quakes are possible in this region.
Good. That's wonderful.
What's so wonderful about it? She's going to buy our spaceships after they hear what Hammond says.
Who's going to listen to Hammond when the sleeping demon starts spouting molten lava?
What are you talking about? The volcano isn't going to erupt.
It will. With a boost from a cosmic bomb dropped into the crater.
Huh?
We'll put a time fuse on it, so it'll blow up in about 12 hours. Of course, it won't be enough of an eruption to harm the city, but it'll panic the population. Then we'll do plenty of business.
Make Hammond look silly.
Not only that, but nobody will believe anything the local authorities say after that. It'll be every man for himself.
What about Ramsey?
They'll put him in a spacesuit and leave him near the top of the crater. The volcano will erupt before he gets down. Dr. Ramsey will never be seen again.
Well, let's work fast. I want to get out of this place. There's the sleeping demon in the viewscope, Happy.
Wow, that's some crater.
Impressive, but perfectly harmless. Kepler City is 10 miles east of the volcanic peak, just from the outer side.
And that's the Dardana River that flows past the base of the peak.
Right. When we get closer, you can see how the water has worn away the lava on the edge of the riverbank. That shows that the last eruption of the sleeping demon was thousands and thousands of years ago.
Assistant Security Chief Tonga calling Commander Corey aboard Terra 5. Tonga calling Commander Corey.
Corey here, go ahead.
Commander, you were right about those rumors. There's more to them than I thought.
What did you find out, Tonga?
The two men who have been making quake tests near the volcano fit the descriptions of Shrike and Gresham. Third, maybe, Dr. Ramsey.
Where are they now?
They blasted up from Kepler City Spaceport several hours ago. So far, they haven't come back yet.
Have you found out where they're staying in the city?
Yes, I have. It's at 147 North Polaris.
Well, watch it, Tonga. If they show up, notify headquarters.
Yes, Commander. There's one thing more. An atmosphere ship reported seeing a man in a spacesuit on the south slope of the volcano. Seemed to be under stress. Kept waving.
All right, Tonga. We'll check the slope before entering the atmosphere shell. Corey out. South slope. That's the side toward the river. Cut our velocity, Happy. We'll see if we can find them.
I don't see anyone. The lava's so jagged and covered with mounds and gullies.
If our man is in the shadow, we'll never see him.
And if it's Shrike or Gresham, he doesn't want us to.
Wait. Something moved down there, near the bottom of the slope.
I see it, sir. It's a man in a spacesuit, and he's waving.
Get our spacesuits out of the locker, Happy. We'll land on that level space near the river and go after him. Looks right. We've dropped the bomb in the crater and left Ramsey down on the slope. Now let's get back to the city.
Don't be stupid, Gresham. We'll show up an hour after the volcano erupts with a story of how we tried to rescue our companion, but the lava got to him before we did.
Who's going to bother listening to us then? We'll be running around trying to leave the city.
Sure, but at least we'll have an alibi in case we need it. Uh-oh. Look down there at the base of the slope.
Spaceship?
Yes, and it's Corey's.
Must have spotted Ramsey. Let's get out of here, quick.
Wait till we're sure they're out of sight of their ship, then we'll set down near it. I'll blast off in Terra 5 and meet you in Turquoise Canyon north of here. The sleeping demon will be spouting lava in about 15 minutes. If Corey's ship is gone, we'll get him.
I've lost sight of him, sir. Head as straight up the slope as you can, Happy. For a minute, I got a good look at him. His white spacesuit really stood out against that black lava. It's Dr. Ramsey, all right. Oh. Hey, the gray rock slid right out from under me. Better stay clear of them, Hap. They're extremely light. If you just touch them, they're likely to roll. And it looked like it weighed a half a ton. That slab you stepped on is clear down the slope by the river now. It's likely to happen to us if we don't watch our step. Yeah, I wonder what became of Dr. Ramsey. He may have fallen into a crevice. Commander, listen. What's that rumble? The ground's shaking. It's the volcano. It's going to erupt. We better find Dr. Ramsey in a hurry. Too late. Get back to the ship. Boiling lava will be pouring down this mountain in a matter of minutes. I'll go up a few yards farther. You head for the ship. Hurry. Yes, sir, but can't I go on and watch your step? Commander, our ship's gone. There's our ship, circling toward the north. We're trapped. Happy, look. There's Dr. Ramsey. Come on, let's get him. With a little luck, we might be able to keep out of the way of the lava. Dr. Ramsey. Come on. Drop the bomb in the crater. Then let help them. Commander, the lava's pouring down the sides. Watch out for those rocks. Come on, get to the bottom quickly. Commander, what are we going to do? The lava's almost on top of us. The river. The river. That wouldn't do us much good. The lava would just come in after us. Right. Look, on each side of us, there's a stream of lava pouring into the river. Yeah, and in a few minutes we'll be buried. Oh, wait a minute. Look out there in the river. See those gray rocks? The rockets are floating. Rocks floating on water. There's some big flat ones near the edge. Each one of you get to one. We'll use them as rafts. Float down the river to Kepler City.
Frank, I don't like the idea of coming back to Kepler City.
We've got to destroy all evidence that we were here, then we can blast off. Besides, the whole town's excited over that volcano. They won't notice us.
Let's get inside, finish up what we have to do. I want to get away from here.
Don't be in such a rush. We'd better stick around and keep track of our salesmen. We don't want to be double-crossed on those spaceship sales. Here we are. Well. Gresham, we have company.
Huh?
Grab her, Gresham.
There we are, both of you.
I've got it, Frank.
Let's go.
Hold her, Gresham. Now, this changes my plans. We'll have to finish her right here. Then we'll blast off.
Hurry up, then. There may be other Space Patrol agents around.
You're so right.
Corey, get your ray gun, Gresham.
Not this time you don't. I'll get right, sir.
All right, Happy. Pick up their weapons.
Yes, sir.
Are you all right, Tonga?
Yes, Commander. And I've got the names of the rest of the gang.
On your feet, Strike.
How'd you get away from that volcano?
It was simple. You just floated down the river on a rock. Let's go.
You floated down... You don't expect me to believe that?
This Saturn is a very strange planet, Strike. If it's got an extinct volcano that erupts, well, it surely can have rocks that float. You heard the commander. Come on, let's go.
An exciting preview of next week's adventure in just a moment. It's a dark night, pitch black. The night you first see the purple comet. At first, it's just a blur. Then you see it clearly. A fiery comet flying through the dark. It's hard to believe, and yet you can see it. A huge ball of purple fire. You know what you've been looking at? An atomic particle on a 2-inch slide. And you've been seeing it through a microscope. The Space Patrol microscope. Buzz Corey sent it to you, and boy, are you glad. This amazing microscope magnifies objects 15 times their natural size. And with it, you also got that terrific slide containing the atomic particle. Yes, sir, Space Patrollers, that's the kind of fun you'll have when you send for your official Space Patrol microscope. And you not only get the mystery slide with the atomic particle on it, you get more slides, 4 more, all crystal clear. Slides you place tiny objects on. And when you do that and place them under your microscope, wow, you see objects 15 times their natural size. You see details that leave you blinking in surprise. Insects look like men from Mars. A human hair reminds you of a giant python snake. Why, you actually see the living creatures in a drop of water. What a microscope! What power! What magic! And just think, it's pocket size. You can take it with you everywhere, just 5 inches high. Yet it magnifies objects 15 times. And built, man, oh man, solid plastic body, solid plastic lens tube, solid glass lens optically ground, scientific guide chart, and foolproof markings for accuracy built right on a microscope examination platform. And the lens tube can be used all by itself to examine objects like the bark on trees, rust on tin cans, the webs of spiders. But don't wait. Send for this thrilling Space Patrol microscope kit today. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are aboard the deluxe passenger spaceship, the Supernova, headed for the planet Saturn. As they enter a private compartment in search of a criminal, the occupant of the compartment pulls a ray gun on them.
Just keep moving down the corridor, Commander. You too, Cadet.
Going to a lot of trouble. You must be counting on taking quite a lot of money from Grayson.
Think what you like. All right, hold it. Part Company. Just open this little metal door. Now, crawl in there, both of you.
You can't put us in there. It's the ship's rubbish disposal chute.
I know what it is. Get in.
But before we reach Saturn, that chute will be emptied into space.
Yes, Commander. A blast of compressed air will sweep you out of the ship. No one will know where you've gone.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Trouble Aboard the Supernova, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Altoona and Johnstown, Pennsylvania, and Albany, New York. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Gang, here's how you can make your own Space Patrol helmet. All you need are things like cardboard and paper clips. Read all about it in the August issue of Woman's Day magazine. Tells you how to make an official Space Patrol guard helmet and desert crash helmet. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devereux. Other players were Nina Berra, Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are aboard the deluxe passenger spaceship, the Supernova, headed for the planet Saturn. As they enter a private compartment in search of a criminal, an occupant of the compartment pulls a ray gun on them.
Just keep moving down the corridor, Commander.
We're going to a lot of trouble. You must be counting on taking quite a lot of money from Grayson.
Think what you like. All right, hold it. This is where we part company. I just opened this little metal door. Now, crawl in there, both of you.
You can't put us in there. That's the ship's rubbish disposal chute.
I know what it is. Get in.
But before we reach Saturn, that chute will be emptied into space.
Of course. A blast of compressed air will keep you out of the ship, and no one will know you're gone.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Trouble Aboard the Supernova.
Say, do you hear that, Space Patrollers? That's a flavor tester, an instrument for finding out how good breakfast cereals are. I'm standing in a grocery store right now, so let's run the flavor tester along this cereal shelf. Oh, there's no flavor in these cereals. I'm not getting a peep from our flavor tester. Uh-oh, it's starting now. Hey, the flavor tester's going wild, and here's the cereal that's doing it. Rice Chex, the super cereal that helps to supercharge you. Yeah, I better turn this flavor tester off before it jumps out of my hand. Yes, sir, gang, for wonderful flavor, wonderful Rice Chex. Crisp, golden, bite-sized biscuits you'll love. Try some today. Delicious Rice Chex. And remember, inside the package, there's a magic space picture. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Trouble Aboard the Supernova. One of the most important industrial concerns in the United Planets is solar technique. Its research staff has been responsible for hundreds of discoveries in many fields of industry, and their achievements have increased the comfort and security of people on all the planets. Solar technique is noted for its generosity in making its processes available not only to the government, but to other companies as well. Our story opens in the office of Park Ruckler, the assistant coordinator of solar technique on the man-made planet Terra. Butler is talking to one of his young field men, Mark Grayson.
I can't impress this on you too strongly, Grace. These documents are to be delivered to the supervisor of our Saturn plant and to no one else. Is that clear?
Of course, Mr. Wilson.
Actually, my chief wanted me to deliver this microfilm strip myself. But for the time being, I can't leave Terra, so I'm turning the assignment over to you.
Well, I'm very grateful for the opportunity, Mr. Wilson.
Frankly, I had to do a lot of talking to convince the chief that you could be trusted.
I appreciate that very much. I know my record wasn't too good before coming here to Solar Technic, but in the past 3 years...
I know your record here, and keep it clean. Now, here's the procedure. You blast off for Saturn tomorrow evening at 1800 hours aboard the Supernova. The strip of microfilm will be concealed in a special ring which the chief will give you tomorrow. That ring can be removed from your finger only by turning the setting in a certain way.
Well, like a combination lock.
Yes, but don't fool with it. The Saturn supervisor will remove it when you report to him. The information's extremely vital to Solar Tech, so don't tell anyone. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Russell.
All right, Walbert, come in.
Did you get a look at Grayson?
Yeah. Through the crack of the door. I can handle him all right.
If you do what I tell you, rough stuff won't be necessary. But carry a ray gun just in case.
Sure. He'll be in compartment 23, huh?
Don't get acquainted with him too quickly. Somewhere between the Earth and Mars orbit will be soon enough. He's crazy about chess. Suggest a game in your compartment or his.
Then I slip something in his coffee to put him to sleep and take the ring.
Right. Here's the duplicate. Put it on his finger. Then your part is over except for meeting me on Saturn.
What's going to keep Grayson from suspecting me? And the Saturn supervisor finds there's no microfilm in the ring.
A couple of muscle men will grab him before he gets to the Saturn plant. They'll rough him up and take the ring. Grayson will think they're the thieves.
Do you think you can peddle the microfilm without getting cut?
I've got that end all covered. Grayson will have to take the rap. That past record of his, the chief will figure he takes the rap.
But you recommended Grayson to carry the microfilm.
Yes. So I'll regretfully submit my resignation for having made such a costly mistake to the company. I'll resign from Solar Tech.
Yeah. Live like a king on what we get for the microfilm.
What it is for a chance like this. With your help, Walbert, it'll pay off.
Wow, a trip to Pluto on the Supernova. This isn't a mission, sir. It's a vacation.
I want it to look like a vacation, Happy. That's why we're in civilian clothes. But we'll have plenty of work to do when we reach Pluto. Uh-oh.
What is it, sir?
I just recognized one of the passengers. He's on the other side of the crowd. I don't want him to see us.
Who?
I can't recall his name right now, but he used to do a lot of space traveling on passenger trips a few years ago. For the result that a lot of the passengers found the trip more expensive than they'd planned.
You mean he's a thief?
Not that we could prove it. He'd get people into a friendly game of cards or chess. They'd have a surprising run of luck. Grayson. That's it, Mark Grayson. He hasn't been in trouble lately, so he may have gone straight, but it won't hurt to keep an eye on him. If we see him getting too chummy with any of the passengers.
The gate's opening, sir.
When we get aboard, we'll go right to our compartment. It's number 22.
I didn't mean to be gone so long, Commander. I lost track of the time.
That's all right, Happy. I won't need you for a few minutes, then. I'm just finishing a check of the Pluto Base Command report.
Know where we are now?
I'd say we're about 50,000 DUs outside the Earth's orbit.
Good guess, sir. 45,000. I've been watching the big chart in the Astro Lounge. It shows the progress of the ship.
Is our friend Grayson in there?
Well, he came in just as I was leaving. Want me to check on him, Commander?
Wait a while, Happy. In half an hour or so, you might go into the lounge. It'd be rather embarrassing if someone was swindled with a Space Patrol Commander-in-Chief aboard.
I see what you mean.
We don't seem to be making much time.
How's that?
Well, I was just noticing the astro chart. The ship doesn't seem to be moving.
Oh. Well, there's a lot of space out here.
Yes, yes, indeed. A great deal of space, I'd say. Your first trip on the Supernova?
Well, my first in a long time.
Oh, we seem to be the only passengers up.
Hadn't noticed.
Well, for some reason, I can never sleep when I'm traveling. It's strange when you consider I do a lot of it. I average about 2 trips a week. Woolbot's the name. Clarence Woolbot. I'm with the Transograph people.
Transograph?
Yeah, you probably never heard of it. We make special code machines for firms conducting interplanetary visits.
Must be very interesting work.
It is. By the way, I didn't catch the name.
Oh, Grace.
Marvelous. Oh, glad to know you, Grayson. It's nice to have an intelligent man to talk to. That is, if you don't mind talking. No. No, not at all. You know, I like you, Grayson. Looks like this isn't going to be such a dull trip after all. Maybe I won't even miss my game of three-dimensional chess. Three-dimensional chess? Yeah. I don't suppose you play it.
Well, I used... What?
Well, now, isn't this a coincidence? But it is rather late, and you're probably tired.
Oh, no. No, not at all.
Well, if you like, we could have the steward bring in a projector board, and well, maybe we could go to my compartment.
We could play a game right here in the lounge.
All right. I see we got company. That young fellow who just came in.
Oh, well, he won't bother us.
Well, maybe not, but I hate to be in the middle of the play and have him come out and start asking stupid questions. You know how these youngsters are, full of curiosity.
Well, we could play in my compartment.
Oh, fine. I'll have the steward bring out some nice hot coffee and... Commander, it looks like Grayson is up to his old tricks.
That's so?
Yes, sir. He and this older man are in Grayson's compartment across the corridor. And the steward brought in a three-dimensional chess set.
3D chess isn't such a popular game. It's rather odd that Grayson just happened to find such a congenial partner right off the bat. He may have had his man marked for some time. Still, we haven't any grounds to interfere.
Well, maybe we could just happen in by mistake. You know, the wrong compartment.
I'll keep that idea in mind.
It's your move, Grayson. Grayson, I played. Grayson?
Yes, he's asleep now.
Trying to get the string off of his hanger because... Gentlemen, I'm afraid you have the wrong compartment.
I don't think so. Isn't that three-dimensional chess you're playing?
Yeah, that's right. My companions seem to have dozed off.
I see. He must trust you to be so relaxed. An old friend, no doubt.
No, I just met him. I don't see what business it is of yours.
For no offense, I'd like to ask a question. Who was winning?
For someone who blundered into the wrong compartment, you got a lot of nerve.
It wasn't a blunder. Take a look at this.
Taste the probe bag.
Now, for your own good, tell me. Was he winning?
Yes, he was.
Very much?
Oh, quite a bit. Why?
This man used to make quite a good living playing chess with strangers. Apparently he still does.
You mean he... Oh, no. He went to sleep if he's dishonest. Wouldn't he stay awake?
I doubt that he's as sleepy as he pretends. He figures you're an honest man who'll quietly go away and leave his winnings on the table. Happy?
Yes, sir.
Close the door. We'll wake Mr. Grayson.
Yes.
Come on, Grayson, wake up. I want to ask you a few questions. Come on, Grayson, wake up.
You're wasting your time, gentlemen. Get your hands up and turn around. Commander.
Better do as he says, Happy. He has a ray gun. So you knew who Grayson was and outsmarted him.
That's right. I outsmarted Grayson. Now keep your hands up, both of you. I'll see if anyone is out in the corridor. All right. It's all clear. Come on. No search, either of you. Just go down the corridor. All right. Hold it. This is where we part company, gentlemen. I'll just open this little metal door. Now, crawl in there.
You can't put us in there. That's your disposal chute.
I know what it is. Climb in.
Before we reach Saturn, that chute will be emptied into space.
Of course. A blast of compressed air will sweep you out of the ship, and no one will know you're gone. And just to make sure... Commander! You too, cadet. Wait. And now I have to lift you into the chute. There, Commander. Now the cadet. There, Space Patrolman. You'll be the first passengers to leave the supernova by way of the rubbish chute.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Here's the secret Buzz Terry wants you to know about. The secret of how space patrollers get a rip-roaring start in the morning. Here's what they do. They eat a breakfast that supercharges them. A power breakfast with rice checks or wheat checks. Chex, the super cereal with that modern bite-sized design. The cereals with the swell new taste that you like right off the reel. So, gang, now you know how Space Patrollers get that rip-roaring morning start. So get a flying start yourself every morning. Sit down to a nourishing breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the super cereals that help to supercharge you. And remember, you get a magic space picture inside every package. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, Trouble Aboard the Supernova. Buzz and Happy boarded the luxury spaceship, the Supernova, on a mission to Pluto. The commander noticed that among the passengers was Mark Grayson, formerly a petty cook, but now employed by the highly reputable Solar Technic firm. Grayson's superior, Clark Weckler, has engineered events so that Grayson will be held responsible for the theft of valuable microfilm documents, which Grayson carries in a special ring on his finger. Weckler's partner, Walbot, was about to remove the ring from Grayson's finger when Buzz and Happy entered Grayson's compartment on the spaceship. Pretending to be a victim of Grayson's supposed dishonesty, Walbot suddenly pulled a ray gun, and after rendering Buzz and Happy unconscious, pushed them into the refuse disposal chute of the big spaceship. Before the ship reaches Saturn, the contents of the chute will be blasted out into space. Now recovering from the effects of the ray gun, Buzz and Happy find themselves in the narrow confines of a small, pitch black tube. The opening must be right here, so I can see a tiny groove with the door fixed. Try to force it open. We've got to get out of here before they enter the chute. It's no use. Maybe somebody will hear us pounding and open the door. It's probably soundproof. Anyway, nobody will be out in the corridor at this time. Hey, wait a minute. If that fellow that put us in here didn't search us, he left my money to I don't have mine, sir. It's back in the compartment. I've got mine. Well, we can contact the captain of the ship and get out of here in 2 minutes. Then we can find the guy that put us in here and really give him a going over. Hold on, Happy. There's more to this than a crooked chess game. Huh? We could just as easily have been locked up in a closet. Give our man a chance to escape when he landed on Saturn. This fellow was willing to get rid of us permanently. That's what makes me so mad. You get out of here. I don't want to know we've escaped. That'll give us a chance to find out what he really was doing in Grayson's compartment. Maybe he's going to put Grayson in here, too. Maybe. Let's see how quickly we can get out of here. Commander Corey calling Captain Ferris of the Supernova. Commander Corey calling Captain Ferris of the Supernova.
Captain Ferris, go ahead, Commander.
You know I'm aboard, I suppose.
Yeah, I noticed the NSA after your name on the passenger list, so I followed through. No special attention.
I know, but I'm afraid I'm going to need a little special attention. Send the regular steward to the refuse disposal opening in passenger corridor A immediately. I'm in the chute. Now, wait, Captain. Let's send the steward. I don't want any excitement aboard the ship.
Very well, Commander.
And, Captain, one thing.
Yeah?
Pass the word along not to open the chute until Cadet Happy and I are out of it. Your move, Grayson. Huh? What did you say? I said it's your move. Oh. Excuse me, Robert. Did I doze off? You hardly had time, I assure you. And if you had been asleep, I'd have taken the opportunity to take advantage of you. What? Oh. Here. How do you like that? Check and wait. One again. And I thought I had you. You're a wizard with 3D chess racing. I've never seen anything like it. Just luck, I guess. I wish I had that kind of luck. Well, we're both getting sleepy. You better turn in. We'll be on Saturn in about 3 hours. And thanks for the game. Honestly, I enjoyed losing. Well, the game did me a lot of good. It relieved me of a lot of tension. There's nothing like a nice quiet game. The luggage is all packed, Commander. We're fine, Happy. We'll be landing on Saturn in 20 minutes. We'll wait till everybody else is off the ship before we leave our compartment. What about Grayson? I'd check on him to the captain. He's working for Solar Technic. One of the special guards is meeting him when the ship lands. The captain showed me the spaceogram. 15 minutes till we land. If we get to Saturn headquarters, we'll space it from Pluto Base Command. That will be a few hours late. Station 15. Cadet Happy here. No, Commander Corey isn't here. I think he's somewhere around Saturn headquarters, maybe. Yes, sir, I'll tell him. Oh, Commander, Major Harper called. He said Colonel Redding has been trying to reach him. I just talked to him. He
still has a detail watching Walbert. Walbert hasn't left the Saturn Space Hotel to check in.
Oh, yes, but did you know that Grayson never arrived at the Saturn plant of Solar Technics?
Yes, I saw the report from the supervisor.
What do you suppose happened to him? The uniformed guard from Solar Technics met Grayson at the spaceport.
I'll get it. Station 15, Commander Corey here. Oh? All right, send him in. Happy? You have a visitor.
Who's this?
Under the circumstances, the last person you'd expect to walk into Saturn Space Patrol headquarters.
Who do you mean, sir? Grayson.
Commander Corey? Yes, Grayson. Sit down. Happy put on the recorder. Yes, sir. Grayson, you were due at Solar Technics plant 3 hours ago. Where have you been?
I've been robbed.
What about the guard who met you at the Supernova?
He was one of the robbers.
What was stolen from him?
Michael. He didn't raise it. He filed the ring off my finger. Here, look. You can see where they cut my finger there.
Now, wait a minute. The guard robbed you?
Yes. He and another man. A man in a red plastic mask. The guard and I were in a surface car driving down Avenue J when...
Now, hold it, Grayson. How does the man in the red plastic mask fit in?
He stepped out and hailed the surface car. The guard stopped. They drove me to Saturn City Park. Then the guard held me, and the other man, the man in the red mask, filed off the ring. Then they drove me around a while, turned me loose. Look, I know it sounds crazy, but it's the truth, honestly, to me.
Happy, what do you think of the story?
Well, it seems to me that if the third man was in cahoots with the guard, he wouldn't have needed a mask. At least he wouldn't have worn one on the street.
But that's what happened. Don't you believe me? Look, if I were lying, why wouldn't I make up a more plausible story?
That's right. Possibly the fake guard and the masked man did take the ring after all.
Where they did?
Okay. Who's Walbert?
Fellow I met on the Supernova. We played 3D chess in my compartment. Yeah.
Anything unusual happened during the game?
Only that I won and I hadn't played in 3 years.
Were there any interruptions? Did you fall asleep, for example?
No. And now that you mention it, I thought I got groggy for a minute. I thought I dozed off, and when I opened my eyes, there was Walbert smiling at me, waiting for me to move. It had only been a few seconds.
It had been quite a few seconds, Grayson. When I entered your compartment, you were sound asleep.
You were in my compartment? I never saw you until I came into this office 2 minutes ago.
While you were asleep, Walbert forced us into the refuse chute. And he came back and finished the game.
I can't believe it.
You want us to believe your story? Well, Grayson, you may be telling the truth. I'll put you in custody here at headquarters while Happy and I visit Walbert. First, give me a full description of that ring.
Well, it had a setting that you turn a certain way in the band string.
Doctor, what are you doing here so soon?
As soon as I heard that Grayson didn't show up at the Saturn plant, I persuaded the chief I should come here to investigate. After all, I recommended Grayson.
I thought you were going to wait till I contacted you.
Why waste the time? The Tony Guard and our masked man took care of Grayson.
But how do we know what Grayson will do?
If he has any sense, he'll get as far away from Saturn as he can. With his record, he'll believe he didn't arrange the robbery himself.
Both his thoughts. If they give him a brainograph test, the Space Patrol will know he's telling the truth.
Yes. But he doesn't know all the truth. He doesn't know you removed the real ring aboard the Supernova and substituted the other.
That's right. And the two Space Patrolmen that saw me in Grayson's compartment, they're floating out beyond Saturn now.
Yes. The only thing Grayson can tell about you is that you played chess with him. Let the Space Patrol look for the fake guard and the guy in the red mask.
Yeah, nice touch, Doctor. Nice touch.
Thanks. How about that ring and the message?
Yeah, I got it right here in my pocket.
You can have this.
I don't know. Get into the other room.
I'll be right.
Yeah?
Remember us, Mr. Walbert?
Why, I don't believe so.
You put us in the refuge suite of the Supernova. Fortunately, we were able to get more roomy accommodation.
You got out of the chute.
Shut the door, Happy. And search our chest tray for weapons.
Yes. Wow, a ray gun. Looks familiar, too.
Mm-hmm. Find anything else of interest?
Not yet, sir.
Walbert, did you take a ring from Grayson?
A ring? I don't know what you're talking about.
You took some drastic measures to keep us from finding out what was going on in Grayson's compartment. Let's have the truth.
Commander,
Now quit stalling. Where's the ring?
All right. My jacket pocket. The right one. It's in there.
Take a look at it.
That's the ring, all right.
And it looks like the one Grayson described.
Watch him, Happy. See if I can open it. Yes. He turns to the right. Three to the left. Push down the center. Here's the microphone.
Hey, then Grayson wasn't wrong.
Good work, Commander. You saved me a nasty job. Who are you? I'm Clark Rucker, assistant coordinator at Taylor Technic, Terrell.
Just how did you happen to be here?
I've had reason to suspect this man Walbert. Came here because, frankly, I'm on the spot. I recommend Jason. And I'm happy to know he's innocent. Now, if you'll just give me the microphone, I'll see that it's delivered to our staffing representative.
Oh, just a minute. We'll all go down to headquarters.
Oh, if that's the way you want it.
Get them, Walbert. Get to that. I wouldn't try that, Walbert. Let go of that gun, Ruffler.
No use continuing, Happy. The boys seem exhausted.
You have the microfilm, sir?
You bet. We'll turn it over to the Saturn plant, hand Rucker and Walbert over to the colonel, and then go on to Pluto.
Fine, Commander. But, sir,
Yes, huh?
can't we go to Pluto in a plain space patrol cruiser?
Why? If you like luxury space liners like the Supernova?
Oh, they're all right, I guess, but the rubbish chutes are a little tight under the arms.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Gang, here's big news about the most fabulous Space Patrol equipment ever offered on this program. The Space Patrol microscope. So powerful, it makes things look 15 times bigger than they really are. So compact, it fits right in your pocket. Offered for just a short time longer. Offered so you can see the thousands of secrets and mysteries hidden away in gardens, yards, and houses. Think of it. You get a complete scientific microscope kit. You get the official Space Patrol microscope. Strong, all-plastic 5-inch body. Glistening emerald tone finish. Powerful, optically ground double lens. You get the famous atomic particle slide. Examine it in the dark through your Space Patrol microscope, and it looks like a wild, flaming comet. You get a set of 5 transparent slides for mounting specimens. Each slide is 2 inches long, clear as crystal, made to wear and wear and wear. A miracle of invention, the Space Patrol microscope. You just take something small, a blade of grass, a piece of string, a bud, place it on one of the crystal clear slides, slip it under the lens tube, and you can see that object magnified 15 times its actual size. You see details that leave you gasping, that set your mind spinning and your pulse beating. You see the living creatures in a drop of water, the designs of fingerprints, like whirlpools in a furious cataract. And a mere splinter, it looks like a giant sword. It's fun, mystifying, educational magic. So hurry, send for your Space Patrol microscope kit today. Hurry, because this big offer soon comes to an end. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and a rice check or wheat check box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are attempting to rescue a girl who is being held captive in the metal factory in space in the orbit of Jupiter Moon number 2. They have just entered the cargo hold of the plant and have raised the face pieces of their spacesuits.
Commander, someone's coming. I can see them through the door at the other end of the cargo hold.
George, I'll do a gunletter.
Yes. Commander, I can't move. Something's holding my feet.
Someone's running the magnetic force field, holding our metal spacesuits. Get out of your suit. Hurry.
Yes. Commander, look up above. The cargo plane is coming down on us with an Endurium beam on it.
We've got to get out of these suits. This magnetic field on Earth, that beam could crush us.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Peril Over Jupiter, when Wheat Check, Rice Check, and Good Hut Wilson again present Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Youngstown, Ohio, and Albany, New York. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moses, starring Ed Kimmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Devereux. Other players were Bela Kovac, Joe Cranston, and Ken Mayer. Dick Dufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Heat Check, Rice Check, and Good Hot Wilson again present Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat Checks, Rice Checks, and Good Hot Wilson present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy are attempting to rescue a girl being held captive in a metals factory in the orbit of Jupiter moon number 2. They have just entered the cargo hold of the plant and have raised the faceplates of their spacesuits.
Commander, someone's coming. I see them through the door at the other end of the cargo hold.
That's Storch. Have your ray gun ready.
Yes, sir. Hey, Commander, I can't move. Something's holding my feet.
Someone turned on a magnetic force field, holding our metal space boots. Get out of your suit. Hurry.
Commander, look up above. The cargo plane is coming down on us with an Endurium beam on it.
We've got to get out of these suits. This magnetic field under us, that beam can crush us.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, Peril over Jupiter. Gang, if ever there was a time to act, this is it. Yes, this is the day to send for that wonderful new Space Patrol microscope kit Buzz Corey's offering. This is the day because today is the last time we can make this offer. Now, just think. You get the official microscope of the Space Patrol. A microscope that magnifies objects 15 times natural size. A microscope small enough to put in your pocket, yet so powerful it shows you the living creatures in a drop of water. Strong, all-plastic body, 2 glass lenses, has removable lens tube. You can take it right from the microscope and use it alone to examine things like the bark on trees or the fungus on damp walls. And with this super microscope, you get 4 slides. Say you want to look at a blade of grass. Put it between 2 of the slides, slip them under the microscope, look at the lens tube, and there it is, a blade of grass 15 times actual size. You see details that amaze you, thrill you, mystify you. But wait, in addition to the microscope and the 4 slides, you also get a special slide with an atomic particle on it that glows and glows and glows in the dark. So remember, gang, now's the time to act. Now, today, this very morning, is the time to send for your Space Patrol microscope kit. Because today is the last time we can make this thrilling offer. Just buy a box of Rice Checks or Wheat Checks. Then, with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and a Rice Checks or Wheat Checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. Don't forget your 25 cents. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, Peril over Jupiter. After completing a mission on Neptune, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy have returned to the man-made planet Terra. Now, in his central office at Space Patrol headquarters, Commander Corey is efficiently clearing up routine business that's accumulated during his absence. He looks up as Happy turns from the communications panel, a troubled frown on his face. What is it, Happy?
I hate to disturb you, sir, but it sounds pretty urgent. It's a woman named Carla Markham. She says her life is being threatened.
Major Gray put her through to my office. It must be urgent. I'll talk to her.
Yes, sir.
This is Commander Corey. May I help you?
Commander, this is Carla Markham. My father was Richard Markham.
Markham, the metals expert?
Yes.
I remember your father quite well, Miss Markham. Now tell me, what's this about your life being threatened?
To tell the truth, Commander, it hasn't actually been threatened yet, but I expected it will.
Oh, by whom?
By 2 men named Nelson Sprague and Duke Dorch. For 2 years, they've been getting money from me under false pretense. Quite a lot of money.
How, Miss Markham?
When my father passed away, I took charge of his metal processing space plant in the orbit of Jupiter moon number 2.
Yes, I know the one you mean.
In about a month, Sprague and Dorch showed up with some documents indicating that my father owed them quite a large sum of money.
And the documents were forged?
Yes, but I didn't find that out until a few weeks ago. When I refused to pay them any more money, they became quite angry and abusive.
Can you prove those documents are forgeries, Miss Markham?
Unfortunately, I can't. That's why I didn't go to space command. Also, I'm afraid that the director of business took my father 20 years to build up unless I keep paying.
Forgery and extortion. They've also threatened your life?
Hint that I might meet with a serious accident if I cause him any trouble.
Miss Markham, where are you now?
I'm at the Hotel Terra.
Do you have those documents from Sprague and Dort?
Yes, I do.
Can you be at my office this afternoon at 1500 hours?
Yes, Commander.
Well, bring all the evidence you have. Goodbye, Miss Markham.
Goodbye, Commander. Thank you.
Happy. Yes, sir? Check with Major Robertson. See if you have anything in the files on Nelson, Sprague, and Duke Dort.
Right, Commander.
Well, meanwhile, I'll contact Jupiter headquarters and have them space upon information on the market.
Sprague.
Yes, Miss Markham. Dort and I thought we'd drop in.
Hiya, Miss Markham.
I was just going out. If you'll excuse me.
We'll only stay a few minutes.
Really, I can't talk to you now.
If you're in a hurry, just give us what you owe us and we'll be on our way.
I don't owe you a cent. I never did, and neither did my father.
Now, that's where we differ. Now, we can talk privately, Miss Markham.
You have no right to force your way into this room.
And a nice room it is, too. I'll look around if you don't mind.
You know, Miss Markham, we were almost ready to blast off for your Jupiter plant, thinking you were there. Then I space-phoned your chief engineer, and he told me you were here on Terra. Here on business?
No concern of yours.
I'm afraid it is. You might have caused us to make a long space flight for nothing. Hey, what's this? Did you go with the room?
Mr. George, put that down. It's Venus ceramic, and I don't want it broken.
More than a ceramic will be broken if we don't get that money, Miss Markham.
You've got all you're going to get. I know now that my father never owed you a single credit. All those contracts were forgeries.
We'll have a hard time proving it. Besides, for your own protection, it would be wise to pay us off completely now.
That sounds like a threat, Mr. Sprague.
It wouldn't take much of an accident to put that metals plant of yours out of commission.
You don't frighten me.
Hey, Sprague, look at this.
Get away from that desk.
Look what I found beside the spacer-phone. A memo in Carla's handwriting.
Give me that.
Now, Miss Markham, don't you know it's rude to drag? Laboratory, Space Patrol Headquarters, 1500 hours. Oh, an appointment with the Commander-in-Chief. What's this about?
It's none of your business.
You've got all our contacts lying there, Sprague. Lucky we dropped in. You're not going to keep that appointment, Miss Markham.
Oh, yes, I
You're going
am.
to call it off. We'll call Corey right in front of us and tell him you jumped at wrong conclusions. Then you're going to give us the money in cash. The whole 50,000 credits.
I don't have that much money. Not here on Terra.
You've got it in your Jupiter bank. We'll blast off for Jupiter right after you talk to Corey. Now get on that.
I don't understand, Miss Markham. This morning you seemed very upset.
I know. I was very foolish. Everything's all straightened out.
And you're in no danger?
Oh, not in the least. I'm sorry it bothered you, but it's just that I've been working hard, and I imagine a lot of things just went through. So it was silly.
How about those two men? Miss Markham, can you hear me? What about those two men?
I was all wrong about them. They've canceled the agreement. I heard from my attorney on Jupiter by space phone.
Oh, I see.
And as I told you this morning, Commander, I'm leaving for Jupiter this afternoon. I hope you'll forgive me for being such a bother.
Of course, Miss Markham. Thanks for calling.
Goodbye,
Did that happen?
Yes, sir. Well, that means there's no appointment at 1500. We can get much more work done.
Yeah. This morning she seemed to be sure that she was in danger. And now everything's fine.
I guess some women are like that, sir.
And perhaps the parlor market has done a pretty good job in operating her father's space plant. That calls for level-headed drinking.
You know, like she said, the strain and
Yes,
all.
but wait. This morning she told me she was planning on staying on Terra for 3 days. Just now she said, as I told you this morning, I'm leaving for Jupiter this afternoon.
That's right.
That inconsistency might have been on purpose, maybe.
Why?
Perhaps she was forced to make that call just now.
By Sprague or Dort?
Yes. I have to watch what she said so they wouldn't get suspicious, but I would. Could be, I suppose. The more I think of it, the less likely it is that Paula Markham would accidentally misquote herself.
Then, in effect, she's telling you, don't believe anything I'm saying right now.
Exactly. Remember that pause?
Uh-huh. And I thought I heard a click.
She was getting instructions, no doubt. Get an official surface car, Happy. We'll rush over to the Hotel Terra and check.
Yes, sir.
While you're inside the hotel, I'll stay in the car and watch.
Looks like you were right, Commander.
What did you find out, Hap?
Miss Markham is checked out. The clerk said there were 2 men with her, and they left 10 minutes ago.
You know where they were going?
No, sir, but I talked to the doorman. He heard one of them and told the driver of the surface cab to take them to the spaceport.
And that's where we're going.
We could space-phone the spaceport and have the guard stop them.
There's no telling what Sprague and Dorch might do to Miss Markham if they see they're in a trap. The most we can risk right now is to try to delay a blast-off.
nice little cruiser you've got here, Miss Markham. I wouldn't mind having
Don't worry, Sprague. You will.
it. George, Miss Markham doesn't think that's funny.
If you're thinking of stealing this ship, just remember that it can be easily traced.
Oh, it won't be stolen. I'll rig up a nice legal-looking transfer of ownership. George, check the rear view scope, see if we're being followed.
I've been watching it. We're clear.
Good. We'll go to her space plant and have her write us a check. We'll take care of the 2 engineers and fix all your communications equipment so you can't call for help while we're in Jupiter City. If we get the money, we'll see that you're rescued. If we don't, well, we'll find a way to wreck your plant.
Miss Markham's ship, sir. We could overtake them easily.
Yes, but if Sprague and his pals see us, just put Miss Markham in danger. Let's just follow them and find out where they're going.
By the vector they're on now, it looks like it'd be Jupiter.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps the Markham space plant in the orbit of moon number 2.
Do you think they'd take her to the plant?
They might.
Oh, what did they turn out at that plant, Commander?
High-purity metals from ores hauled out from Jupiter, chiefly zirconium and indurium. The advantage of the space plant is the low gravity and the ease of maintaining a perfect vacuum. The metals can be controlled perfectly by electronic heat fields and magnetic force. For example, a huge ball of molten indurium can be suspended inside a purification chamber without touching the side.
Wow. And the whole process is automatic.
That's right, Happy. 2 engineers run the whole thing. I don't want Sprague and George to know they're being followed. Can't let them get a glimpse of the space patrol ship in their rear view scope.
Then we'll have to keep this much distance between us until they land.
Unless we had another ship. I'm going to spaceophone Lowell City, Mars, and have headquarters send a small cargo ship out to meet us in space. We'll transfer to the cargo ship, and we can get closer to Sprague and George without endangering Miss Markham. You might as well sit down and relax, Miss Markham. We'll wait here in the plant control room till George gets back.
What's he going to do to my crew?
It depends. If they behave themselves, they won't get hurt. Oh, here he is now.
I got them both, Sprague.
What did you do to them?
Just take it easy, miss. I merely put him to sleep with the ray gun.
Did they give you any trouble?
Nah. I got one of them while he was checking some instruments. The other was asleep in his bunk. They'll be out cold for 24 hours.
Nice work. Now, while Miss Markham is writing out a check, we can put all the spaceophone equipment out of commission. Start with
Cargo ship JC-302 calling Markham Space Plant, Jupiter 2 orbit. Cargo ship JC-302 calling Markham Space Plant.
Are you expecting a cargo ship?
The supply ship bringing food for the crew.
I thought you said it wasn't due for 2 days.
Sometimes it comes early.
Cargo ship JC-302 calling Markham Space Plant.
You better do something, Sprague.
Carlin, what's your chief engineer's name? Quickly.
Jensen, William Jensen.
Okay, keep her quiet, George. I'll handle this. Markham Space Plant. Chief Engineer Jensen here. Go ahead, cargo ship.
We've got something for you. Is the cargo airlock clear?
It will be. Just unload the stuff. We'll take care of it later. We've got our hands full right now.
All right, Jensen, we can handle it. Cargo ship out.
George, you go into the cargo hold and keep an eye on them. If they act sociable, impress them that we're very busy.
Suppose they say I'm not one of the regular crew.
Tell them you're filling in for a week. See that they get away in a hurry. Then you and I will blast off the Jupiter.
Open the cargo hatch, Happy. Yes, sir. Suppose that was really the chief engineer on the spaceophone, sir? Was. Sprague and George were probably holding a gun on him. All right, close the hatch. Open your faceplate, Hap.
Now we'll plan our attack.
Yes, sir.
We'll move fast and take them by surprise. Probably in the main control room waiting for us to unload the cargo and leave.
Somebody's coming. I can see him through the door at the other end of the cargo hold.
That's good. I'll do is put this in my phone.
Mustache. Heavy set.
Hi. Thought I'd give you fellas a hand.
Thanks.
Now you can start bringing the stuff in.
We're space patrolmen, Bert.
Space patrol.
Right. You can take us to your partner, Sprague, and Miss Markham.
Hey, what is this?
Go on, get moving. Hold your ray gun on him, Hopper.
Yes, sir. Hey, Commander, I can't move. Something's holding my feet to the deck.
Someone turn on the magnetic force field. Holding our space boots. Get out of your spacesuit. Hurry.
Commander, look up above. The cargo crane is coming down on us with an indurium beam on it.
You've got to get out of these suits. This magnetic field on Earth, that beam can crush us.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, gang, how's your morning takeoff? Are you blasting off with your jets really roaring? Are you riding your bike like Buzz Corey rides his rocket? I mean with your speedometer smoking like a volcano on Venus. In other words, Space Patrollers, are you supercharged in the morning? Well, here's the way Commander Corey gets supercharged. He tucks away a power breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the super cereals. Try Rice Chex today. What'll you say? delicious. Try Wheat Chex today. So swell tasting, you'll eat more and more and more and more. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex, the only cereals in the universe with that modern, bite-sized design for easy eating. The only cereals in the universe with a picture of Commander Corey or Cadet Happy on the outside of the package. The only cereals in the universe with that mysterious magic space picture on the inside of the package. The super cereals that help to supercharge you. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And now back to our Space Patrol adventure, Peril over Jupiter. Nelson Sprague and Duke George are extorting money from Carla Markham, who operate the robot-controlled metals plant in the orbit of Jupiter's number 2 moon. The two men forced Carla to take them to the plant in her own spaceship, where they overpowered the 2 engineers and are holding Carla. Commander Corey and Cadet Happy trailed Miss Markham's ship from Terra, then approached the metals plant in a small supply ship. Wearing spacesuits, they entered the cargo hold of the plant through the airlock, where they found Duke George. As the commander ordered George to take them to Carla Markham and Sprague, a powerful magnetic field was turned on beneath the deck of the cargo hold, making it impossible for the space patrolman to walk. Then, from above, a huge loading train lowered a heavy Endurium beam down upon them. George, who is not wearing metallic shoes, is not affected by the magnetic field.
Commander, I can't get out of my spacesuit. Something's stuck.
That beam will down us in a few seconds. George, cut that magnetic field.
You'll have to talk to Sprague about that.
You asked for it, Corey. You weren't invited aboard, you know.
Is that Sprague?
Yes, it's Sprague. I'm in the cargo control booth watching you through a viewscope.
Stop that train.
Stop it. I only wish I could lower it faster.
You can't lift that feet, but it will slide on across magnetized floor. Any sort of statement? I pretend to try to dodge the train. You slide back to the airlock.
And leave you here? But why can't we
Do
hold
what I say, Vicky.
That dodging isn't going to do you any good, Corey. Sooner or later, I can lower this beam on you. Keep out of the way, George.
Don't worry, Sprague. Hey, the other one's getting away.
Run over there and stop him, George. Don't let him get into the ship.
Yeah, okay. Hey, but watch the crane while I'm under it. I'm in the airlock first.
All right, Happy. When I give the word, open it. Release the air escape valve. All right, Sprague. You can let all the air out of this cargo hold in just a few seconds. The cadet and I have spacesuits on. We can close our faceplates and we'll be safe. But your partner will be in a bad way.
Don't let him do it, Sprague. Stop him.
Get away from that airlock.
And turn off that magnetic field and stop the train.
Do what he says, Sprague. Please.
All right.
Now, Sprague, come down here to the cargo hold and bring Miss Markham with you.
Supposing he'd come up and get it.
All right. Remember, we've got your pal Dortch here.
You remember, I've got Carla Markham.
Come on, Happy. Keep your ray gun on Dortch.
Yes, sir. Go on, Dortch.
This is the control room. Go on in and don't try anything. Welcome aboard, Commander.
Commander, I tried to make him stop the train.
Yes, I was forced to tie her up. Untie her. Are you hurt, Miss Markham?
No, I'm all right, but my 2 engineers.
What have you done to them, Sprague? I was just about to tell you,
You put
Commander.
them in the electronic furnace.
Huh? Now, Commander, there's no need to be alarmed. The temperature isn't very high in there. Yet. But if I were to turn this dial, it'd be hot enough in that furnace to melt Endurium in just a few seconds. Sprague, get away from that instrument. Now, come a step nearer, Commander. And even if you shoot me with that ray gun, I still have time to spin this dial.
And he'd do it, Commander. He really would.
I don't doubt it. So that puts me in quite a strategic position, Commander. Unless, of course, you want to sacrifice those 2 engineers. I suppose you want a chance to get away, is that it? A little more than that. Miss Markham has some money in the Jupiter City Bank that I could use quite nicely. Torch and I are going after it. After Miss Markham writes a check.
All right. Just don't hurt those men.
Torch, collect their weapons. Give me your gun, Happy. There's nothing we can do now. No, there's nothing you will be able to do. Torch and I are going to smash up all the spacephone equipment in this plant, including those in your spacesuits. Then we'll take your cargo ship and cut it loose in space. Here, Dortch, you guard them while I smash up the spacephones. The sooner we blast off the Jupiter. Certainly did a thorough job of wrecking the communications equipment.
I'll see. Nothing but junk. But maybe there's a small transmitter somewhere that they overlooked.
Let's check with this Markham.
Where'd you go?
She's trying to revive those 2 engineers.
We sure had a close call. One twist of Sprague's wrist, and that had been part of a batch of molten Endurium.
Here's Carla now.
You luck, Commander?
No, we really smashed the equipment. How are the engineers?
I'm afraid we just have to wait till the ray gun effect wears off.
We could revive them. Might be able to assemble a makeshift transmitter out of some of this junk. Maybe there's a small set we've overlooked.
I'm afraid they got every one, Commander.
We'll have to see what we can do about rebuilding one ourselves. Where are the spacephone parts, Miss Markham?
There might be some in that cabinet.
All right, Happy, let's get busy.
All clear in the rear fuselage, Frank.
You didn't expect anyone to be after us, did you?
I won't rest easily until Jupiter's just a pinpoint in that fuselage.
Relax. We've got the money. As far as the bank's concerned, Carla Markham was just paying off a legitimate business debt.
Yeah, I know. But we're flying her ship. We better land on some nearby planet to get another.
I've got that all figured out, too. There's a friend of mine on Mars who'll meet us in space. We can abandon Carla's ship.
Yeah, but what about Carla and Corey?
We'll take care of them, George. That's where we're going now. The space...
How are you coming, Commander?
We're about ready to make a test, Carla. If the spaceophone works, we'll have help here inside of an hour.
Yeah, then we can go after Sprague and Dort.
Connect this wire, Happen. We'll be ready.
Yes, sir.
Commander, isn't that a spaceship out there? Where that glint is?
Seems they're coming toward us.
Hurry with that connection, Happen.
It's all ready, sir. Maybe we can contact that ship.
If it's Sprague and Dort, we won't want to. Now, let's see if the set works.
Yeah. The meters check, sir.
Here goes. Attention all Space Patrol units in Jupiter sector. Emergency message. This is Commander Corey aboard Markham Space Plant in Jupiter 2 orbit.
Commander Corey aboard Markham Space Plant in Jupiter 2 orbit. Units in this region will proceed at once to the plant. Watch for stolen private cruiser JP-450, possibly between Jupiter and this location.
They got a spaceophone. We've got to stop them quick.
Yeah, but how?
We'll wreck the space plant.
This ship isn't armed.
We can wreck it with our rocket blast. We'll come in with our nose rocket blaster.
How do you know what part of the plant they're in?
We'll destroy the air supply unit. That'll fix them wherever they are. All right, Dorch. Cut in those forward rockets.
It's Sprague and Dort, all right. It's my ship.
Crazy fools. They're heading right toward the plant without cutting speed.
They probably heard our spaceophone want to put us out of business.
If they ram us, they'll put themselves out of... Uh-oh. They've got nose rockets on.
Commander, did the Space Patrol hear your message?
I can't tell for sure. We don't have a receiver. They probably did. Hey, what's Sprague up to? He's not heading for an airlock.
Anyway, doesn't he cut his rear rockets? He's burning fuel at both ends.
Trying to wreck the plant. He'll do it, too.
The air unit. He's going to wreck the air supply.
Quick, Happy. Close that compartment door. Got to seal this room off from the rest of the plant.
Yes, sir. Secure it, sir. Wow. They've torn up a whole hunk of the plant with their nose rockets.
They'll keep blasting away till they're sure we're finished.
And we don't have a doggone thing to fight back with.
The Space Patrol would only get here.
Moving around for another attack. This time we probably won't be so lucky.
We ought to get out of this control room. They'll probably blast this part next.
Yeah, but we can't be sure there's any air outside this compartment.
Then we're helpless.
Now, wait a minute. When we blasted the air unit, they tore away part of the section next to the furnace.
Yes, that's where the molten endurium's cooled and rolled in place. The metal's forced from the furnace through those pipes.
Carla, is this the dial that turns the furnace on?
Yes.
Is there endurium in the furnace?
Several tons of it. Why?
Well, let's heat it up. We'll give Sprague and Dort something to... All right, Dort, let's make another pass. This time we'll hit the control section.
Look, well, let's not get too close this time. Suppose something explodes.
Sprague, this is Corey. Cut your rockets. Don't waste time with an argument because we don't have a receiver. If you try to do any more damage, we'll blast you to bits.
Listen to that, George. Who does he think he's kidding?
Hey, look, they're firing at us. Hey, what are they using?
I missed you on purpose that time, Sprague. We've got tons of molten endurium in the furnace. We can keep pouring it at you.
George, cut in the forward rockets. We'll get him quick.
Sprague, listen, that molten endurium can tear right through our ship.
Do what I tell you.
But they've hit us. They're tearing us apart. Cut rockets. George, you hear me? Cut rockets.
It was close, Sprague.
Well, look at the instruments. Our power's gone. They've knocked out our power.
Sprague, this is Corey. Your ship looks pretty badly damaged. Seal yourself in the control cabin to prevent loss of air.
Right.
We are losing air.
Seal that compartment door quick.
Just keep calm, Sprague. I've got good news for you and Dort. We just sighted a Space Patrol squadron headed this way. Corey out.
George, did you seal that door?
I sealed it, Sprague. Before the Space Patrol gets here, there's just one thing I want to get off my chest.
Yes? What is it?
Just this. Oh. You and your big ideas.
An action preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. It's a quiet day at Space Patrol headquarters. Cadet Happy is alone, gazing around in the commander's office.
Suddenly, he sees a piece of paper on the desk that makes his head whirl. For there, in big black letters, Hap reads,
The Space Patrol microscope kit offer ends today. Jumping Jupiter, I wonder if the commander has seen this bulletin. Gosh, every boy and girl has to have one of these kits. Why, it's a real Space Patrol microscope, and it magnifies objects 15 times, and it's pocket size and all plastic, and you get 4 transparent slides with it, plus the mystery slide. Gosh, I gotta tell the commander about this offer, isn't he? So he'll be sure to tell the gang about it.
And so Hap hurries across the office, swings open the door, and whammo, crashes right into the commander.
Oh, right on my foot. Oh, I'm sorry, sir, but did you know that today's the last day for the microscope offer?
Yes, I had Captain Tufeld announce it at the beginning of today's Space Patrol program.
Huh? That's all.
Out like a light.
Mike? Well, Hap had the right idea. It's very important to know that today is the last time we can offer the Space Patrol microscope kit. So hurry and send for it now. Just buy a box of rice checks or wheat checks. Then with your name and address, send 25 cents in coin and a rice checks or wheat checks box top to Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. This offer good only in the USA and may be withdrawn at any time. That's Space Patrol, Box 686, St. Louis, Missouri. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Commander Corey's ship has been forced to land on Planet X in the outermost regions of the solar system. Realizing that Prince Baccarati's powerful magnetic beam makes it impossible for them to control their spaceship, Buzz and Happy have stepped out into a mist-covered valley.
Well, the question now is, where do we go from here?
Head north, Happy, toward Baccarati's castle.
What's that?
I don't know. Whatever it is, I don't like the sound.
Commander, look! It's a gigantic lizard.
It's a dinosaur, Happy, and it's coming toward us. Get back to the ship. Hurry, Happy. It's gaining on us.
What a monster.
Quick, into the ship and secure the airlock.
Hey, he's trying to get in. He's flying at the ship's hull.
We've got to do something, Happy. He's big enough to crush this ship like an eggshell.
Be sure to join us next week for the menace of Planet X, when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Akron, Ohio, Albany, Schenectady, and Troy, New York. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Deborah. Other players were Virginia Hewitt, Norman Jolly, and Ken Mayer. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat checks, rice checks, and good hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy have made a forced landing on a new planet beyond the outer reaches of the solar system. As they cautiously explore the jungle region, they hear the thud of huge feet and a terrifying bellow.
Commander, look, what is it?
It's a dinosaur, a prehistoric monster.
It's coming this way.
Get back to the ship, quickly.
It sees us. It's after us.
We've got to get to the ship before it tramples us.
Oh, would our ray gun stop it?
There's no time to experiment. Into the ship.
It's almost on top of us.
Close the hatch. It's battering the ship. It's big enough to crush us like an eggshell.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Menace of Planet X. Say, do you hear that, Space Patrollers? That's the Terra City Express train. It's trying to get up speed on ordinary fuel. Not very speedy, was it? But now listen to that same train with super fuel in its tank. Yes, sir, that train's really traveling now because it's supercharged with super fuel. Now, without a good breakfast, gang, you can't go very fast either. But with super fuel in your tank, why, you're supercharged. Here's how Buzz Corey gets up ahead of steam in the morning. He has a good breakfast with Rice Chex or Wheat Chex, the super cereals that help to supercharge you. For taste, they're terrific. For size, perfect, because they both have that modern bite-sized design. So, gang, get off to a quick start in the morning the way Buzz Corey does. Eat a good power breakfast with Rice Chex and Wheat Chex and get supercharged. In the red and white checkerboard packages with the mysterious magic space picture on the inside. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure. Rumors of a strange planet beyond the outermost regions of the solar system have reached Commander Corey. Space pilots relate fantastic tales of a weird world, shrouded with mist, a world of glaciers and jungles, where monstrous beasts prowl and do battle. A Space Patrol agent has been sent to the area to check on the stories. But as the hours pass and the agent fails to return, Buzz and Happy blast off from Terra to search for him. Now, in the lonely void, billions of miles beyond the Pluto orbit, the Commander and Cadet Happy scan the viewscope screen.
According to the astrogation chart, Commander, we're 12 million DUs beyond the point where Simmons was last heard from.
You mean his last intelligible message, Happy? There was that garbled signal 3 hours later.
Yeah, but Major Robertson wasn't sure it came from Simmons. Only about 3 words came through clearly.
Whether it was from Simmons or not, it's worth investigating if it came from this far beyond the solar system.
Yeah. Whoever sent it must have been having hallucinations if they thought they saw a new planet. If there was one out there, we'd have sighted in the viewscope by now.
Well, we can't be sure the message said a new planet had been sighted, Happy. All we know is a planet was mentioned.
Well, do you think there could be one way out beyond Pluto?
Well, the Space Patrol has more urgent problems than proving or disproving the existence of a new planet. The last 4 months, more than 200 people have vanished, chiefly from the outer planets, Pluto, Neptune, and Uranus. And so many spaceships have disappeared that, well, people are afraid to make trips out beyond Saturn anymore.
It might be meteors, big enough to blast a ship to pieces without leaving a trace.
Well, that's one thing we don't have to worry about, Happy. This improved repel array can deflect most of the meteors we'll ever encounter. Happy, there's something in the viewscope.
Simmons' ship.
No, it's too big. Cut on the electronic mass computer.
Yes.
Now focus it on that tiny dot at the edge of the screen. That's it. That's too big for a meteor, Happy. It's a planet. A planet nearly the size of Earth.
Then those rumors were true.
Yes. And as Simmons came out here, he must have seen it. Happy, we're heading our ship for that unknown planet. Planet X.
Planet X, a world so remote from the solar system it has escaped detection by the most powerful space telescopes. A world at this instant emerging from myth and legend into reality. But there is one man who has known of its existence for some time and has kept it a secret. Over the years, he has built an empire on the strange planet, enslaving the subhuman natives and surrounding himself criminals and scum of all the planets. He is Commander Corey's archenemy, Prince Baccarati. The towers of his huge, gaudy castle rise into the mists that swirl about banners emblazoned with Baccarati's dread symbol, a black falcon. Within the castle, the prince, accompanied by Dr. Malengro, a warped scientific genius, opens a heavily barred door and enters a room where a haggard figure slumps against the cold stone wall.
Simmons, get up.
He has been like that for an hour, Your Highness. I think he's in a coma.
I'll get him up. On your feet!
Take your hands off me, you big overdressed clown.
You're like all the rest of the Space Patrol. Don't know how to act in the presence of your superior.
Superiors. Just because you can bully a lot of primitive natives on this backwash planet doesn't mean you're anything more than a big wind.
No lieutenant of the Space Patrol is going to make a fool out of Prince Baccarati. I'll waste no more time on this stubborn fool. I think he came across my planet by accident.
But, Your Highness, when he doesn't return, Corey will send a search mission after him.
That's true. But we have nothing to fear. I'll never get close to the planet. We can destroy a whole fleet of Space Patrol ships with our controlled meteors. And in a few weeks, I'll have my own fleet of spaceships built out to the point where we can attack the United Planets.
What will you do with Lieutenant Simmons?
I'll have him taken to the glacier. They'll be put to work in the Endurium mines with the subhumans.
But, Your Highness, he won't survive more than a week underground. Only the natives can endure the cold up there in the mines.
Now, isn't that a pity? I only wish I could send Commander Corey out there, too. Come on, Malengro. Let's go up to the tower and check the view scope.
Returning to the tower of his castle, Prince Baccarati sits before the control panel, watching an enormous viewscope screen that covers an entire wall. Sector by sector, the sensitive instrument scans the black void between Planet X and the solar system. Beside the prince stands Dr. Malengro, smiling proudly at the instrument that he's created.
Your hour of triumph is close at hand. Millions will tremble at your name. On Mercury, Venus, Terra, Mars, the Earth.
Stop your planetary roll call. Look at the screen. Isn't that a spaceship? It is. It's a Space Patrol ship.
But only one.
It's Commander Corey's ship. See the insignia? Terra 5.
Do you suppose he has sighted the planet?
Of course he has. He's coming right toward it. This is the chance I've been waiting for. Switch on to meteor control.
Ready, Your Highness.
Now focus the beam up toward the meteor belt. Now, Corey, you'll see how Prince Baccarati welcomes visitors who are not invited.
Happy, this is incredible. Planet X not only has land, but vegetation, thick vegetation near the equator.
Remember those rumors about jungle growth and giant animals?
Yes, but we're still too far away to confirm that. All we can be sure of now is that there's a desert region, a zone of vegetation, and ice caps at both poles.
The meteor warning system.
Look, there's a swarm of meteors heading right toward our ship.
Oh, smoke and rockets, where did they come from?
Check their trajectory on the viewscope so we'll know how to avoid them.
Yes, sir. They seem to be swerving out of that meteor belt we checked at 18 degrees high.
You're right, Happy. They're not following a consistent orbit. They're being pulled right toward us.
Commander, we're in a collision course. They're converging on us, a whole flock of them.
Here's where we test our super repeller ray, Hap.
Commander, several meteors are coming head on. Is it working?
We'll know in a couple of seconds. Watch the viewscope.
Wow. They missed us.
Look at their trajectories now. Our super repeller rays scattering them in all directions.
Yeah, but what made them come right toward us in the first place? We weren't anywhere near their regular orbit.
I don't know, Happy. But this might explain why we haven't had a reply from Lieutenant Simmons.
Yeah. He didn't have a super repeller ray on his ship.
No, he didn't. But there's a chance he may have landed safely on Planet X. We'll circle the planet and keep calling him.
Langro, what's happening? None of those meteors is taking effect.
Can't understand it. It always worked before.
Yes, on our dummy test ships, but this is Commander Corey. If he sends out a report on this planet...
You're right.
Yes, Captain. What is it?
The Space Patrol lieutenant, he escaped.
Escaped?
We were taking him to a spaceship to transport him to the glacier. He provoked a dispute between his guards and in the confusion escaped.
Fools. They'll be punished for this. Search every inch of the castle ground.
But he's beyond the castle walls, headed south toward the jungle.
In that case, let him go. With those monsters in the jungle, Lieutenant Simmons won't survive more than a few hours. Back to your post, Captain. I have more important things to do.
Yes, Your Highness.
Milagro, what good is your stupid invention? Corey's getting so close to our planet, we can't hurl any more meteors at him.
He seems to have some defense against them. But there is still our robot control. We can neutralize Corey's controls, operate his ship from here, and can crash him in the desert.
No, that's too sudden a death. Suppose we force him down in the jungle. Yes. Land him safely. Let him think he has a chance for survival. Not knowing about the giant lizards, the prehistoric monsters. We'll see how effective Corey's superior brain is against 100 tons of brute force. Switch on to robot control, Malengo.
Change our vector, Happy.
I'm trying to, sir, but the ship won't respond.
Well, let me try.
Yes, sir.
That's strange. Feels like the controls are frozen.
Commander, we're losing altitude.
Adjust your seatbelt, Happy. We're going to crash.
Yes, sir. Hey, what happened?
We've just had the luckiest crash landing on record, Hap.
You mean the ship landed itself?
Yes, right in the middle of a jungle.
Oh, it's sure lucky the rockets cut out when they did, or we'd have been smeared all over Planet X.
Hap, look out the nose port. Those are birds.
Yeah, tropical birds, just like on Earth.
There must be a breathable atmosphere on Planet X. Now, that's a break. We may be here for some time. Let's get out of the ship and look around.
Wow, this planet is hot. It's like a steam bath. And these giant ferns must be 80 feet high. Now, I wonder if those birds are good to eat. I mean, when our ship's supplies run out.
We've got emergency rations for 6 weeks. But we'll be able to repair the ship before then.
Hey, Commander, what's that?
I don't know. Sounds like an animal of some kind, a big one.
Yeah. It's coming this way. Smoking rockets, Commander. Look at that. What is it?
It's a giant dinosaur.
A dinosaur?
Get back to the ship quickly. It sees us.
Commander, it's after us.
We've got to get into the ship before it tramples us to death.
Would our ray gun stop it?
There's no time to experiment. Into the ship quickly.
It's almost on top of us.
Close the hatch.
Commander, it's right outside the door. It's clawing at the ship.
Keep your fingers crossed, Happy. That beast is big enough to crush this ship like an eggshell.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Hi, gang. This is Captain Dick Tufeld reporting. Say, how about a briefing on space talk? So you can talk like a regular space patroller, okay? Here we go. Hot rockets. Use it instead of oh boy, like hot rockets. Look at that boy pedal that bike. Here's some more space talk, gang. Supercharge. That means wade into a good power breakfast with rice checks or wheat checks, so you can have the zip and rip of a space patroller. And, gang, that's exactly what Buzz Corey wants you to do. He wants you to supercharge every morning. So just have yourself a hearty breakfast with rice checks or wheat checks, the super cereals that help to supercharge you. Good? Nope, they're terrific. And remember, they're the cereals with that mysterious magic space picture on the inside of the package. So supercharge, gang. Get checks today. You just can't be without them. And hot rockets, are they ever good? And now back to our space patrol adventure, The Menace of Planet X. With the aid of Dr. Melengro, Baccarati sighted Corey's ship through a mammoth viewscope in the tower room of the Princess Castle on Planet X. Using a robot-controlled beam, Baccarati forced the commander's ship down in the jungle, where Buzz and Happy were attacked by a giant dinosaur, one of the monsters that inhabit the steaming jungle region. Now the enormous creature rips at the hull of the ship with all the force of its 100-ton bulk.
Commander, it's going to tip the ship over.
It's only a matter of time till it batters in the hull. Oh, if we could only blast off.
Maybe if we opened the hatch and fired at the dinosaur with our ray gun.
It'd be like hitting an elephant with a fly swatter. He'd ram that armored head of his inside the hatch and we'd finish.
Well, what are we going to do? If the rockets won't work, we're stuck.
Hey, wait. Our lighting system still operates. Maybe the super repeller ray will work, too.
Brace yourself, Happy. The ship may lunge around a bit.
Yes, sir. It's working.
It's propelling him away from the ship.
Wow, look at him go.
Look at the plants out there. They're bending away from the ship like a strong wind we're blowing.
Yeah, and the birds, they're leaving too.
Huh?
Oh, it's lucky you thought of that repeller racer. A few more blows on that dinosaur would have caved our hull in.
Now, that ought to discourage our giant friend for a while.
All the books I've read say that dinosaurs are extinct. I guess this dinosaur can't read.
Yeah. Happy. Look out the viewport to the north. Looks like smoke rising up out of the jungle.
Say, it does. A thin column of blue smoke. I can barely make it out against the mist.
It's too damp here for a fire to start naturally.
Yeah, but how else could it start?
Simmons, maybe. Let's have a look.
You mean go out there, sir? Outside the ship?
Of course. We can't find out anything sitting here.
Oh, yeah, but what about the things? The animals?
We'll keep under cover and move as quietly as possible.
Meantime, several miles to the north, Prince Baccarati watches the giant viewscope screen in the tower room of his castle. Mile after mile of jungle moves across the screen. Then, as the prince makes delicate adjustments, the vegetation becomes transparent, and the dark hull of a grounded spaceship looms up in the tangled growth of tree-high ferns. A smile of triumph is on the evil face of Prince Baccarati. Behind him, a door opens, and Dr. Malengro hurries in.
Excellency, Excellency. There is trouble in the north, in the glacier region.
What is it now?
The slaves in the Endurium mines. They have taken over base camp number 2. They have weapons and supplies.
Oh, well, I'll order an attack immediately. They can't revolt against Prince Baccarati.
May I remind your highness that you would lose most of your men in an attempt to regain control of the base camp? The rebels are in a position to fight off all opposition and sabotage the mines.
You're right. Well, then we'll put Plan C into operation immediately.
Plan C? You mean blow up camp number 2?
Of course! Any one camp is expendable. When its destruction will save the other 2. We can handle the whole operation from this tower. The turn of a switch here, a cosmic explosive, and camp number 2 will blast the rebels to bits.
But, your highness, some of your men may still be alive in the camp. Captives of the rebels.
Well, if they're unable to protect my interests, they are of no use to me. First, we'll broadcast a demand to surrender. If they ignore it, well, they will serve as a lesson to others who try to oppose Prince Baccarat.
I think I see flames through the undergrowth, sir. Right up ahead.
Help! Happy, hear that?
Yes, sir. Commander, there's a man coming toward us.
That's a space patrol uniform, Hap. Come on. Commander Corey. Yes, Lieutenant Simmons. Hold him, Happy. He's about to collapse.
Take it easy, Lieutenant. Yeah, here, lean against me.
He's hurt. We'll carry him to the ship.
I'll be all right, Commander. I heard your ship land. I managed to get a fire going.
We saw it. Did you land in the jungle, too?
No, sir. At a castle a few miles to the north.
Castle?
It sounds like I'm out of my head, but I'm not. Commander, Prince Baccarati is here on this planet.
Baccarati?
He's built up an empire here. He's rounded up some of his old gang and made the natives work for him.
Natives? On this planet?
Yes. They're very primitive. Never advanced beyond Stone Age culture. Baccarati's forcing them into slave labor. Up north in the glacier region, he's got thousands working in the Endurium mines. That's where he was going to send me, but I escaped.
We'll take you to the ship, Lieutenant. When you rest up, you can help us fix the controls and we'll blast off.
Yeah, something went wrong. Lucky we landed easy.
That wasn't luck. Baccarati forced you to land, like he did me. He'll never get that ship off the ground.
Unless we get to Baccarati. How far is this castle from here?
It took me 6 hours to get here. Commander, don't go near that castle. Baccarati hates you like poison. You'll end up in the glacier or worse.
If you get out, Lieutenant, we can get in. And we can't stay in the jungle. How'd you escape?
Through a tunnel in the wall, sir. It was used to haul materials from the quarry when the castle was being built.
It's obvious you're too weak to go back with us. We'll leave you in the ship. Then Happy and I'll go on to Baccarati's castle.
If you could wait till I rest up, Commander.
It'll be a day or two before you're fit to travel. You'll be safe in the ship. Just tell us how to find the tunnel. We're nearly at the end of the passage, Happy.
What part of the castle does the tunnel lead to?
The sub-cellar. We'll work our way up to the main tower. Have your ray gun ready.
Yes, sir.
All right, come on.
Hey, there isn't much light down here.
Enough. Take those stairs at the end of the cellar.
Yes, sir.
Stand right where you are. Don't try to turn around, either of you. Don't try to use your weapons, or I'll be forced to use mine. This weapon in your back is a plastic gun.
A plastic gun?
If I pulled the trigger, it would be completely encased in a coating of transparent plastic. You couldn't move. Now, will you drop your weapons while you're still able to?
All right. Drop your gun, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Very wise. You would be rather awkward to move as plastic statues. Now, step into the elevator. I'll turn you over to Prince Baccarat.
There is no answer from Base Camp 2, Your Highness, but they must be listening. Might I suggest one more warning?
They get all the warnings they're gonna get. Turn on the detonator ray machine. We'll blow our base camp number 2.
At once, Your Highness.
Get moving. Go on in.
What's the meaning of this interruption?
I found them in Sub-Cellar 5, Excellency.
Well, well. Commander Corey, welcome. Now that you're here in my castle, there is no use wasting power. Cut off the robot control on his ship, Melendro. He's not going back to it.
If you don't turn us loose, it'll only be a matter of time till a squadron of space patrol ships finds your planet and turns this castle into a pile of rubble.
Oh, your threats don't terrify me, Commander. I can cope with any force the Space Patrol sends against me. Cadet! Who dared laugh at Prince Baccarati? I'll show you!
I'll remember that, Baccarati.
Careful, Commander. My guard can render you helpless with his plastic gun.
I understand you're playing Emperor again, Baccarati. You're using slave labor, forcing natives to work for you.
You may not realize it, Commander, but you and the cadet are now slaves yourselves. I need replacements in the Endurium mines up in the glacier region. Which reminds me, Melendro, it's time to destroy the rebels at base camp number 2.
Shall I turn on the detonator machine now, Your Highness?
Yes. Commander, you will now see how completely I hold the power of life and death over my subjects. When I press this switch, more than 100 rebels will be blasted to bits, thousands of miles from this castle. Watch closely, Commander.
Hap, jump the guard.
Get away from that machine, Baccarati!
Run, get to the guard.
Hey, Commander, they're getting away.
Let them go. Right now, we've got to smash this machine. Get the guard's plastic gun.
I've got it, sir.
Now, let's get Baccarati.
There they are, sir. They just turned the corner.
Down the corridor, quick. Baccarati, stop!
Commander, they're climbing out a window.
After them, Happy. There's a ledge out there, Happy. Swan, we've got to go after them.
Yes, sir.
Easy now, Hap.
Wow, what a drop. And there's a river down there.
Press close to the wall. And work down the ledge.
Hey, they're blocked. They can't go any farther.
Baccarati, better give up.
You'll never take me, Corey.
Commander, he's got a plastic gun.
So have we. And Baccarati can't fire without hitting Melengro.
That's right, Corey.
Commander, look at Melengro. Baccarati shot him.
He's covered with plastic.
Smoking rockets, Baccarati pushed him off the ledge, his own partner.
What's this, Commander?
He's pointing the gun at himself.
Baccarati, don't be a fool! Get to him, Happy, before he falls off the ledge.
Too late, Commander. There he goes. Golly, down into the river. Well, they fell just like statues. Well, I guess that's the end of Prince Baccarati.
Come on, Happy. Let's get off this ledge. We've got to work fast. If we dodge Baccarati's guards, we can get back to our ship before dark.
Lieutenant Simmons is asleep in the aft compartment, sir.
Good. You could do with a little rest yourself, Happy.
No, I'm not tired, sir. Commander, you know, I'm glad we got away from Planet X and saved those people in the glacier, but, well, I'd feel a lot easier if I knew for sure about Baccarati. I mean, can we cross him off?
That's what we're going to find out. on our next visit to Planet X.
An exciting preview of next week's Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Hey, what's going on, young man? What do you mean, putt, 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 putt?
I'm playing like I'm driving a surface car on Mars.
Well, it sounds to me like you've got nothing but ordinary fuel in that tank of yours. You're just a putt-putt. You know what your car needs? Super fuel. Here, I'll put some in. There now.
Gosh, my surface car is supercharged now. See you later.
Yes, sir, Space Patrollers. For supercharging, it takes super fuel. And that holds true for you, too. Ordinary fuel for breakfast, you're just a putt-putt. Super fuel for breakfast, you're supercharged. That's why Buzz Corey has Rice Chex, the super cereal for breakfast. Rice Chex, crisp, golden shredded rice biscuits in that modern, bite-sized design. The cereal that brings you a mysterious magic space picture inside of every package. Try it today. Delicious, bite-sized Rice Chex, the super cereal that helps to supercharge you. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy have made another visit to the mysterious Planet X. They have just landed in a robot ship, hoping to thwart an attempt to obtain Space Patrol's secrets. As two men in work clothes approach the ship, Buzz and Happy wait with ray guns drawn.
Keep behind the bulkhead until we find out whether they're friendly or not.
Yes, sir.
Quiet now. They're at the outer hatch. Don't move, Hap.
Use your gas gun, Malingro.
Commander, I can't see.
You fell right into my trap, Corey. This is your last trip to Planet X.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, The Trap on Planet X, when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Cleveland, Ohio, and Syracuse, New York. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Debris. Other players were Bela Kovach, Norman Jolly, Ken Mayer, and Stephen Robertson. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol program on your local ABC television station. Consult your local newspaper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol. In today's transcribed adventure, Buzz and Happy have made another visit to the mysterious Planet X. They have just landed in a robot ship, hoping to thwart an attempt to obtain Space Patrol's secrets. As two men in work clothes approach the ship, Buzz and Happy wait with ray guns drawn.
Keep behind the bulkhead until we find out whether they're friendly or not.
Yes, sir.
Quiet now. They're at the outer hatch. Don't move, Happy.
Use your gas gun, Malingro.
Commander, I can't see.
You fell right into my trap, Corey. This is your last trip to Planet X.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Trap on Planet X. Hi, Space Patrollers. This is Captain Dick Tufeld speaking. Say, how's your space talk these days? Are you talking like a real space patroller? Well, here's some space talk that'll make your friends sit right up and listen. Fire rockets. Now, fire rockets means to turn on the motor or get ready to go, as in, come on, gang, fire rockets, it's time to go. And here's another way of saying something in space talk. Blast off. Blast off means to take off or leave. You blast off for a game of ball. Blast off to meet a pal. Now, here's space talk you hear space patrollers use every morning. Get supercharged. Now, to get supercharged means to get some zip and wham so you can be a winner. And, gang, here's how you do it. Just have yourself a power breakfast with the super cereals, Rice Chex, or Wheat Chex. Best tasting cereals from here to the moon. So, space patrollers, get supercharged. Fire rockets. Blast off. And I mean to your grocers for Rice Chex and Wheat Chex. And remember, inside every package, you get a mysterious magic space picture. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Trap on Planet X. Commander Corey is facing the greatest problem of his career. His archenemy, Prince Baccarati, has established an empire on Planet X, a strange world, far beyond the solar system, where no planets were thought to exist. Fortified by almost impregnable detection and defense systems built by the evil scientific genius Dr. Malengro, Baccarati planned to launch an attack against the United Planets. Buzz and Happy dealt the prince a temporary setback, but the actual fate of Baccarati and Malengro still is in doubt. Buzz realizes the criminal leaders whom the self-styled prince assembled on Planet X may continue Baccarati's plans for enslavement and conquest. Now, in his central office on Terra, Buzz reviews his strategy with Cadet Happy.
At this stage of the game, Happy, Baccarati's forces hold the trump cards. The Space Patrol couldn't get within 1 million DUs of Planet X without being discovered.
Well, with Baccarati himself out of the way, sir, maybe his men will give up this idea of conquering the United Planets.
Trouble is, we don't know for certain whether Baccarati is out of the way. All we know is that he turned his plaster gun on Malengro and himself and plunged down into the river at the base of his castle.
I don't see how they could help being drowned, even if the fall didn't hurt them.
We don't know what effect that plaster gun has. It coats its victim with a shell of plastic. We saw that. But it makes the victim temporarily helpless. At the same time, it might protect him.
Yeah, that's right. Well, still, I'd hate to be in that fix. Floating down a river on Planet X, unable to swim. And remember those monsters we saw in the jungle. Well, there's no telling what's in that river.
Even leaving Baccarati out of it, a full-scale attack on Planet X wouldn't be a wise solution. Baccarati has abducted hundreds of innocent people from the United Planets. He's forcing them to work for him. That's the chief reason we can't risk an all-out attack.
How are we going to save them?
That's problem number one. It's not a job for a space fleet. A few men infiltrating into Baccarati's stronghold is the only answer. Into the slave camps in the north, into the castle, into his plants.
That isn't going to be easy.
No. And once they're in, they'll be useless unless we can communicate with our forces on the outside.
Well, I'd like to take another crack at it, sir.
So would I. But it's something we can't rush into, Happy. One wrong move could cost the lives of innocent people. I want to have a talk with Lieutenant Simmons and then outline a plan of action.
Meanwhile, billions of miles away on Planet X, a strange creature stands on the bank of a river and peers intently at two figures stiffly floating downstream. The man on the riverbank is huge, nearly 7 feet tall, and his rugged frame is loosely draped with the skin of an animal. To this primitive native of Planet X, the figures in the water are objects of wonder. Slowly, his lips move in response to the thought that forms in his not-too-active brain.
Sky men. Sky men.
The next instant, the native plunges into the water. Skymen, the men who arrived many seasons ago in great monsters, men with powerful weapons, men who built huts of stone that towered into the mists. But why were these two skymen floating down the river, so strangely stiff and still? The native swims toward them, then, one at a time, tows them to shallow water, and one under each powerful arm, he carries them up on the bank. The men seem coated with something shiny and hard and transparent. But as the native watches in surprise, the shiny covering cracks and falls away. The men move. The native steps back, half frightened, half curious. And one of the skymen speaks.
Malengro, are you all right?
Yes, Your Highness. But I don't like the looks of that native.
Don't worry. I got my plastic gun ready. I can turn him into a 7-foot statue if he starts anything. But don't show any fear. Remember, we are superior beings.
Are you sure there's enough plastic left in the gun to cover a man of that size?
Keep quiet. Let me do the talking. You there. What's your name?
I
Goro.
We're in luck, Malengo. For a minute I was afraid he was one of those wild ones that our men hadn't taught to speak English. Goro, I'm the chief of the Skymen, Prince Baccarati.
Goro, kneel before your prince. He is your chief.
Chief.
All right, Goro. You may rise.
Skymen live in air and in water?
We are all powerful, Goro. The Skymen can do anything.
Skymen all powerful.
Send him away, Your Highness. Let's get back up the river to the castle.
We may need him. We may run into some unfriendly natives, and Goro will contend it.
Yes, you are right, Your Highness.
Goro, you come with me. Your chief will give you fine clothes like these. You will eat the food of the Skymen. And Goro will become all-powerful like the Skymen.
Goro eat food of Skymen?
Of course. And everyone will say, there is Goro, honor guard of Prince Baccarati. Come, Goro. Lead the way to my castle.
I obey, Chief.
Come on, Malengo.
Your Highness, do you think Corey could get away from the castle?
I doubt it. When we get back, we'll put some pressure on the commander. He can tell us many things that will help further my plans for conquering the universe. The fools! The stupid fools!
What's the trouble, Your Highness?
Those guards, they let Corey and the cadet get away. What? Yes! They got back through the jungle to their ship and blasted off.
That means he'll be back with a fleet of ships.
Corey's too smart to try that. He knows we could destroy every ship he sends against us.
But if he thinks we were drowned when we jumped into the river, won't he assume your empire will fall apart?
Now, Corey doesn't jump to conclusions. He'll try something, that's certain. Now, if we could only force his hand, get him back here, alone. By the way, Malengo, how's Dr. Rainey coming along with that brainograph?
I checked right after we got back to the castle, Your Highness. He hasn't quite finished it yet.
Well, can't you hurry him up?
He's resisting our persuasive methods. He keeps falling unconscious from pain.
Stubborn fool. Once we get that brainograph working, we can take all these captured scientists, technicians, and find out exactly what the Space Patrol has to use against us. Every fact these men know will be revealed by the brain.
We can break Dr. Rainey down, but it will take a little more time.
How I'd like to use that brainograph on Corey. Then we know every weapon, every plan the United Planets could bring against us.
Yes, Your Highness. But Corey isn't here. He's probably back on Terra.
Well, we'll bring him here. I got just the plan. I'll need a special robot ship and your help, Malengo.
Back at Space Patrol headquarters on Terra, the spaceophone monitoring section has picked up a strange message, repeated over and over. Within a few moments, the message is typed into Commander Corey's office as Buzz and Happy listen intently.
I warn you, the plan will be dangerous, but it is the only way to penetrate Prince Baccarati's defenses. This is the voice of Professor Ramey speaking from a continuous recording tape on board a Baccarati robot patrol ship. The message will be repeated in just a moment.
Smoking rockets, Baccarati captured Professor Rainey, too.
Outstanding brainograph expert.
Well, gee, if Baccarati gets the brainograph...
Well, at least I'm glad to hear the professor's alive. The report was that he crashed on Neptune.
That's the 9th top scientist
Attention,
Baccarati is...
Space Patrol
Hold
Unit.
it, Happy. The message is...
The United Planets are in danger. This is Professor Bernard Ramey of the Space Patrol Electronics Bureau. I am held captive by Prince Baccarati on a planet far beyond the solar system. No ship can approach this planet without being detected by Baccarati's defense system.
You can say that again.
Only Baccarati's own ships can penetrate the electronic shield. I have succeeded in hiding the recording device in this ship, which is of class G, type R134. A ship of this type could get through the electronic field if it emits a steady signal on a frequency of 231.6 megacycles. I warn you, the plan will be dangerous.
Cut it off, Happy.
But it is the only way...
So that's the key to the shield. A signal at 231.6 megacycles.
I wonder what happens if you're off the beam a few cycles.
The ship is destroyed, probably. Well, it looks as though Professor Ramey has given us the chance we were waiting for. Yes, Happy. Call Space Patrol Operations. Order a Class G, Type R134 robot spaceship with auxiliary controls. We're blasting off the planet.
I've picked up a robot ship on the viewscope, Your Highness.
Is it one of ours?
It looks like it. But all of ours are accounted for.
Well, and then Corey fell for it. He thought that was Professor Ramey's voice.
The brainograph should be ready in a few hours, Your Highness.
Oh, Ramey finally cracked, eh?
No, but our engineers figure they'll be able to complete the brainograph now, with no further help from the professor.
Excellent. Now, Malengo, we'll just wait patiently until Corey enters out.
Well, I guess we've fooled Baccarati so far, Commander. At least he hasn't hurled any meteors at our robot.
Well, we're safe from meteors now, Happy. We're too close to the planet.
There's Baccarati's castle in the viewscope, Commander.
All right, Happy. Put on the special frequency.
Yes, sir.
Make sure it's exactly 231.6 megacycles.
Oh, I have it tuned in exactly, sir. That's it, sir.
In a few seconds, we'll know whether it gets us through the electronic shield.
It worked, sir.
Keep away from the viewports, Happy. We're coming in for a landing. Now we'll wait here in the ship till it gets dark. And we'll make an attempt to get inside the castle.
Suppose someone comes out to inspect the ship.
Yeah. 2 men are coming toward the ship now.
And work clothes.
Whether they're friendly or not, it's a break. You can borrow their clothes. Keep behind the bulkhead until they're well inside the ship. Have your ray gun ready.
Yes, Commander.
Quiet now, Hap.
Use your death gun, Malengo, quickly.
It's Baccarati.
Let him have it, Hap.
I can't see. Can't either. Grab the cadet, Malengo.
Got him, Your Highness.
I'll take that ray gun, Corey. You might as well stop struggling, Corey. That toxic gas made you as weak as a kitten.
Where is Professor Ramey?
Oh, don't try to talk, Commander. Unless you're wearing gas masks. Like Dr. Malengo and myself, you'll only suffer all the more from the toxic gas.
For your information, Commander, that wasn't Professor Ramey's voice you heard. It was mine. A good impersonation, don't you think?
That's right, Corey. The professor was busy completing a brainograph. And we are going to use it on you to find out all the Space Patrol secrets.
After you recover from the toxic gas, of course.
Yes, you can recuperate in the dungeon, Corey. And just wait till you see your guard. He's a nice little fellow named Goro. You'll be safe with Goro. Very safe.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Say, gang, what kind of fuel are you filling up with at breakfast? Ordinary fuel? Well, I hope not. Because remember, in the morning, you haven't had anything to eat for hours. That means your fuel tank needs super fuel, like Rice Chex and Wheat Chex, those super cereals. A good Chex breakfast, and boy, you're supercharged. You feel like a million, rugged as Buzz Corey himself. Your motor kicks over, your rockets start roaring, your atomolites start blinking, and man, that's it. You take off, and I mean you take off like nobody's business. And say, gang, with Chex, you've got a couple of cereals that taste terrific, and both have that modern bite-sized design for eating that's easy and fun. That's Chex for you. Easy eating, good eating. So remember, gang, when you pull up to your breakfast table, it's just like pulling up to a filling station. You're there for fuel, super fuel. So tomorrow morning, say to your mom, fill her up, Mom, Chex. Yes, get 'em today, gang. Chex, rice or wheat. And remember, inside of every package, you get a mysterious magic space picture. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, The Trap on Planet X. Simulating the voice of the captured scientist, Prince Baccarati's henchman, Dr. Malengro, has tricked Commander Corey and Cadet Happy into returning to Planet X. The Space Patrolmen passed safely through the deadly electronic shield over the castle by means of a secret frequency on their robot spaceship transmitter. But after landing, Buzz and Happy were captured by Baccarati and Malengro. Right now, they're locked in a cell in the castle dungeon with a huge native Goro standing guard outside.
Doesn't look very bright. Can't always tell by appearance. I wonder if he realizes that Baccarati is making slaves out of some of the other natives, his own people. Good point. Let's see, what's his name? Goro, yes.
Goro. Goro, I'd like to talk to you a minute.
What you want?
I'm your friend. I want to help you, Goro.
I man chief friend. You not friend.
Skyman Chief? Baccarati.
Goro, listen. You fellow you call Skyman Chief is Prince Baccarati. He's making slaves of your people. He makes them work underground in the mines. You understand?
Skyman Chief give Goro food. He friend, you bad Goro no.
Goro, if you'll help us out of here, we'll see that you get better food than Baccarati ever gave you.
Skyman Chief all powerful. You not powerful. How can you give food?
He's no fool, Happy. He just can't think any farther ahead of the next move.
Speaking of food, I wish Baccarati would show up with some chow. Hey, I just remembered. I think it's here in my jacket pocket.
What?
Some space rations. Yeah, I've got a bar of ration G here. Baccarati missed it when he frisked me.
Take off a small piece of it, Happy.
Yes, sir.
Here you are, Goro. Taste it.
That's not food. Goro man, not small bird.
Go on, reach your hand to the bar. Just try it.
Goro, try.
Oh, look at the size of that hand. It'll barely go through the bars.
Good. Good.
Like it, Goro?
Goro want more.
Commander, look out. He's trying to grab you.
More food. More food.
Hold on, Goro. Take it easy. Open the door and let us out. You can have the whole bar.
More food.
You understand? Open the door.
More. More.
Goro, wait a minute. Be quiet.
He really goes for it, but he's so excited he's nearly out of his mind.
Doesn't know how to open the door, Happy. Not with the regular controls, anyway. Put the ration bar on the floor near the back of the cell, but where Goro can see it. Now come over here by the door.
More. More.
Goro, hold it. Listen to me.
More food.
Now, there's your food back there. We want you to have it. Just open the door. Pull on the bars. Bend the bars. Put your hands on them and pull.
More.
Harder, Goro. That's it.
Oh, he's bending them.
You're getting it, Goro.
There goes the door. And here comes Goro.
Come on, Hap, let's go.
Goro like he's better than Skyman Chief. Oh, Skyman Goro.
Down this corner, Happy, for the stairs. Yes. I only find Baccarati before a guard finds her.
How many more flights is it to the tower, sir?
Step into that doorway quickly.
Put your hand over his mouth, Happy. Yeah. Now let's get him in here. I've got his gun, Happy.
Can I close him there?
Yes, sir.
Corey, how did you get out of that cell?
Never mind the landing. Where's Baccarati? Come on, where is he?
He's up in the tower.
Alone? Tell me the truth, Malengo.
He's with some engineers.
How about Professor Raymond? Where's he got him?
Down at the end of the hall, locked in another room.
All right, get going. Lead the way and don't try anything.
This is it.
Unlock the door. Shut the door, Happy, and keep Malengo covered.
Yes, sir.
Professor Ramey. Malengo, what have you done to him?
Baccarati was a little rough with him. He wrecked the brain again. Months of work ruined.
The professor's coming too, sir.
Professor?
Hey, Commander, Malengro's getting away.
Get him, Happy.
Yes, sir. Huh? That takes care of him.
Good. Professor Ramey.
Won't do you any good, Baccarati.
Commander Corey.
Yes.
Baccarati's been forcing me to fill the brain again. And I heard he tricked you into coming here. I left.
Yes, I am. Professor, we haven't much time. We've got to get out of here. Can you walk?
I think so.
Baccarati gave you quite a beating. Do you know of any places where we could get a ship?
Baccarati's spaceship factory. That's too far away. Besides, it has an electronic shield around it, too.
Well, at least once we get out of the castle.
Wait a minute. There's a robot testing field on the other side of the valley.
Does it have an electronic shield over it?
Not ordinarily. One can be set up if strange ships are sighted in the region of the planet. Ordinarily, it's kept open for tests.
Can you show us how to get out of the castle?
The gates have electronic locks. Only Baccarati's men have keys.
Malengo must have one. Search him, Happy. Yes, Professor. How far is it across the valley to the testing field?
I don't know exactly. Around 5 miles, I think.
Do you feel strong enough to make it?
Malengo's key, sir. I think I can make it, Commander.
Then come on. We'll tie Malengo up and gag him so he can't come to inside.
What happened to you? Where's the professor? Oh, some minute. Hold still till I get the deck out of your mouth and untie you.
Corey did it. He caught me in the hall.
Corey! How did he get out of the dungeon? Never mind, where's Professor Ramey?
The cadet knocked me out. When I came to, I was tied up. He'd escaped, Joe.
I can see that. We'll have the castle searched from tower to the dungeon. We'll send guards outside the castle. You and I will lead the search from the air. Come on, Mike.
The test port is right up ahead, sir. You can see a ship through the trees.
Now, hold it, Happy. Don't let everyone see you. We're almost there, Professor.
Got to stop a moment.
That's all right. Take your breath. We may have to make a rush for the ship.
I don't see anyone at this side of the field, Commander. There's some men working on a ship about 300 yards down to the right, though.
We can't afford to make a mistake now.
Commander, those aren't all robot patrol ships. Some of them are battle cruisers.
You're right.
These are what Baccarati is turning out at his factory several hundred miles from here. They must have been brought here for a test.
They're as big as our space between the battle cruisers.
From their looks, they could make a good account of themselves.
They've all got the Black Falcon painted on them. Baccarati's insignia.
So they're here for a test, huh? All right, let's test one. Ready, Professor Ramey?
Yes, Commander.
Let's make a rush for the nearest one. Come on.
Keep the velocity down, Malengo. Remember, this is a spaceship, and Corey is on foot.
I'm trying to cover as much ground as possible, Your Highness. If we circle the castle several times, we can pick them up in the ground skin.
Oh, where could they have gone? They're not in the castle. No one saw them go through the gate.
Look, over there at the test.
I see it. It's one of my new battle cruisers taking off.
Why, Your Highness? They just arrived today from your plant to the north. Weren't your orders to the effect that they were to be grounded until you inspect them tomorrow?
Huh? Yeah, that's right. Well, wait till we locate Corey. Then I'll find out where that upstart pilot is. Ah, look at my ship, Malengo. 2 complete squadrons lined up.
They are quite beautiful, Your Highness.
Yes. After months of planning, they're almost ready. Ready to make a surprise attack on a space patrol. If the test is successful tomorrow, I'll give the command to wipe out Jupiter.
Look at that ship circling back over the field.
With the big Jupiter base out of the battle, I can conquer the outer planet. What's happening over there?
Explosion at the test port. One of your ships blew up on the ground.
My ship! Malengo, what's happening? That pilot, that crazy pilot, he's strafing my ship for the space gunners. He's... Corey! Malengo, it's Corey in that ship. Get him! After him! Got the command!
Your Highness, this is the scout. He's unarmed.
My fleet! Look at my fleet destroyed! Throw the tower! Freeze the electronic shield! Throw the tower! And the necklace! Freeze for the gun!
Well, I think that does it, sir.
Everything in the test field at any rate. That's what the infrared view scope shows.
Take Baccarati months to build another.
Happy, keep at low altitude till we get to the opposite side of Planet X. Then blast off into space. And that way we can dodge any of Baccarati's defense rays.
Yes, sir.
You've given Prince Baccarati a severe setback, Commander.
Yeah, and with one of his own ships.
A setback isn't enough, gentlemen. As long as Planet X is a menace to freedom-loving people anywhere in the universe, then Prince Baccarati can count on meeting me again.
A preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure follows in just a moment. Gang, this is Captain Dick Tufeld at an aqua jet boat race on Mars. My favorite's the Shooting Star. But hey, it doesn't have a chance. The driver is filling up the tank with ordinary fuel. You see what I mean? No zip, no zoom, no zing. Hey, but wait. Now the driver's putting in some super fuel. Wow, look at the Shooting Star go. It's bound to be a winner now because she's supercharged. Supercharged with super fuel. Now, you want to be a winner too, don't you, gang? Then remember, ordinary fuel, ordinary start. Super fuel, super start. So don't wait. Get supercharged. And I mean get supercharged the way Buzz Corey does. Eat a power breakfast with Rice Chex. Flavor, man, and bite size. Crisp, triple toasted shredded rice biscuits. That's Rice Chex. And inside every package, you get a mysterious magic space picture. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are trying to make their way through a strange valley filled with weird and poisonous plants. Suddenly, Happy trips and falls.
Commander, something's got my foot. It's the vines. They're drawing tight like ropes. Winding around me, too. I can't get them untangled. Maybe we can cut them loose. Yeah. Hey, it's grabbed my arm. I can't move. And the leaves have got suckers on them. Hap, we've got to get loose. These vines are man-eaters.
Be sure to join us again next week for the thrilling story of Valley of Dread, when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Special bulletin for boys and girls in Cleveland, Ohio, and Rochester, New York. Buzz Corey's own space battle cruiser, the Ralston Rocket, will be in your area next week. Don't miss it. The Ralston Rocket. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey and Lynn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Dever. Other players were Bela Kovach, Ken Mayer, and Norman Jolly. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston again present Space Patrol! Be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network. Wheat Chex, Rice Chex, and Good Hot Ralston present Space Patrol! High adventure in the wild, vast reaches of space. Missions of daring in the name of interplanetary justice. Travel into the future with Buzz Corey, Commander-in-Chief of the Space Patrol! In today's transcribed Space Patrol adventure, Buzz and Happy are trying to make their way through a strange valley filled with weird, poisonous plants. Suddenly, Happy trips and falls.
Commander, something's got my foot. It's the vines. They're drawing tight like ropes. They're winding around me, too. I can't get them untangled. Maybe we can cut them loose. Yeah. It's grabbed my arm. I can't move. And the leaves have got suckers on them. Hap, we've got to get loose. These vines are man-eaters.
We'll return in just a moment with today's exciting Space Patrol adventure, The Valley of Dread. Hi, Space Patrollers, you hear that? That's the Martian Mauler, the inter-universal boxing champ from Mars. He's practicing his Sunday punch. Superpower? Man, he's got it. Wow, that's the Terra State All-Star halfback, kicking that ball right over the goalpost of Terra City Stadium. Superpower? He's got it, too. The gang, to pack a Sunday punch like the Mauler, to kick a ball for extra punch like a football star, it takes lots of training and practicing. But one thing for sure, they both had their bite-sized checks today. Now, how about you? Did you start off your day with a big bowl full of rice checks or wheat checks? Delicious? Mmm. Terrific tasting? You bet. Right down to the very last crisp bite. And no other cereal, flaked or puffed, gives you so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. Yes, sir, gang. You're right up there on the ball, ready for anything when you start off your day with rice checks or wheat checks. So for a superpowered punch like this, and a superpowered kick like this, start your day the bite-sized Chex way. Rice Chex, wheat Chex. And now, today's Space Patrol adventure, The Valley of Dread. Far out beyond the orbit of Pluto, a giant Space Patrol construction ship hovers in space. Scores of engineers and skilled workmen in spacesuits swarm over a nearby object that appears to be a meteor. As they work with grim haste,
A Space Patrol officer inside the construction ship tensely watches a bank of viewscope screens focused in the direction of Planet X, remote planetary stronghold of the ruthless Prince Baccarati. At this moment, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy are aboard the Terra 5, rushing toward the construction ship.
I want to avoid any spacephone contact between us and the construction ship in case Baccarati's monitoring our frequency. So let's go over each step of our procedure so there won't be any slip-up. Yes. First, we approach the construction ship on the starboard side, and that's where the dummy meteor is.
Right.
At 3, Tomo light flashes from the construction ship. We leave the Terra 5 in our spacesuit, jetpack to the meteor, and board it. Exactly 15 minutes later, we kick on the rockets in the dummy meteor and head for Planet X.
Check. Now look at this chart of Planet X.
Yes, sir?
Here's our ultimate objective, this warning tower. And here, 200 miles to the south, is where we land.
Too bad we can't plunk the meteor down closer to the tower.
And there's a good reason for that. To get these aerial maps of the region around the tower, we had to send several fake meteors into that region. Baccarati might wonder why meteors had a preference for that particular section of the planet.
Yeah, but none of our meteors landed, sir. They were automatically blown up after they transmitted the viewscope pictures back to the construction ship.
And that's right, Happy. Remember this. That tower is going to relay our meteor image to Baccarati's castle on the other side of the planet. Now, what's Baccarati going to think if a meteor suddenly checks its speed and makes a gentle landing?
Oh, I see. Yeah, he'll know there's a spaceship inside the meteor shell.
Exactly. But by landing far away from the tower, we'll be below the horizon, and we can cut on our landing rockets in time to avoid a crash. But with that small amphib tank we'll be carrying in the fake meteor, it won't take us long to reach the tower and put it out of commission.
When we space on our ship, they zoom in and rescue those 130 men from Baccarati's work camp east of the tower.
It's our job to put that tower out of business. Otherwise, the rescue ships will be wiped out before they get near Planet X. All right, Happy. Get our spacesuits out of the locker, and we'll be alongside the construction ship in 3 minutes. Meantime, in his huge, gaudy castle on Planet X, Prince Baccarati paces the floor and berates his chief advisor, Dr. Melengro, whose scientific knowledge is being used by the prince in his attempts to conquer the United Planets.
Just look at these production figures, Melengro. We're 8 spaceships behind schedule. I ordered a speed up, didn't I?
Yes, Your Highness.
If we are going to attack the United Planets, we got to have ships. Isn't that right?
Absolutely, Your Highness.
Then why don't I get ships? Tell me that.
First, the illustrious one. There's the shortage of material. We can't make endurium for the ships unless we have arctite. And as you know, arctite is very difficult to obtain.
Excuses. I don't want excuses. I want results. Ships, weapons. I want to drive Commander Corey out of the universe.
If I may remind you, Your Highness, the responsibility for obtaining arctite is in the hands of Captain Jekyll.
I'm aware of that. I sent for Jekyll. He should be here shortly.
But I thought he was supervising operations at the arctite mines near the Valley of Dread.
I ordered him back to the castle. Yes? Oh, that's you, Jekyll.
I eagerly await your command, noble prince.
My ship factory is complaining of the shortage of arctite. That's your responsibility, Captain Jekyll.
Yes, Your Highness, but I'm short-handed.
Short-handed? You got 130 men, all trained personnel, plus several hundred natives.
Only half of them are able to work. The climate in that part of the planet is very bad, Your Highness. Most of the men are down with fever. Suppose we took some other planet studies. The natives are standing up fairly well with a little encouragement from a lash.
Well, then use the lash on the others. Keep driving them.
Yes, Your Highness. Oh, incidentally, I have an object here that might be of interest to you. One of the natives found it near the mining area.
A piece of rock? Why would I be interested in that?
Obviously, it's only a fragment of a meteor.
That's what I thought at first. Till I turned it over. You'll notice that the opposite side is smooth and slightly curved.
It looks like metal. Processed metal.
Exactly. We've noticed a few meteors exploding high in the atmosphere recently. This one apparently was hollow.
Hollow meteor? That's impossible. This is obviously part of a constructed object.
A bomb, perhaps? The Space Patrol may be bombarding your planet, Your Highness.
Why would they bombard that region? I tell you what it is. This is a fragment of a robot spy. Corey's sending instruments into our atmosphere inside fake meteors. He's mapping the planet. Captain Jekyll, there must be more of these fragments out there.
Possibly, but they'd be very difficult to find.
Well, then send the natives out to search the entire area. Captain, I'm going back to the arctite mines with you.
Very good, sir.
My atmosphere ship is ready.
Malengo, you're in charge here while I'm gone. I'll keep in touch with you.
Very well, Your Highness.
Come on, Checker. I'll show you how to get work out of those loafers.
Far out in space, an object that appears to be a meteor hurtles in free fall toward Planet X. But beneath the jagged surface of the object is a compact, specially designed spaceship. Cramped in the control compartment, Buzz and Happy watch the round planet loom ever larger. It seems to rush toward them at constantly increasing speed. The two space patrolmen wait tensely, watching the instrument panel as the needle creeps toward a red line on the dial.
A few more seconds, Happy.
Yes, sir. What's that red light that just flashed?
It means that the outer surface of the ship is being heated to incandescence.
Oh, friction of the air. We're in the atmosphere of Planet X.
Uh-huh. By the time we cut on our retarding rockets, we'll be making quite a flash in the sky. The acceleration will be terrific, Hap. We'll probably black out, but don't worry. The landing will be automatic. Stand by to fire rockets.
Standing by, sir.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, ready, fire rockets.
They're taking hold. Looks like we're going to make it.
You okay, Happy?
Or I will be when my stomach settles back down where it belongs.
Rough.
Well, I'd say it was a gentle landing for a meteor, but a rugged one for a spaceship.
I'll release the aft hatch so we can get the amphib tank in. All right. Let's go back aft and get into the tank.
On through the dark night of Planet X, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy take turns at the controls of the amphib tank, crossing the treacherous terrain of the unknown planet. The aerial maps, pieced together from viewscope pictures flashed by the pseudo-meteor robot spies, are of little help to the ground-crawling tank. Still, mile by mile, Buzz and Happy approach their objective, the tall warning tower that automatically relays viewscope images of trespassers in the sky over this part of Planet X. As the gray dawn grows over the Valley of Dread, an atmosphere ship flies low in ever-widening circles around the arc-tracked mines, where men abducted from the United Planets are forced to toil. In the ship are Prince Baccarati and his prison camp commandant, Captain Checker.
That confounded mist. I can't see a thing down there.
I'll put on the infrared scanner, Your Highness. That better?
Yes, but I still can see through that vegetation. Can't you fly lower?
Scan more territory from this height. But actually, I doubt that we can see those men who escaped.
I want them found and brought back.
There were only 3 of them, Your Highness. They can't survive long in the Valley of Dread.
That's exactly why I want them found. We need every able-bodied man we can find. And if they are clever and strong enough to escape, they're strong enough to work in the mine.
Yes, Your Highness.
I'm holding you personally responsible for their escape. If another such incident
Excuse
occurs...
me, sir. But I saw something move over there on the ridge.
On the ridge? All right, that's miles from the camp. They couldn't get that far in a single night.
Look, Your Highness. A large animal looks... No, it's a vehicle, a tank.
You're right. Someone has landed on the planet.
I don't see how that's possible. The warning system would have detected any spaceship.
You believe your own eyes, don't you? There is a tank down there, isn't there?
Yes, Your Highness.
It's an invader, and it must be destroyed. Captain, are there bombs aboard this ship?
Yes, sir. 3 small cosmic torpedoes.
Then use them. Destroy that tank.
It isn't much farther, Commander. I can see the warning tower from here.
First chance we get, work down into the valley. One of the low probe beams from that tower might pick up a moving object as large as this tank.
Yes. We'll have to keep on the ridge for another quarter of a mile, Commander. We'll drop a few feet along here for a safe descent.
Yeah, that's right, Hap.
Hey, the ridge blew up right in front of us.
Keep going, but dodge that crater.
Yes, sir.
There's an atmosphere ship right over us.
One of Baccarati's of all the rotten luck. Wow. That was close.
Hold it, Hap. Hold it on the ridge. You're slipping over the edge.
The dirt's giving way from under us, Commander. I can't control it. We're going over.
They'll never get out of that tank alive. Excellent, Captain, excellent. And if the crash doesn't finish them, we can count on some able assistance from whom, Your Highness? The creatures that inhabit the Valley of Dread.
We'll return to Space Patrol in just a moment. Gang, here's a report on America's ready-for-anything jet plane, the most heavily armed fighter interceptor in the U.S., the Air Force Scorpion F-89D, produced by Northrop Aircraft, Hawthorne, California. And in just one moment, you'll hear from Bob Love, test pilot on the Scorpion. Hear that? That's music to Bob Love. It's the roar of the Scorpion as he prepares to take it up. He snaps a salute from the cockpit. And now Bob is set once again to face the hazards of this tough and exacting job in the sky. The Scorpion kicks to the air like magic. It's a giant ship, a monster bird of the sky, weighing 20 tons, with a length of 53 feet, a wingspan of 56, and what a fighter! Giant pods on the wingtips carry a terrific barrage of rocket firepower. Speed of the Scorpion, over 600 miles per hour. Gang, I wish you were here to see how Bob Love strides across the airfield after a grueling test flight. And just a short rest in the ready room, and he's all set to go up again. Now, for someone who depends on so much energy, it's no surprise to find that Bob Love is a rice checks and wheat checks man. Here's what he has to say about it.
You know, a fella has to be in top condition to test fly a fast aircraft such as the Scorpion. And that's why I always make it a rule to sleep well and eat well. So, for breakfast, I pick a cereal like Rice Chex or Wheat Chex. They're chock full of energy and really taste good. You'll like them.
Gang, pick your cereals the way Bob Love and countless other rugged test pilots do. Pick a cereal loaded with energy, loaded with flavor. Rice Chex, Wheat Chex. No other cereal, puffed or flaked, contains so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. And now, back to our Space Patrol adventure, the Valley of Dread. A system of warning towers on Planet X enables Prince Baccarati to detect the approach of spaceships. However, Commander Corey and Cadet Happy succeeded in landing on the planet without detection through a dangerous space flight in a ship designed to simulate a meteor. Boarding an amphib tank carried in the ship, they headed for the warning tower to destroy it. Baccarati, in an atmosphere ship searching for escaped prisoners, saw the tank and ordered his assistant, Captain Jecker, to bomb it. A blast toppled the tank off a ridge and down a steep mountain into the Valley of Dread. Now, bruised and battered, Buzz and Happy are forcing their way out of the wrecked tank.
Any bones broken, Hap?
No, sir. How about you?
I'm able to move around. It was more than I can say for our tank. This will set our schedule back several hours, Hap. It'll take us quite a while to reach that warning tower on foot.
What's the shortest way? I'm sort of turned around after that spill down the mountain.
Across the valley. By the looks of it, it's going to be rough going.
Yeah.
Bring your Tomo light and a miniature spaceophone.
Yeah, I've got them in my belt, sir. Here's your ray gun, Commander. Yeah. Say, how about this shock rifle? The 10 kilovolt job. It's pretty heavy for a long hike.
What were you saying, Hap?
I guess the shock rifle isn't so heavy after all.
Bring it. Let's get through this valley while it's still daylight, if we can.
Meantime, in Captain Checker's office of the Arctite mine, Prince Baccarati sits at the spaceophone talking to Dr. Malengro back at Baccarati's castle on the other side of Planet X.
I don't want any guesswork, Malengro. Are you sure there was a man on duty at the view scope every second?
I am positive, Your Highness. There have been no spaceships sighted anywhere near the plant. All the warning towers are working perfectly.
Then that tank Jecker and I destroyed must have come from one of the factories on the other side of the planet. Check immediately and see if a tank is missing.
Yes, Your Highness.
And order all the guards to watch for attempted breaks. We've lost 3 prisoners here at the mine.
Most regrettable, Your Highness.
Jecker just came in. I've got to talk to him. I'll contact you later, Malengro. Now, Captain, what is it?
Your Highness, my men have captured one of the prisoners.
One of the prisoners? There were 3.
The other 2 are still missing. But we'll get them.
And the man who was captured, is he back on the job?
He's unable to work.
very secret.
Ah, he's paying you for fools. Take me to this man. I'll make him glad to go back to
Buzz and Happy make their way across the Valley of Dread, hacking their way through tangled vines, brushing against plants whose spore pods burst, filling the air with a choking, evil-smelling dust. But still they press on, toward the tower that must be destroyed if Space Patrol ships are to land on Planet X.
I want to spend the night in this valley, so I'll have to put on some extra effort.
Suits me. Uh-oh. Is that a hallucination? Or is it an animal?
If we both see it, it's a hallucination. Stand perfectly still. Where did it come from?
What is it?
Whatever it is, it can swallow both of us in one mouthful.
Jaws like an alligator, and body like a tiger.
Get a shock rifle, Happy. It's going to charge.
Here, sir. Here he comes. You hit him, sir.
Keep out of his way. I'll give another blast.
Wow. What a monster. And am I glad we brought that shock rifle.
Let's hope he doesn't have any relatives in the neighborhood. Let's get going, Happy.
Commander.
Yes, Hap.
How much farther do we have to go?
I think we're nearly out of the valley. I can get an occasional glimpse of the tower up on top of the peak. If we keep going, we can at least get to the base of the mountain before it really gets dark.
Yeah. Now, we can make it.
Hap, what's the matter?
Tripped over a vine.
Here, let me help you out.
If I could just rest for a minute, sir.
I know how you feel, Hap, but if we stop now, neither of us will have the energy to get going again.
Yes, sir. Hey, something's got my foot, sir. The vines. Hey, Commander, they're drawing tight, like ropes.
Winding around me, too.
I can't get them untangled.
Maybe we can cut them loose.
Yeah. Commander, grab my arm. The vine is winding around my arm.
Hap, these vines are man-eaters.
So the harder I pull, the tighter they get.
We've come through vines like this all afternoon. They've never grabbed us. It's so dark now, I can't see to get you loose. Wait till I get my atomo light.
Commander, they're winding around you, too. Watch out for those leaves. They've got suckers on them.
We've got to work fast. Now, let's see how that vine has got you trapped.
It's relaxing now, too. It's loosening its hold.
I can see now. The leaves are shriveling up in the light. The light. That's what's doing it.
Hey, my legs are free.
These plants are active at night. The light makes them dormant. See, they're letting go of me now when I turn the light on.
Smoking rockets, that's right.
Use your atomo light, too, Hap. The beams will clear a path for us.
Hey, it works, sir. They're drawing back and going limp.
If we can keep up this pace, we'll be out of the valley in an hour.
Hours later, at the Archetype Mine headquarters, Prince Baccarati is aroused from sleep by the persistent warning signal from the spaceophone receiver. Stumbling to the transmitter, he irritably turns it on, scowling at the still sleeping Captain Jecker.
This is Dr. Malenko.
Yes, Malenko, I know. What is it?
The warning tower near the mine, it's dead.
Dead? What do you mean, dead?
Something must have gone wrong. It's not sending out any signals. No, all clear, nothing.
What? How about the other tower?
Everything's all right with the towers on this side of the planet?
All right, Malenko. I'll send a crew over to check the trouble. The escaped prisoners.
I beg your pardon, Your Highness?
Those men that got away, they made it to the tower. And there's a spaceophone there.
But, Your Highness, it's not powerful enough to reach any of the United Planets.
I know that, but perhaps they don't know it. They'll keep sending messages. Jecker and I can sneak up on them and grab them before they know what's happening. Jecker, wake up. Get to your ship. We're blasting off for the warning tower. I found your escaped prisoner.
And at the base of the tall warning tower, Buzz and Happy look down at the morning mists that swirl across the Valley of Dread. Occasionally, they glance up at the sky, peering expectantly for the Space Patrol ships they hope will soon be landing on Planet X.
Couldn't they be here by now, sir?
Very soon, Happy, if they heard our signal.
Maybe we ought to send it again, just in case.
No. By now, Baccarati must know that the tower's out of commission. He probably figures it's a mechanical failure. If he hears any strange signal, he'll know he can expect an attack.
Yeah, that's right. And our code signal was so brief that Prince's men couldn't have heard it unless they were waiting for it.
Yes, remember, our men were waiting for it. Weak as it was strong enough to reach the construction ship and the patrol squadron.
Yeah. Commander, I hear a spaceship. They're coming.
It's not a spaceship, Happy. It's an atmosphere ship. It's coming toward the tower, not the mining camp.
Hey, that's right.
Probably a repair crew sent by Baccarati. Keep back, out of sight.
just can't figure it out, Captain. Those prisoners made no attempt to contact the Space Patrol.
Well, maybe it was just a mechanical failure after all.
Perhaps. We'll be careful. The entrance to the tower is right around the corner.
All right, Happy. Your Highness, watch out. Hold it, Baccarati. Get the other one, Hap. All right, stop struggling, Baccarati, or you'll have a mighty sore arm.
Stop it, Corey.
I've got the other one, Commander.
This isn't going to do you any good, Corey. You can't get off this planet without one of my ships, and my men can keep yours from landing.
Then they'd better get busy. Hear that, Baccarati?
Spaceship.
Right. A Space Patrol squadron. We're going to pick up those 130 men you've been holding prisoner out here.
My guards will never let you take them. Your Space Patrol men can't attack without endangering the prisoners.
He's right, sir. It's a risk we had to take, Happy. We counted on the suddenness of the attack to overcome resistance.
I got 6 men guarding that camp. Your attack isn't going to accomplish a thing, Corey.
Just to make sure, Baccarati, call the camp and order your men to surrender. Use this miniature spaceophone. Tell them you're captured.
All right, Commander.
Go ahead, Baccarati. It's on.
Prince Baccarati calling Archetype Mine Headquarters. Prince Baccarati to Archetype Mine Headquarters. Come in quickly.
Mine headquarters. Go ahead, Your Highness.
Listen carefully. This is important. I have been captured by Commander Corey. Tell the rest of the guards to destroy all the prisoners immediately.
Give me that spaceophone.
Those are my terms, Corey. My freedom or those captives will be destroyed. Guard, do you hear that?
Yeah, I hear it, but I'm not a guard.
Then who are you? Answer me. Who are you?
Ed Benton, one of your ex-prisoners. You overpowered all your guards when we heard the Space Patrol ships.
Benton, this is Commander Corey. Nice work.
Thanks, Commander. Same to you.
You'll have all your men on the way home in a few minutes. Corey out. All right, Baccarati, let's go. Take charge of this tower. Yes, sir. Oh, you know, Baccarati, since you won't be needing your castle anymore, I've got an idea. Why don't you donate it as a home for wayward bats?
A preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure in just a moment. Say, Space Patrollers, listen to what happened the day Jimmy Brown skipped his power breakfast. Right away, things started looking mighty black. Everything in the universe went wrong. At school, at home, at play. And because Jimmy was so gloomy, Jimmy's dog felt gloomy too. Yes, but listen now to what happened when Jimmy started his day with a big, bite-sized Chex breakfast. A bowl full of rice Chex. And to make up for the other day, a bowl of wheat Chex, too. Right away, things started looking bright. Yes, sir, Jimmy had a swell day at home, at school, at play. And listen to Jimmy's dog. He's no gloom dog now. So, you see, Space Patrollers, the way you start off in the morning can set the pace for the rest of your day. That's why it's so important to get a good power breakfast. That means a bowl full of those checkerboard super cereals, rice Chex, or wheat Chex. Delicious? You bet. Crisp down to the very last bite. And no other cereal, flaked or puffed, gives you so much nourishment in such concentrated bite-sized form. So, tomorrow and every morning, start off chock full of energy and ready for anything. Power up with the Space Patrol cereals, rice Chex, or wheat Chex. And now, a preview of next week's exciting Space Patrol adventure. Buzz and Happy are bound securely in a robot ship headed toward Terra and controlled by Prince Baccarati from his castle on Planet X.
I can't move, sir. Even without that paralyzer ray, the straps would hold it. Keep struggling, Happy.
Pluto Defense Squadron 12, Space Patrol to Private Cruiser NPC 307, Neptune Registry, acknowledge.
That's us. He's calling this ship?
We have information that Prince Baccarati is aboard. Surrender immediately.
I'm going to get loose and reach that spaceophone.
Major Ryan to Baccarati. Acknowledge or we'll fire.
If we can only let him know that we're aboard.
Keep fighting, Hap.
Hey, they're firing at us.
Be sure to join us next week for the thrilling story, Escape from Planet X, when wheat Chex, rice Chex, and good hot Ralston again present Space Patrol. Space Patrol, created by Mike Moser, starring Ed Kemmer as Commander Corey, and Glenn Osborne as Cadet Happy, was written by Lou Houston, produced and directed by Larry Robertson, executive producer Mike Debris. Other players were Ken Mayer, Bela Kovach, and Norman Jolly. Dick Tufeld speaking. Now, don't forget to tune in next Saturday and every Saturday when wheat Chex, rice Chex, and good hot Ralston again present
Space Patrol! And be sure to see another exciting Space Patrol story on your local ABC television station. Consult your local paper for time and channel. This program is broadcast to our armed forces overseas through the worldwide facilities of the Armed Forces Radio Service. Space Patrol came to you transcribed from Hollywood. This is ABC Radio Network.
This is Greg Fordyce from An Evening of Old Time Radio. Thank you so much for listening and watching and enjoying the video. Hit the like and subscribe buttons if you did. It really helps the channel out. And again, if you're seeing this video on any other channel than An Evening of Old Time Radio, there are no numbers in my channel's URL name, then you are watching a pirated copy of my video where the thief has stolen my audio track and republished it with a different background on their channel. Thanks again for all of your support.